Immortal Cultivation begins with gaining a superhuman constitution. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Revealing Cultivation. The talisman transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the staircase formation. Just wait. Senior Brother Tang and the others will definitely give you a hard time, Wu Luren said viciously. Su Po wore a contemptuous smile, completely ignoring the man's threat and dismissing it. I was wondering who it was. It's Junior Brother Su. What's got you so angry that you'd slap your senior brother from the Upper Dao Academy in public? Tang's voice echoed from the staircase. A moment later, amidst the rippling water, he emerged from the formation's entrance. His thin lips curled slightly, as if he was feeling quite pleased with himself. Seeing this, Su Poman felt a surge of anger. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Pa! This time, the force was even greater than the previous slap against the skinny young man in the hall. Tang's was caught off guard and sent flying, slamming like a torn sack against the inner wall 3 feet away, cracking it. Tang's howled, his left cheek swollen, his eyes unable to open, like half a pig's head. The purple-toned sword sheath on his back fell to his side. He slowly stood up, his eyes blazing with fire, and a violent aura emanated from him, like a volcano about to erupt. You're courting death? Tang gritted his teeth and slammed his sword sheath, ready to kill Su Poman. Brother Tang, no. We don't allow fighting in the Sword Monastery. It'll attract the guards. Wu Luren, furious but still relatively sober, quickly intervened. Tang snorted coldly, I'm the master of the 10,000 Swords Monastery. When evildoers come to my door, I can only deal drastic measures. With a clang, a flash of purple light instantly emerged from its sheath, slashing towards Su Poman's head, seemingly intending to decapitate him. Su Poman, of course, would not sit still and wait for death. With a thud, the burning shadow sword, shrouded in crimson light, flew out from the dragon-scale sword sheath on his back. The next moment, red and purple met. Clang. The purple sword fell at an even faster speed, plunging diagonally into the floor. Tang's face paled instantly, feeling the immense power radiating from his own natal flying sword. His consciousness was violently impacted, even becoming unstable, and he was filled with horror. How is this possible? He's only at the 4th level of the key refining stage. How can his swordsmanship be so powerful? Su Poman knew this all too well. Swordsmanship relied primarily on the strength of one's consciousness, followed by one's cultivation level. He far surpassed Tang in both, so a head-on confrontation would naturally give him the upper hand. The burning shadow sword hovered in midair, then transformed into a crimson glow and shot out again. Its target wasn't Tang's, but the purple flying sword on the ground. Clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Amidst a sky of sparks, the purple flying sword was chopped high into the air, leaving a half-finger-long gap on its blade. Puff. Blood spurted from Tang's mouth. He quickly jumped forward and used his body to protect his natal flying sword. Holding the purple sword, he said with a distressed look on his face, "You are so cruel. You actually destroyed my natal flying sword. I really don't know who gave you the courage to privately occupy my master's Wanjianfang and call yourself the owner of Thefan." Su Poman had a cold face and turned a blind eye to the hatred in his eyes. He had already sentenced this man to death in his heart and said lightly, no matter who gets the turn of this Wanjianfang, it will not be you. Do you understand? Yang Hong has fallen. You, a waste, have no backing, but you are still so arrogant and domineering. I really don't know how to write the word death. I am Wu Yanghong's disciple, so I can naturally inherit everything in this Wanjianfang, but you are just a stray dog. The sect can maintain your treatment as a disciple, which is already a mercy outside the law. If you don't know what is good for you, I'm afraid you will be expelled from the mountain gate. Tang gritted his teeth and said, his heart was bleeding when his natal flying sword was destroyed. At that moment, 2 more men descended the stairs. Seeing Tang's beleaguered appearance, they hurried over. Brother Tang, what's wrong with you? One of the long-faced men asked with concern. Another sturdy man, wearing a yellow jade crown, surveyed the situation and demanded grimly, who are you to cause trouble in Wanjianfang? The 2 men's arrival seemed to embolden Tang. With a look of heartache, he sheathed his natal flying sword, wiped the blood from his mouth, and called out, brothers, there's a hostile guest. Join me and kill him immediately. I'll bear the consequences. With that, he slapped his storage bag and pulled out a stack of talismans, intending to use them to ignite the enemy. The long-faced man felt a bit troubled by the fighting scene and quickly sent a telepathic message. Junior Brother Tang, the sect has rules. You can't show off your strength in the Taoist temple. Let's ask the guards to handle this matter first. If there is a real grudge, we can settle it outside the sect together. We can definitely crush him to ashes. Wan Jianfang is the property of my master Ouyang Hong. You have occupied the five-cornered black building without permission. You have committed a crime. I urge you to leave immediately and don't make a mistake. Su Poman saw that the crowd outside was getting bigger and bigger. With everyone watching, he couldn't drive them away. At this moment, a loud noise was heard outside. The crowd parted, and Wu Luren, with a sly smile, led the group into the Wanjian pavilion. Seeing Su Poman, he pointed a finger and said, "Brother Lu, that's him. He broke into the Wanjian pavilion in broad daylight and injured someone. He even injured Brother Tang with his sword control." Su Poman turned around and sighed, "Enemies always meet. I'm afraid this is going to be a bit troublesome." At the door, Lu Yu took a closer look and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. "God bless me. You've fallen into my hands this time, and I'll kill you." Recalling the slap at the mountain gate, Lu Yu's inner rage burned fiercely. He resolved to exact revenge this time to vent his hatred for the humiliation he suffered that day. Lu Yu walked into the hall, glanced coldly at Su Poman, giving him a meaningful look. Then, in a deep voice, he asked Tang Zhen, "What's going on? Is he the troublemaker?" "Brother Lu, you've arrived just in time." This man broke into Wan Jianfeng and not only slapped Wu Luren, but also used sword-controlling techniques indiscriminately. Tang Zhe recounted the entire story, emphasizing the situation. "Come here, arrest him and bring him directly to the law enforcement hall for trial." Lu Yu waved his hand, and two guards emerged from behind him. They held a mithril rune chain capable of sealing spiritual energy and approached Su Poman, ready to restrain him. "Get out of here!" Su Poman frowned and roared, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing the guards who had grabbed his arm back repeatedly. This spiritual pressure has actually reached the perfection of the key refining stage. Isn't this Uncle Su a waste spiritual root? How long has it been since he reached the great perfection of key refining? Master Ouyang is truly worthy of being a master of the golden core stage. He was able to enable a waste spiritual root to cultivate to the peak of the key refining stage in such a short period of time. How many resources must have been consumed? Yes, if these resources could be invested in other disciples, more foundation establishment cultivators should be cultivated. Using them on a disciple with 5 spiritual roots is such a waste. Chapter 202 King Lao. Lu Yu felt a heavy pressure from Su Poman. Glancing at the several fellow disciples following him, he suddenly felt emboldened. He stiffened his neck and shouted angrily, "How dare you resist the guard's enforcement? This is a blatant violation of the sect's rules. Come on, everyone, take him down." He unsheathed a bronze, ring-shaped magical instrument and tossed it into the air, dropping it towards Su Poman. Several more late-stage key refining guard disciples emerged from behind him. They joined forces, unearthing various restraining instruments. Some chanted, preparing to cast the vine-wrapping technique. Suddenly, Su Poman became the target of all attack, surrounded by a group of late-stage key refining cultivators. Young Master Su, Zhang Yu panicked, anxiously surveying the situation, unsure of what to do. "Damn it, you all have no idea what's good for you. It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your own true self." Su Poman glanced around. The burning shadow sword beside him instantly transformed into a red glow, slashing at the magical weapons in everyone's hands. Fueled by his sword control skills, the burning shadow sword possessed extraordinary offensive power. Ding dang! Ding dang! A series of crisp metallic clashes echoed. Numerous magical weapons in the air were slashed down by the burning shadow sword one after another. Simultaneously, a layer of Genki emerged from Su Poman's body, shrouding him in a fiery red glow. At the entrance, the disciples watching exclaimed in surprise. "Is that Genki, a body refining cultivator? I didn't expect him to have also practiced body refining techniques, and he seems to be at a very high level. Genki can even cover his entire body. What's he going to do? He's not going to single-handedly challenge the entire patrol. This is going to be a real show." Su Poman's body transformed into a phantom, instantly disappearing from the spot. Lu Yu's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, Encountering a physical cultivator in such a confined space is a bit ominous. Retreat, he shouted, leading the way out of the Wanjianfang. Unfortunately, the crowd of onlookers at the entrance didn't make way for him in time. Come back. Su Poman appeared behind him, grasping the back of Lu Yu's collar with his right hand. With a swipe of his right arm, he sent his body spinning 270 degrees in the air, finally slamming heavily onto the stone slab. Bang! Lu Yu's spiritual shield shattered instantly, and his body collided heavily with the ground. He couldn't help but wail, feeling excruciating pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to break. Then, Su Poman repeated his old trick, slamming the several guard disciples who had attacked him to the ground, temporarily incapacitating them. Although Tang Ze had reached the 11th level of the key refining stage, as a sword cultivator, his cultivation lay above his natal flying sword. The damage to his purple sword had previously affected him, leaving him severely injured. He affixed several talismans to his body and watched cautiously, fearing he would be the next to be struck. Su Poman slowly approached him, a sinister smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the burning shadow sword shot forth, piercing through the layers of protective shields. Then, reaching out, he grabbed Tang Ze by the collar. Tang Ze instinctively flinched, but the next moment, he felt himself being lifted up. Snap! With a powerful swing of his right hand, a resounding slap landed heavily on Tang Ze's face. "You?" Tang Ze glared, but before he could finish his words, another slap struck him in the face. Snap! The disciples gathered at the entrance of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. Snap! Snap! The sound of slaps continued. Tang Ze struggled at first, but by then, his head was dazed and groggy, his face bruised and swollen like a pig's head, and his teeth were all missing. He looked utterly miserable. "From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in Wanjianfang without my permission." Su Poman looked at the nearly unconscious Tang Ze, then reached out and removed the jade pendant from his waist. Without it, Tang Ze could not reach the top floor of the pentagonal black building without permission. With a flick of his hand, he tossed Tang Ze out like trash. Wu Luren, Lu Yu, and the others were subsequently tossed out, leaving only him and Zhong Yu inside Wanjianfang. "Senior brother Zhang, from now on, you will be on the first floor of Wanjianfang. If anyone dares to cause trouble, notify me and I will personally handle it," Su Poman instructed in a deep voice. Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly nodded, yes. Then, a thought struck him, and he hesitated, saying, "Master Su, there's something I'm not sure I should say, just say it directly, no need to hesitate." Su Poman extended a finger and gently tapped the door, instantly shutting it. Seeing this, Zhang Yu felt relieved and spoke frankly, "You've taught Tang Ze and the others a lesson this time, which is indeed very satisfying. However, Lu Yu and the others are disciples of the Sect's Law Hall. They usually guard the mountain gate or patrol the various Taoist temples. Your action against them would have a significant impact and would likely cause dissatisfaction among the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall." "Who are the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall?" Su Poman asked casually, frowning. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, scratched his cheek, and said, "The current Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is Elder Zhou Lu. He's not only vindictive but also extremely conservative. He strongly dislikes disciples who undermine the sect's rules. He holds considerable power and prestige within the Liang sect. This time, since you've punished Lu Yu and the others, I'm afraid he'll come and trouble you personally." "Zhou Lu? I've never heard of him, but don't worry. It shouldn't be a big deal. My master will be back soon. Even if Zhou Lu wants to embarrass me, he'd have to consider my status. After all, I'm Master Wu Yang's disciple, and of the same generation." Su Po wore a nonchalant expression, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. Zhang Yu was startled at this, then asked with a hint of surprise, "Master Su, is Lord Wu Yang really coming back? Some people in the sect have been spreading bad news lately." "Those are just rumors. Master has already contacted me. He'll be back soon, and by then, these rumors will be refuted," Su Po said with certainty. "Ha, that's good, that's good." Zhang Yu's face was filled with joy, and he couldn't help scratching his head and cheeks, clearly delighted. Su Poman couldn't help but smile at Zhang Yu's overjoyed expression. "All right, senior brother Zhang, I'll go upstairs to get some things. You can just sit down on the first floor and open the door, okay? Master Su, leave it to me. Don't worry." Zhang Yu patted his chest and grinned. The Black Sword Order hovered around him like a satellite. Su Poman climbed up the stairs, climbing several steps in succession, and soon reached the top floor of the pentagonal black building. The wooden door was half open. He pushed it open and stepped inside. There were subtle changes to the room's layout, likely caused by Tangzat. Puffs of white mist drifted from the lavender incense burner. Su Poman walked around the low, long table and reached the wall connecting to the underground fire room. The Black Sword Order circled here, and the wall instantly shifted, revealing a dark passage. Su Poman stretched out his hand, reached into the passage, and gently tapped the wall on one side. Then he heard a click sound, and dots of green light illuminated the passage. A black storage bag was faintly visible in the green light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Promise. Master's resources are indeed here. Su Poman's eyes lit up, and he reached out and grabbed the storage bag. His spiritual sense penetrated it, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Master has left me too many resources. There are over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, hundreds of bottles of various elixirs, and even jade slips of cultivation techniques from the Liang sect lineage, including techniques for the Foundation Establishment stage, the Golden Core stage, and secret sword cultivation techniques. He's been incredibly thoughtful. I guess he was worried that after he left, I wouldn't be able to stay in the Liang sect, so he prepared a path for me as a freelance cultivator. With a gentle tap of the storage bag, Su Poman grasped a jade bottle engraved with purple patterns. He uncapped the bottle and poured out several deep cyan pills, rich in spiritual energy. A thin mist shrouded the surface of the pills, and several elixir patterns were engraved on them. They're actually top-grade Foundation Establishment pills. This old man is truly a wealthy man. His family is incredibly wealthy, Su Poman marveled. He put the pills back and then took out a number of various spiritual herbs, examining them one by one. Top-grade Foundation Establishment pills, 98. Mid-grade Foundation Establishment pills, 432. Yuanzhang pills, 200. Dragonbeard pills, 180. Greenwood Rejuvenation pills, 72. Purple Yang pills, 86. Marrow Cleansing pills, 269. After tallying up the sheer volume, Su Poman felt that these pills could produce several golden core cultivators. If the number of Foundation Establishment pills leaked, it would surely make the leader of the Liang sect jealous. You have to know that in the Liang sect, Foundation Establishment pills are extremely scarce. Many key refining cultivators go their entire lives without obtaining a single Foundation Establishment pill, or even only have one, and after taking it, they fail to successfully establish their foundation, ultimately leaving them with a lifelong regret, having missed out on the path to the Great Dao. If the Liang sect could possess hundreds of Foundation Establishment pills, its strength would be significantly enhanced. Not only would the number of Foundation Establishment elders within the sect increase significantly, but the chances of producing top-tier warriors like the Golden Core stage would also increase. When my master accepted me as his disciple, he said he had hundreds of Foundation Establishment pills. I never expected it to be true. As expected of the former Grand Elder of the Kaiansu sect, he controls the resources of an entire sect, truly lavish. Su Poman put away his storage bag, used the Black Sword Order to close the passage in the wall, and then turned and left the room. He returned to the first floor, only to find Zhongyu kneeling on the ground. In the lobby, seated on a high seat were Chizayu and another tall, thin, dark-faced old man. You arrived so quickly. It seems Lu Yu and his gang have reported this to the higher-ups. I wonder what this sect Master Chi will decide against me. Su Poman's thoughts raced, but a smile crossed his face. He quickly walked into the hall and bowed to the two men, saying, Disciple Su Poman, I pay my respects to the sect master and this elder. The sullen-faced elder slapped the armrest of his chair and snorted coldly, Su Poman, you are so bold. You actually dared to attack a disciple of the law enforcement hall? You are truly lawless. Do you think the laws of the sect are meaningless? Chizayu sat aside, his expression neutral, watching Su Poman silently without saying a word. This should be Elder Joe from the law enforcement hall, right? I was forced to attack today, and I didn't kill anyone, just caused them some physical pain. Besides, They were the ones who were at fault in the first place. As a sequence disciple and their uncle, do I really think I should just let them bully me? Su Poman said slowly. Zhou face was stern as he rose from his seat, his body radiating the spiritual pressure of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Yu howled and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. His body trembled under the immense pressure, sweat dripping from his hair. Su Poman, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he hadn't felt the spiritual pressure at all. When Zhou saw that the spiritual pressure could not do anything to Su Poman, he was slightly shocked and said angrily, "You youngster, you still dare to quibble? It was obviously you who hurt people first. The patrol team went to mediate and was beaten by you. How can this be their fault, Brother Zhou? This Wan Jianfang is my master's property. He handed it to me to manage before he left. Although Tang's is a registered disciple, he has stepped in and openly occupied my master's property. This is clearly the behavior of a robber. I don't know who gave him the confidence." Having said that, Su Poman's eyes vaguely swept over Chizayu, and then continued, "Besides, Tang's and others came to Wan Jianfeng and believed one-sided words. They wanted to take me back without even asking me. They simply don't take Wan Jianfeng and my master seriously. What's more, I am their uncle. These youngsters treat me like this and don't respect etiquette. They really deserve a beating." Although Zhou is conservative and stubborn, on the other hand, he pursues fairness and justice in his heart, and he is also a defender of traditional ethics. After listening to Su Poman's explanation, a look of alternating red and white appeared on his face, and he said in a slightly slower tone, "I will go back and investigate this matter. If it is true, I will let those little bastards give you an explanation. However, you beat up the disciples of the law enforcement hall in public, which cannot be said to be without fault. As for how to punish you, let the sect master decide." "Sect master, do you have any instructions?" Zhou turned and asked. Upon hearing this, Chizayu slowly stood up and walked directly to Su Poman. He reached out and grasped his wrist, closing his eyes for a moment to sense it. When he opened them again, a glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, "You have indeed cultivated the scorching sun technique to the 12th level of the key refining stage. Thanks to Master for personally cleansing my bones and marrow and providing me with so many medicinal elixirs. Without them, I would never have been able to cultivate so quickly," Su Poman explained calmly. "Well, very good. Yang Gongfeng is indeed a good teacher. Since my nephew has made a mistake, he needs to be punished," Chizayu said gravely. "The 6-sex martial arts competition is coming soon. And you're perfectly placed to represent the sect. If you can come back with a top 3 finish, your merits and demerits will be offset. If not, then you can contribute the sword forging heritage left by Yang Gongfeng to enrich the collection of the sect's Black Flame Tower." "Top 3, Su Poman murmured softly. Chizayu raised a red eyebrow. How could it be that junior nephew Su has no confidence in his own strength? "Okay, it's a deal. If I can't come back in the top 3, I will hand over the sword forging heritage with both hands," Su Poman said seriously, looking as if he had made a great determination. Su Poman's performance made Chizayu very satisfied. He nodded slightly and said, "Your courage is commendable. Then I wish junior nephew Su a victory." "Thank you, Master." Chapter 204 Guidance. Chizayu left Wan Jianfang contentedly. His figure flashed, soaring into the air, and soon arrived at the main peak. I had thought Mu Chen would be involved in the 6-sex martial competition, but unexpectedly, Su Poman showed up. What a pleasant surprise. Yang Hong must have left him with a number of life-saving methods. He was a former nascent soul stage master. Perhaps we can truly defeat the 5-element sect in this competition. When he returns, I'll use some tricks to seize his valuables. Chizayu smiled as he slowly walked to a secret room in the back mountains. "Master, why are you here?" A short-haired young man stopped practicing and opened his eyes. A golden glow shone from them, revealing an extraordinary presence. His energy surged like a tide, seemingly endless. Chizayu sensed the fluctuations of much in spiritual energy and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of the legendary Shajin fighting ape spirit body. This cultivation speed is probably comparable to that of a heavenly spiritual root. "Disciple, I'm here to tell you that you don't have to participate in this year's 6-sex martial competition," Chizayu said slowly. Muchen was stunned upon hearing this, and asked anxiously, "Master, why is that? A while ago, you said you wanted me to fight on behalf of the sect. Why have you suddenly changed your mind today?" "Alice, disciple, You possess a spiritual body, and it's easy for unusual phenomena to occur during battle. If others were to notice, the consequences would be disastrous. The Corpse Yin sect was here a while ago, and that sect covets a spiritual body like yours. If they found out, they would definitely do whatever it takes to snatch you away and make you into a perfect vessel to sell to some old monsters in the world of immortal cultivation, Chizayu explained earnestly, but he had other thoughts in mind. I've reserved your spirit body. How can I let you reveal it? Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I'll be able to unleash my soul refining and body possession technique. Okay, Master, I'll listen to you. So, at what level can I leave this place? Staying in here every day is truly oppressive, Muchin said somewhat aggrievedly. He felt like a canary in a cage, his heart filled with a yearning for the outside world. Chizayu patted his shoulder and soothed him. Disciple, cultivation is inherently a lonely and unaccompanied path. If you can't endure this little loneliness, how can you even dream of overcoming the tribulation and becoming an immortal? Childish, truly childish. It's a huge waste to let you possess such talent. You don't even cherish the talent others dream of. Your mind is unstable. If I had this spirit body and talent before, I would have long ago retreated into seclusion in the mountains and forests, never emerging until I reached the nascent soul stage. With nothing else to do, Su Poman slowly walked to the side hall and began to instruct Konki and the others in their cultivation. While the mountain-moving body refining art is the most widely circulated physical training technique in the world of immortal cultivation, it also contains numerous profound principles and mysteries, requiring a long time for ordinary people to grasp its key points. Even the exceptionally intelligent Konki struggled with the many questions, significantly hindering his progress. Su Poman possessed a super brain that he had cultivated to perfection, making guidance for Konki and the others effortless, providing insightful answers to their questions. An entire afternoon passed, and everyone benefited greatly from the experience. Watching the diligent practitioners, and then glancing at Kanir and Ruzu practicing their martial arts in the courtyard, Su Poman felt that the Liang sect was not a place to stay for long. If anything were to happen, the people in the courtyard could become hostages, tools for others to use to blackmail him. Sect Master Chi covets the sword forging heritage and doesn't seem like a good person either. Fortunately, Master will be back. With his strength, protecting the few people in this courtyard shouldn't be a problem. Huan Konghua needs to go to the Thousand Fam secret realm soon. Once the old man's spiritual injuries have healed, perhaps his cultivation will return to the nascent soul stage. Then, I'll have him watch over them in Nanayu, and I can go out and explore without worry. Su Poman silently watched the sunset, feeling the cool breeze from the sea of clouds, his mind racing. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a flash. Su Poman stood at the mountain gate, gazing at the massive dark silver flying boat in the sky. He took a deep breath, a green light emanating from his body, and leaped aboard. He was accompanied by disciples from various Taoist academies, all dressed in the attire of Liang sect disciples. After landing on the deck, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5, but no one approached him to speak. The sequenced disciples, all wearing crimson jade inlaid robes, stood out from the crowd, standing out like a sore thumb. Including him, there were 4 of them. At the easternmost side of the deck stood a slender, veiled woman in red. Another man, thin and handsome, carried a jet-black sword case, evidently a sword cultivator. He stood silently beside the red-dressed woman, his gaze fixed on the distant clouds, seemingly aloof from conversation. The last sequenced disciple, Zhou Fang, was the grandson of Zhou Lu, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. He was quite famous within the Liang sect. He had an unbridled appearance, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and long, tousled hair draped down his back. He sat cross-legged in a corner of the deck, apparently cultivating some secret technique. Ho-2 Foundation establishment stage spiritual pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The disciples looked up and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder. From the sky, a red tripod and a jade flute slowly descended. Su Poman peered intently and saw that the one wielding the red cauldron was Elder Jia Feng, who had previously presided over the immortal rank trial. The other was a beautiful woman, seemingly in her 40s, dressed in a pink palace dress. Fairy Bayu, I wonder why the sect master has asked you to oversee the 6-faction martial competition. It's a tough job, and the journey will take over 10 days, Jia Feng said with a genial smile, holding a purple fan. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and placed the emerald jade flute at her waist. The six-faction martial competition is a major event for the sect. Since Sect Master Chi has ordered it, I naturally have to take it on. Besides, I've had a plateau in my cultivation lately, so it's a good opportunity to relax. I heard that the dream-eating disaster a while ago caused considerable losses to the five-element sect. I wonder if our sect has any hope of winning the championship this time. Jia Feng gently waved his purple fan, which rested on the paunch. The woman in palace attire frowned and said calmly, "This matter is still somewhat difficult. I heard that the one with the heavenly yin body from the Yin Sha sect hasn't established his foundation yet, and the Brahma Sound sect seems to have found a disciple with Buddha nature. The competition for the top spot this time is more intense than ever." Chapter 205 The most beautiful girl in Liang sect. Fairy, you're right. It seems finishing in the top 3 this time would be a good result. While Jia Feng said this, he thought of the spirit boy who had appeared at the spiritual testing ceremony 2 years ago. If he could participate, he'd probably get a good result. Fellow Taoist Jia, now that everyone's here, let's activate the spirit boat and set off. Bai Yu glanced at the people on deck and spoke slowly. Jia Feng nodded and telegraphed to the deacon disciples inside the cabin. Departure. Target, Southern Spirit Continent, the Five-Element Sect's Mountain Gate, as ordered by the Elder. Activate the spirit boat. Target, Southern Spirit Continent, the Five-Element Sect's Mountain Gate. Ear echoed from within the cabin, drawing the attention of the disciples on deck. Buzz! The enormous dark silver flying boat vibrated gently, then soared upwards, like a hawk, breaking through the clouds and soaring high into the sky. The sun shone brightly above the clouds, perfect for practicing the scorching sun technique. Many disciples seized this opportunity to sit on the deck and inhale spiritual energy, seizing the moment to improve their cultivation. Others leaned over the railings, admiring the scenery and chatting with one another. The two elders exchanged pleasantries on deck for a moment before returning to their respective rooms. After the elders left, the atmosphere on deck became more lively, and the sounds of discussion gradually grew louder. Because the other side was obscured by the young man behind her, she has a truly remarkable figure, with a slender waist, and a semicircular arc visible from behind. Her breasts appear to be quite large and well-shaped. Her skin is also translucent and crystal clear, and the skin on her back is truly well-maintained. And below, oh, indescribable, in one word. Her legs are long and smooth, perfectly round and firm. She is truly a stunner. No wonder she is called the most beautiful woman in the Liang sect. Su Poman, thanks to his supervision, saw it more clearly than the others. He wasn't a perverted pervert, but rather an appreciative artist, with no evil intentions. It was like a certain open-minded country on Blue Star holding a body art exhibition. When Nuwa created humans, inspired by the Great Dao, she molded the human form into a form close to the Great Dao. Therefore, humans are the beings closest to the Dao and are naturally gifted with the advantage of enlightenment during cultivation. Therefore, many demon cultivators choose to transform into human form. Life is full of myriad forms, with differences in beauty and ugliness, height and weight, which perfectly corresponds to the ever-changing nature of the Great Dao. Am I being lustful? No. Anyone who says I'm lustful is too shallow, their knowledge only at the first level. I'm clearly observing the Great Dao, experiencing the myriad forms of life. Besides, beautiful women are a delight to the eyes, and might even be beneficial to my supervision. Su Poman thought to himself, slowly moving his feet to a better position to continue observing. At this moment, a cold gaze caught his attention. Su Poman turned his head and saw the young man carrying a black sword case, gazing at him with a sullen expression. Su Poman, his face calm and his heart calm, tossed his sleeves in a pretentious manner, his gaze gazing into the distant sky, as if admiring the clouds drifting on the horizon. Damn, is this guy born in the year of the dog? He's so protective of his food, he can't even look at it. HMPH, Zhang Kang snorted, retracting his gaze. Su Poman felt a slight toothache. Glancing at Zhang Kang's languid appearance, he couldn't help but mutter, "Stop pretending. You're just a liquor. In the end, you'll be left with nothing." Though the voice was low, the cultivators present were all present, and many of them picked up on the powerful words. Even Ling Xingsu, standing at the railing admiring the view, couldn't help but shudder, turning back in surprise. Those were a pair of autumn water eyes, shrouded in the beauty of 1,000 peach blossoms. A perky nose, a picturesque brow, and a slightly surprised expression against the vibrant clouds behind her made the many males present breathe harder. Her beauty was breathtaking, captivating. Ah! I'm dead, a male disciple wailed, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground, as if struck down by some powerful magical weapon. Several female disciples present expressed envy and admiration. If they could possess such beauty, they would gladly have their lives shortened by 20 years. Su Poman felt his heart skip a beat, as his superhuman body seemed to be inexplicably drawn to something. You are looking for death, Zhang Kang roared in fury. The next moment, a jet-black, dark iron flying sword swished from its sheath with a clang, transforming into a streak of light that pierced Su Poman's face. This man had no regard for the situation and attacked directly. Before anyone could even gasp, the shimmering jet-black sword had already reached Su Poman's chest. Stop! A wave of spiritual pressure surged, and a short, stocky figure appeared before Su Poman like a phantom. He blocked the attack with a powerful hand of spiritual energy. Zhang Kang, you're so bold. You dare to use sword control on this spiritual boat? If you disrupt the formation, all the disciples on this boat will be buried with you, Jia Feng shouted coldly. Zhang Kang glared at Su Poman fiercely, then said sternly, Elder Jia, since I've taken action, I'm naturally confident I won't disrupt the formation on the spirit boat. Don't think your grandfather, an elder of the Upper Taoist Academy, can act recklessly. If there's a next time, I'll teach you a lesson. I'm sure your grandfather won't say anything even if he finds out, Jia Feng snorted coldly, and spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from his body, pressing down on him. Zhang Kang's face paled, but he maintained a stubborn expression. He provoked me first. Why didn't you ask me why I attacked, Zhang Kang? Have you forgotten the sex rules? On this spirit boat, no matter the reason, you can't cast spells or engage in violent confrontation. If you have any problems, you can come to me, Jia Feng said with a frown. Zhang Kang curled his lips in disapproval, looking up at the sky, a hint of dissatisfaction still on his face. Tisk, both of you come with me, Jia Feng licked his teeth. Sensing a delicate situation. One was the elder's grandson, the other a direct disciple of his mentor. If not handled properly, it could lead to misunderstandings and irreconcilable conflict between the two. He waved his purple fan and turned to head back into the cabin. Chapter 206 Mediation. Su Poman glanced at Zhang Kang, and seeing he was still standing there, he followed him. The corridor walls were inlaid with silver-threaded soft grass, the scent of this spiritual herb so subtle and calming. On either side were the small rooms where the disciples lived. At the end of the corridor were the elders' quarters, where several spacious, ornately decorated rooms were provided for the elders' rest. Once the door opened, it remained open, and Su Poman followed Jia Feng inside. Soon, Zhang Kang, a sullen face, slowly followed, his gaze filled with hostility. Jia Feng, hands clasped behind his back, walked over to a rattan chair and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the door slowly closed. Tell me, what's going on between you two? Jia Feng asked, sheathing his purple fan and pouring himself a cup of tea imbued with spiritual energy. Su Poman coughed lightly and said sternly, Elder Jia, I was just sitting there peacefully on deck when this guy attacked me like a madman. I don't know what's going on, so why don't you ask this junior brother, you? Zhang Kang pointed a finger at Su Poman's nose, shaking with anger. He then flung his arm away, looking away, and said coldly, this guy insulted me on deck, so it's only natural for me to teach him a lesson. Then, junior brother, what did I say to you? Su Poman asked with a half smile, then his smile faded, his eyes icy as he spoke. I have to remind you, I hate it most when someone points a finger at me. I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, I'll rip your arm off. A chilling murderous aura suddenly filled the room, then vanished just as quickly. It was the terrifying murderous intent accumulated from slaughtering hundreds of masters of his level, even surpassing his level by defeating Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators. Even Jia Feng felt a piercing chill in that instant, as if he had seen a sea of blood and corpses. Zhang Kang was about to raise his arm in defiance, but the sudden murderous aura frightened him. He withdrew his arm, then suddenly realized what was happening and angrily shouted, You brat, don't let me meet you at a martial arts competition. Su Poman's light laughter made Zhang Kang feel like he had punched the air, feeling extremely frustrated. Jia Feng frowned, unable to make sense of the conflict between the two of them. He took a sip of the tea from his cup and said slowly, Let's end this matter here. The two of you stop fooling around on the spirit boat. You're just making a fool of yourself. Return to your rooms and practice. Don't come out until you reach Southern Spirit Continent. Why? Zhang Kang was about to retort, but Jia Feng snorted coldly and glared at him, his mustache curling slightly on his fat face, giving him a rather imposing look. Yes, Elder Jia. Zhang Kang knew he was no match for his opponent, and his momentum weakened, so he had no choice but to bow and obey. Su Poman knew he should quit while he was ahead, so he bowed slightly and said, Elder Jia, if there is nothing else, I will go back to my room. Don't go yet, I have something to tell you. Jia Feng extended his fat hand and beckoned. After Zhang Kang left, the door closed again, and only the two of them were left in the room, facing each other. Sit down. Jia Feng waved his hand, and a rattan chair of the same size fell behind Su Poman. Su Poman didn't hesitate and sat down directly. I wonder what advice Elder Jia has for keeping me here. Jia Feng smiled slightly, and the serious expression on his face as an elder of the Liang sect disappeared, becoming amiable. Junior brother Su, Lord Ouyang is half my master. My weapon refining skills have reached their current level thanks to his guidance. So you don't have to treat me as an outsider. I've left you here alone to ask if you've been wronged in the sect recently. If any Foundation establishment elders are deliberately causing trouble for you and fabricating excuses to deprive you of your sequence disciple status, you can come directly to Qiang Peak to find me. I will intervene and resolve the issue for you, Jia Feng said seriously. Su Poman smiled at his words and waved his hand. Elder Jia, I've been doing well in the sect recently, and no one has bothered me. Thank you for your concern. Yes, Jia Feng nodded. That's good. If anyone uses the elders to cause trouble for you in the future, feel free to come find me. Here's a token for you. When the time comes, you can use it to send Qiang Peak directly. No one will stop you. Thank you. Su Poman accepted the token and placed it in his storage bag. Lord Yang hasn't been home for several months. I don't know how he is doing. I hope he can come back safely. Jia Feng walked to the porthole inside. Then he turned and looked at Su Poman. My original intention was to avoid the two of you meeting and causing trouble. Since Zhang Kang has been under house arrest, you don't have to stay in the room deliberately. You can go out for some fresh air and relax, but don't cause trouble for Zhang Kang. That kid has his grandfather's temper. He is stubborn and stubborn. By the way, what was the conflict between you two? Jealousy? Not really. I just took a second look at Ling Xingsu. When he found out, he threatened me with a dark face. Haha. I don't like being threatened, so I whispered a few words to him. I didn't expect him to react so strongly, Su Poman said helplessly. Ling Xingsu, Jia Feng's face flickered with realization, a playful smile playing on his lips. No wonder. That little girl is truly quite pretty, and anyone who sees her can't help but take a second look. It's not your fault. That Zhang family kid has had his eye on her for a long time, following her everywhere, forbidding any other man to approach her. Sadly, it seems the opposite has happened, and he hasn't won her heart. What a lickspittle. Su Poman's face lit up with disdain. He despised such people from the bottom of his heart. They weren't even his own, yet they were like wolfhounds guarding their food, refusing to even let anyone look at them. They thought they were so powerful that everyone should give in, but they were actually just fools. The two chatted in the room for a while longer, and after 2 cups of tea, Su Poman took his leave. Humming a little tune, he walked down the long corridor and returned to the deck. A quick glance caught sight of the stunningly beautiful woman, standing alone, leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance. Although Zhang Kang wasn't present at the moment, Ling Xingsu's aura was icy, like an iceberg. She exuded an air of indifference, leaving the male disciples without the courage to even approach her, and could only surreptitiously gaze. Wow, that figure is absolutely stunning. Su Poman's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but twitch his Adam's apple. His supervision revealed that devilish figure before him, as if she were completely naked, even the tiniest red mole on her skin was clearly visible. She'd totally crush any Overwatch girl. This is such a gem, you absolutely can't miss her if you pass by. With a light cough, Su Poman walked over without hesitation. Chapter 207 Mr. Su. Su Poman gradually approached, one step at a time, and his refreshing body fragrance gradually became stronger. The surrounding males suddenly widened their eyes and looked over here. That guy actually went to Senior Sister Ling. What does he want to do? Is he trying to pursue Senior Sister Ling? Oh my, draw your swords. The hatred of stealing your wife is irreconcilable. Go ahead, junior brother. I'll cheer for you later. Forget it. I heard that Uncle Su just dealt with several patrol brothers a while ago. I'm sure I can't beat him. I hope Senior Sister Ling can persuade him to retreat mercilessly. Senior Brother Zhang Kang is not here. This is indeed a good opportunity to get close to Senior Sister Ling. However, if Senior Brother Zhang finds out later, he will definitely bear a grudge against him. Ling Xingsu seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to see Su Poman standing beside her, his hands on the railing, looking into the distance. As expected, this spot offers the best view, Su Poman said with a smile, turning around and saying, "Greetings, Senior Sister Ling. I'd like to stay here and watch the clouds for a while. Do you mind?" Ling Xingsu's expression remained unchanged. She nodded gently, saying nothing, then turned her head and gazed into the distance again. Su Poman smiled faintly but remained silent. He knew that with a girl of such a distant nature, he absolutely couldn't pursue her relentlessly from the start. That would backfire. In fact, Ling Xingsu had initially assumed that Su Poman was some playboy obsessed with her looks, ready to try every possible way to please her after getting close. But she was somewhat surprised to find that he had simply stared into the distance since arriving, seemingly showing no interest in her at all. Perhaps he really is just here to watch the clouds. Ling Xingsu relaxed a little, her vigilance lowered considerably. The spirit boat sped through the sky, the scenery on either side rapidly receding. Clouds filled the air all around, transforming into colorful shadows under the sunlight. Many of the clouds were rendered a pale golden color, making everyone feel as if they were standing in a painting. The two stood side by side, quietly admiring the magnificent beauty of the world, without saying a word. As time passed, Ling Xingsu almost forgot that there was a stranger of the opposite sex standing next to her. In the evening, under the afterglow of the setting sun, most of the clouds appeared dark red, but in an area to the south, a large area of purple clouds appeared. When the purple clouds appeared, they caught Ling Xingsu's attention. She tilted her head, her eyes seemed to be filled with a bright brilliance, and glanced over Su Poman's figure in that direction. "How beautiful," she exclaimed in her low voice. Su Poman nodded, and replied as if subconsciously, "Yes, Zixia is very beautiful, just like the purple-eyed fairy gauze that Fairy Zixia wove on the golden crown of the Maori Star Lord." Fairy Zixia. Ling Xingsu's face showed doubt. Her eyes fell on Su Poman's face and she asked curiously, "Which sect is she from? Is the Maori Star Lord her Taoist partner?" Looking at the beautiful face so close, Su Poman couldn't help but be distracted for a moment, then he chuckled and explained, "Fairy Zixia is a fairy from the fairy world. Her Taoist partner is not the Maori Star Lord, but a monkey. Fairy Zixia actually likes a monkey." Ling Xingsu's face was even more confused. She couldn't help but ask, "Is that monkey a monster? It can actually be favored by the fairies in the fairy world. I'm afraid it has some origins." I've taken the bait. Su Poman showed an enigmatic smile on his face and said, "Senior Sister Ling is really smart. That monkey is indeed extraordinary. It is the Monkey King who fights against heaven and earth, the great sage equaling heaven." What an arrogant title. Ling Xingsu's eyes froze for a moment, as if stunned by the title. "Alice," Su Poman sighed, "what a pity. That monkey lost his memory, and Fairy Zixia died in his arms." It was a truly poignant love story. Ling Xingsu's curiosity was now even greater, as if a cat's claws were constantly scratching at her heart, eager to know the whole story. Ahem, it's said that 500 years ago, Fairy Zixia was a wick in the Buddha's lamp. Simple and persistent, obsessed with love, she envied only the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Desperately descending to the mortal world to find her true love, Su Poman began slowly, his voice deep. "Can a wick transform? Who is the Buddha? An immortal emperor?" Ling Xingsu's confusion deepened, but it didn't stop her from continuing to listen, gradually drawn in by the story. When Fairy Zixia descended to the mortal world, she brought with her a purple-green sword, enchanted to reveal whoever could draw it, her beloved. That monkey, on the other hand, made a grave mistake, kidnapping a Buddhist pilgrim on his journey and even attempting to share the Tang monk's flesh with a bull demon king, angering Guanyin Bodhisattva. As Su Poman continued his narration, a large crowd gathered around him, listening intently, completely captivated by the dreamlike plot. Su Poman's storytelling became increasingly fluent. In his super brain mode, he could clearly recall every frame, resulting in a vivid description. The characters from a Chinese odyssey came alive before the audience. The golden crow sets in the west, the moon rabbit rises in the east. Under the cool, silvery moonlight, the dark silver spirit boat seemed to blend seamlessly with the moonlight. On the deck, surrounded by the crowd, Su Poman spoke eloquently and gradually got into the story. At this time, he had already come to the last scene. In the wind and sand of dusk, the sunset warrior stood on the city wall. Opposite was a woman who looked exactly like the Zixa fairy. They looked at each other. At this time, Sun Wukong's soul left his body, and the reincarnation of Zizunbeo suddenly shuddered and walked towards the woman fearlessly. That person looks so weird, I saw it too, he looks like a dog. Snap! Su Poman slapped the armrest, waking up everyone who was immersed in the story. From then on, Sun Wukong embarked on the journey to the west to obtain scriptures. A few rays of moonlight, a Buddhist mantra, disturbed his heartstrings, and then he put on the tight hoop, and realized that in the past, he had never suffered enlightenment. Why did the two of them end up like this? Woo woo woo. A sentimental female disciple couldn't help but quietly sob, sighing as she cried, my crush is an unparalleled hero. One day he'll come to marry me on a rainbow cloud. I guessed the beginning, but I couldn't guess the ending. It's so sad. They were so in love, why couldn't the gods and Buddhas prevent them from being together? That girl left a tear in my heart. I can totally feel how sad she was at that time. It was so heartbreaking. I don't know what happened to Miss Jingjing. I think Bai Jingjing is not bad either. Chapter 208 Getting Better. There was once a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. That was a very good saying. If any senior brother would say that to me, I would marry him without hesitation. Come on, junior brother Liu, you are a man too. How can you get married? Ha ha ha, just kidding. It's just that the Tang monk in the story is quite funny. Humans have their mothers, monsters have their mothers, and he even drove a bull monster crazy. Next time I meet a monster, I will also greet him like this. Everyone couldn't help but discuss it enthusiastically. Ling Xingsu's eyes were red. Obviously she was moved by this sad and beautiful love story. She blinked and looked at Su Poman, who was surrounded by the crowd in the middle. Thinking of the Monkey King in the story, her heart couldn't help but ripple. I really don't know what's wrong with his head. He can actually make up such a beautiful story. Who will be my future lover? I hope I can also be a peerless hero riding a colorful cloud. In the past, Ling Xingsu had no clear understanding of the relationship between men and women. She had lived within the Liang sect since childhood, and the only books she had access to were those tales of Jianghu legends, mostly cliched stories of scholarly men and wealthy ladies. These stories struck her as childish, vulgar, and difficult to relate to. But today, the story of the love between an immortal and a demon had deeply touched Ling Xingsu's heart, leaving her with an inexplicable yearning for the ethereal realm of love. Girls often experience love, either because the time hasn't arrived or the right person hasn't appeared. The disciples who heard the story sighed deeply, and Su Poman, the narrator, became an object of admiration. Master Su, where did you hear this story? It's so touching. Do you have any similar stories? Tell us another one. A rather pretty female disciple approached Su Poman and asked expectantly. Su Poman touched his nose, grinned, and casually explained, I've heard many strange stories in the marketplace, but it's getting late now. I can tell you another story tomorrow. Su Poman understood the importance of excess, so he didn't tell too much all at once. This one story was enough for everyone to savor for a long time. Wow, that's great, Junior Master, the female disciple said joyfully, looking at Su Poman with a hint of agitation, clearly inspired by the story and aroused by the budding of love. Ling Xingsu noticed this and felt a strange sense of discomfort and a faint sense of crisis. After all, this story was originally told to her alone, but now she had to share it with others. A male disciple stood up, bowed to Su Poman, and asked with a smile, Uncle Su, can you tell us the story of the Monkey King tomorrow? From the story you just told about the Zixa fairy, it seems that this demon is extremely powerful. He was able to cause havoc in the heavenly palace and even defeated the bull demon king, the Monkey King. Just hearing the name is so impressive. Most of these Liang sect disciples grew up in the sect, focusing solely on cultivation and not having much entertainment. They were very interested in such novel stories. Okay, Su Poman smiled and nodded, then said loudly to the gathered crowd, it's getting late. I'll return to my cabin to rest. Take care everyone. As he spoke, he spun around and bowed to everyone, finally stopping at Ling Xingsu and nodding with a smile. A touch of affection passed silently through their eyes. Ling Xingsu didn't understand what that look meant, but strangely, she nodded along, feeling a sweet sensation deep within her. Su Poman turned decisively, without a trace of lingering affection, and slowly walked into the corridor, leaving everyone with a graceful back. I didn't expect Master Su to be so talented. He actually has the potential to be a storyteller. Yes, not many people could tell stories so vividly. It felt like seeing it with their own eyes. It was truly divine. Exactly, absolutely. If Master Su were still among the common people, with such talent, he would have never worried about wealth and status. Wherever he went, he would be addressed as Master Su. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Ling Xingsu felt a strange surge of anticipation. With graceful steps and a slender waist, she left the deck. As Ling Xingsu left, the male disciples on deck suddenly lost interest in staying and returned to their rooms. The next morning, there were many people on the deck waiting eagerly. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and in between chatting, they would occasionally glance at the corridor entrance. Why hasn't Master Su come yet? I spent the whole night thinking over the story of Fairy Zixa, and the more I thought about it, the more touching it became. You're not so bad. I had a dream. I dreamed that a bull demon king stabbed me with an iron fork, and I held the moonlight box and shouted Prajna Paramita all night until my voice became hoarse. Moonlight box? I didn't notice it before. This magic weapon in the story is really abnormal. It can even take people back to the past. I'm afraid that the legendary immortal weapon doesn't have this kind of power. I'm looking forward to it more and more. I wonder if Master Su will tell us the story of the Monkey King today. I'm looking forward to it too. I didn't fall asleep last night, just waiting to listen to Master Su's story today. Time is really unbearable. Su Poman was sitting upright in his room at this time, his lower eyelids emitting a bright light. His eyes penetrated the layers of formations and partitions and saw Ling Xingsu about to push the door. Now, Su Poman's eyes fixed, and he quickly stood up and pushed the door open to go out. In the long corridor, the 2 doors opened almost at the same time, and for a moment, the 2 people's eyes met. How could it be such a coincidence? Ling Xingsu was slightly surprised, and she thought to herself, could this be the legendary fate? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her beautiful face, and she quickly looked away. What a coincidence, Senior Sister Ling, we are really destined. We can go out at the same time. Su Poman smiled slightly and said shamelessly. Hearing this, Ling Xingsu's blush on her face quickly expanded to the roots of her ears, and even her fair and creamy neck showed a layer of pink red. It should be a coincidence. Junior brother Su, are you going to the deck to tell stories today? Ling Xingsu tried to suppress the shame and anger in her heart, and asked in a calm tone. Su Poman nodded, smiling calmly. Yes, those nephews are so enthusiastic, it's hard to refuse their kindness. Senior Sister Ling, why don't you go and show your support? Okay, Ling Xingsu nodded, then hurried out of the corridor as if fleeing, as if deliberately putting distance between her and Su Poman, as if they were having an affair in a hotel. The 2 of them arrived on the deck one after the other, causing quite a commotion. Wow, Senior Sister Ling is so beautiful, it's like I've fallen in love. Don't help me, I'm going to die, a male disciple wailed softly, clutching his chest. Another round-faced young man suddenly widened his eyes, pulled the infatuated male disciple next to him and said seriously, did you notice? Senior Sister Ling's face is a little red. Really? Let me see. The male disciple immediately sat up straight, looked at her seriously for a moment, then his expression changed, and he couldn't help exclaiming, oh my god, she is really blushing. Who made her do this? Oh my god, I want to duel with him. Don't be silly. You can't control a woman like Senior Sister Ling. The round-faced young man eyed her mercilessly. Chapter 209 Journey to the West. Look, Uncle Su is here. Mr. Su is finally here. I washed my ears early this morning, just waiting to listen to his stories. Move aside, I want to sit in the front row. Uncle Su is so handsome, and so young and promising. I wonder if he has a Taoist partner now. When everyone saw Su Poman, they immediately gathered around him. Some saluted, some took seats. For a moment, the deck was bustling with activity. Su Poman slowly walked through the crowd and came to the side of Ling Xingsu. After he stood still, he slowly said, my fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. Today we will talk about the life of the Monkey King. Snap! Su Poman slapped the armrest behind him, making a crisp sound, like a gavel, which instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators. It is said that Pangu created the world. The 3 sovereigns ruled the world, the 5 emperors established the laws, and the world was divided into 4 continents, Dongsheng Shen's Hao, Xinyu has Hao, Nens Hanba's Hao, and Bijula's Hao. In Dongsheng Shen's Hao, there is a country overseas, named Aole. The country is close to the sea, and there is a mountain in the sea, called Huaguo Mountain. This mountain is the ancestor of the 10 continents and the origin of the 3 islands. It has been established since the separation of clear and turbid, and was formed after the separation of primordial chaos. As soon as this was said, the deck instantly became quiet. Even if there was communication, it was limited to the transmission of telepathy. The surroundings were quiet, and many people squinted their eyes, sketching out a picture of a brand new world in their minds. Pangu created the world. What a grand gesture. Who is Pangu? And who are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Could it be a fabricated fantasy? Dongsheng Shen's Hao? Haha, our Liang sect is in Dongsheng's Hao. This is so immersive. That's right, our spirit boat is flying to Nanling's Hao. Doesn't that correspond to Nantianba's Hao? Interesting, the ancestral vein of the 10 continents? Then this flower fruit mountain is truly miraculous. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on this mountain must be incredibly rich. Familiar cultivators frequently communicated with each other through their spiritual senses, enjoying the joy of connecting and sharing with one another. As the story unfolded, everyone gradually fell into a state of fascination, each one sitting motionless, as if under a spell of immobilization, without making a single sound. With the passing of the old monkey, the stone monkey decided to become a disciple. With the help of his monkey descendants, he built a raft and embarked on a solo journey in search of immortality. The other cultivators were deeply impressed by the stone monkey's aspirations for enlightenment. After all, the ocean was far too dangerous for a mortal monkey. If not for a chance, he would have surely faced certain death. As the plot unfolded, the stone monkey, following the woodcutter's guidance, finally found his destiny and began his cultivation. Spiritual platform, square inch mountain, slanting moon, 3 stars cave. What strange names. It must be an immortal sect. I wonder what rank it's at, but it sounds promising. I wonder what kind of skills it could teach the stone monkey. The crowd, captivated by the plot, was filled with wonder when they heard that the technique taught by Patriarch Bodhi could lead directly to the immortal realm. The great celestial immortal secret? And one has to avoid the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations? Could it be similar to the thunder tribulations we cultivators endure? How enviable this monkey is. He stumbled upon an immortal technique. He's blessed by nature. This stone monkey is truly extraordinary. Su Poman recounted his story from dawn until dusk, leaving everyone spellbound, captivated by the myriad plots of Journey to the West. He taught the secrets in the middle of the night, mastered the immortal secrets, and gained the 72 transformations, including the soaring power of the somersault cloud. However, for flaunting his abilities in front of his fellow disciples, he was expelled from the mountain by Patriarch Bodhi. Returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, he infiltrated the Dragon Palace, seized the Dinghe Shenzhen, and the armor gifted by the Dragon King. From then on, a Monkey King, clad in golden chainmail armor, a phoenix wing purple gold crown, lotus silk cloud walking boots, a defiant gaze, and wielding the Ruai golden cudgel, came to life before everyone's eyes. Later, his soul was summoned by the underworld and forced to reveal the Book of Life and Death. The Dragon King and the King of Hell jointly petitioned the gods to capture Sun Wukong, but Tebe Jinxing persuaded him to resign and instead recruited him as a horse keeper. The setting of the Dragon Palace and the underworld was a refreshing change for the cultivators, who had never heard of such institutions in this world, one governing the oceans, the other presiding over the lifespan and reincarnation of all living beings. Later, he, known as the Equal Heaven, caused a disturbance in the Heavenly Palace, decimating 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, leaving them scattered and disarmed. By the time the story reached this point, the sky was darkening, approaching dusk. Su Poman slapped the armrest again, bringing everyone's thoughts back to the present moment. To know what happened next, please listen to the next episode. Uncle Su, it's not late yet, please tell me a little more. Yes, Uncle Su, tell me a little more. What happened to Sun Wukong in the end? Did he ascend to the Supreme Heaven Palace and become the Jade Emperor? I'm so itchy, I want to know what happened next. The crowd pleaded earnestly, many scratching their heads anxiously, clearly upset by the interruption here. It felt like she was about to reach climax, but suddenly died. The pain was imaginable. Su Poman shook his head firmly and explained, fellow Daoists, this story will continue tomorrow. I have things to do. Alright, since Uncle Su has said so, let's wait until tomorrow to listen. Everyone, disperse. Uncle Su has been telling me stories all day. He deserves a break. That's right, Uncle Su. I'll be back tomorrow. You must come." Then Zhou Feng, who had been squatting in the corner, slowly stood up and walked through the crowd of cultivators into the corridor. With his back to the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, "The great sage equaling heaven, what a majestic name." After the cultivators dispersed, a solemn silence fell on the deck. Su Poman turned and looked out beyond the spirit boat. The sun was setting, filling the sky with a fading glow. A variety of light and shadows intertwined to form a breathtaking painting. Ling Xingsu looked at Su Poman's profile and asked curiously, "Junior brother Su, we still have a lot of time, why don't you continue?" "Because," Su Poman's lips curled slightly, "I don't do anything when I watch the sunset. Ha ha ha, I give myself a 99 for this pretense." Su Poman laughed wildly inwardly, but outwardly, he remained calm and composed, still silently gazing at the distant clouds, as if the peerless beauty beside him didn't exist. Ling Xingsu was startled by his words, as if they had some magical power, causing a sudden jolt to her heart. When she tried to follow them, she found nothing. "I don't do anything when I watch the sunset." What a strange man. What's going on in his mind? Ling Xingsu stared at that handsome profile, stunned for a moment, as if lost in thought, or perhaps distracted. All I saw, under the setting sun, that high nose, skin as translucent as jade, sword-like eyebrows slanting into the few strands of black hair falling at the temples, and that deep gaze, as if hidden within a myriad of mysteries. His entire being seemed to shimmer, even the sunlight shining on him dimmed slightly compared to other parts of his body. "What's wrong with me?" Ling Xingsu quickly shook her head and looked away, but deep down, a demonic voice seemed to be calling her, making her want to turn her head to look at the man beside her. But she didn't dare. What if he finds out? Oh, how shameful. "Ling Xingsu, what's wrong with you? Calm down, you must calm down." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Zuxian. Su Poman noticed something strange around him and slowly turned around, gazing at Ling Xingsu. He asked, "Senior Sister Ling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Those eyes, pure and clear, contained the spirit of heaven and earth, pure and unfathomable. Ling Xingsu was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and said, "No, it's okay. I'll be back first. Junior brother Su, you can take your time here and watch." With that, Ling Xingsu hurried away, as if she had something urgent to do. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only tricks can win people's hearts. Su Poman watched Ling Xingsu walk away, a faint smile playing on his face. For the next few days, Su Poman recounted stories to the group on deck, from the havoc in heaven to the 9981 tribulations, culminating in their enlightenment and the title of Fighting and Victory Buddha. It began in the morning and lasted until dusk. Then, it was time to admire the sunset and flirt with Ling Xingsu beside him. Time flew by, and the monks were enthralled by the story. After finishing his journey to the west retelling, Su Poman recounted the story of the legendary Zuxian. The scene of Biao's death brought tears to the eyes of the female monks present, while the male monks beat their chests and wailed, expressing immense pain. Even Zhou Feng, as aloof as he was, had tears in his eyes as he approached, emotionally threatening Su Poman to resurrect Biao. Su Poman, naturally unbowed, continued his course, ignoring the mournful crowd, and finished the rest of the story according to the original text. A gentle breeze blew, and the bells under the eaves rang. The hem of a green garment fluttered gently, as if smiling. The crisp chimes, carried by the wind, drifted upward, echoing between heaven and earth. Snap, a muffled sound echoed. This concludes the story of the legendary Zuxian. I hope you all enjoyed it. Su Poman, gazing at the resentful eyes below, gave a wry smile of resignation. Biao wasn't resurrected, Uncle Su. Give me back my Biao? Wow, what a touching story. 3 lives in 7 lifetimes, eternal damnation, all for love, never regretting even in death. Biao is truly pitiful. Luzuki is also very beautiful. Although the ending isn't perfect, it's very moving. Inside the cabin, a beautiful woman in palace attire had red eyes, looking on the verge of tears. She sighed, choked slightly, and gazed out the porthole. Biao is truly a remarkable woman. By now, the spirit boat had entered the territory of Southern Spirit Continent, only half a day's journey from the five-element sex mountain gate. Fairy Bayou calmed herself, used her spiritual energy to evaporate her tears, and slowly left the room. Disciples, listen up. We will arrive at the five-element sex mountain gate in 3 hours. Regain your strength and cheer up for me. Don't let the cultivators from other sects laugh at us. Elder Jia Feng, after emerging from seclusion, noticed the disciples' strange state and couldn't help but warn them. What's wrong with these little ones? Why do they all look like they've lost a loved one? He'd been practicing in seclusion all day, oblivious to any unusual activity outside, and even less aware of Su Poman's story. Just then, Bayou emerged from the passageway. She glanced at Su Poman, who was standing at the easternmost point, a look of surprise in her eyes. Is that the story of the Zhu Xian romance really that he told? It's abhorrent. It made me cry so much. It's been years, and I haven't felt this emotionally shaken. Jia Feng noticed Bayou's unusual expression and felt a sense of unease. He quickly asked, Fairy Bayou, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Fairy Bayou waved her hand. She certainly wouldn't admit to having spent days in the cabin eavesdropping on the story using the formation. After Elder Jia's reminder, the cultivators perked up, shifting their focus from the previous story to the upcoming six-sex martial competition. We're almost there. I wonder what the gate of the Five Elements sect, one of the three major sects along with the Liang sect, will look like. In this six-sect martial arts meet, without the Blood Goose sect at the bottom, we can only be called three sects. The Brahma Sound sect has produced a Buddhist disciple. I wonder what tricks the Ghost Spirit sect and the Zichuo sect have. If there are no amazing people, I'm afraid they will be ranked last. Actually, it's not so bad. Since the Blood Goose sect was destroyed, a large area of southern Xinjiang can be used as a divided resource. Even if we are ranked last, we can still get a lot of resources. Having said that, my Liang sect must compete for the top spot. Senior brother Zhou Feng has a profound cultivation base and has practiced many secret methods of the Dharma monastery. He will definitely shine in this martial arts meet. Senior brother Zhang Kang is not bad either. He is a master of sword control. I heard that his attack power on the sword testing stone has reached the level of the early foundation building stage. He's extremely powerful. His the attack power of a flying sword in the foundation building stage. With such strength, I'm afraid he will be in the top 3. Don't underestimate other sects. While sword cultivators may possess formidable offensive power, they also have fatal flaws. The Yinsha sect specializes in secret corpse control techniques, capable of controlling highly defensive corpses. If their offensive is blocked, they could be very dangerous. Ahem, enough talk. Senior brother Zhang is out. Two disciples were in the middle of a heated discussion when a handsome young man emerged from the corridor, carrying a black sword case. Zhang Kang had been confined to his cabin for over 10 days. Upon emerging, he immediately searched for Ling Xingsu, completely oblivious to the disciples' chatter about him. Suddenly, he spotted Ling Xingsu and Su Poman standing side by side, exchanging a few words, as the crowd gathered. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him. He took a few steps, directly in front of Su Poman, and stared at him coldly, without a word. Su Poman frowned, a hint of impatience as he asked, Junior brother Zhang, what are you doing here? What's going on? You, get out of here. Stay away from Xingsu, Zhang Kang said, his voice icy. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze, and the attention of all the cultivators present was drawn to this point. The two elders were also drawn to the dispute. Su Poman's smile faded, and he was about to say something when a jade arm suddenly stopped him. Ling Xingsu stepped forward, blocking him. With a serious face, she said, Junior brother Zhang, first of all, please respect yourself. My name is Ling Xingsu, and you are not allowed to call me Xingsu. Secondly, we are only fellow disciples. You have no right to drive those around me away. It may have been okay in the past, but I hope you will not interfere in my personal life in the future. Boom. Zhang Kang's mind went blank. He stared blankly at that beautiful yet icy face. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife, the pain so severe that he could hardly breathe. How could she do this to me? Chapter 211 The Secret Method of Five Elements Rotation. At that moment, for Zhang Kang, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. He walked away, his soul in a daze, his retreating figure a desolate and bleak one. His mind raced for a long time, and finally, Su Poman's face suddenly appeared in Zhang Kang's mind. and he felt a sense of vent for his resentment. For such a passionate person, having their love stolen would inevitably lead to an unending hatred. The people around him moved aside, as if sensing the suppressed rage within him. "It's all because of him." Zhang Kang suddenly stopped, without turning around, but turned his head and glanced at Su Poman with a wolfish gaze. His eyes were slightly red, filled with unwavering hatred. Su Poman sensed the murderous intent Zhang Kang was radiating towards him and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "If you attack, you will surely die. This kind of person has a mental problem." From the beginning, he has been obsessed with possessing others. Even if Su Poman didn't appear, he would eventually provoke Ling Xingxi's resentment and resistance. A person with such an unstable personality and mood was inherently dangerous, capable of doing anything dangerous at any moment. The moment Su Poman sensed his murderous intent, he had already sentenced him to death. If given the chance, he would personally eliminate this scourge. While Su Poman wasn't afraid of his tactics against him, he feared those around him would be implicated. He wasn't like the sanctimonious virgins in some novels, who, despite possessing the ability to eliminate a threat, would show compassion and ignore it, only to kill their loved ones in a rage. What's the point of revenge if the person is dead? While Su Poman wasn't a bad person, he didn't consider himself a morally virtuous person. Regarding this kind of threat, he always adhered to the principle of eradicating it completely, leaving no future troubles. The two elders had witnessed a dispute, but since it was a personal matter, they didn't feel comfortable interfering. The dark silver spirit boat sped through the sky. Upon entering southern spirit continent, the concentration of the five-element spiritual energy gradually increased. Unlike the Liang sect, which specializes exclusively in fire-attributed techniques, the five-element sect inherits five lineages, corresponding to the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each lineage possesses its own corresponding techniques, as well as the five elements rotation secret technique, which allows spiritual energy from a single attribute to activate spells of another, without significantly compromising their power. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the range of spell attributes that can be transformed. Generally speaking, disciples of the five-element sect in the key refining stage only cultivate spells of one attribute. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage do they have the energy to cultivate the five elements rotation secret technique, mastering spells of 2 or 3 attributes. Reaching the level of complete and endless rotation of all 5 elements requires only the Grand Elders of the core formation stage. Of course, some exceptionally gifted individuals are able to master spells of 2 or 3 attributes during the key refining stage, ultimately developing the 5 elements combined attack technique. This so-called 5 elements combined attack technique combines spells of 2 attributes, creating a power greater than the sum of their parts. For example, combining the wood element poison ivy entanglement with the fire flowing technique creates a powerful spell that both controls and inflicts significant damage, rivaling even ordinary mid-grade spells. The 5 Elements sect, descended from the creation sect of the 5th rank cultivation nation, was on the same level as the Purple Sun sect, the former parent of the Liang sect. Both sects were led by powerful cultivators in the fusion stage. However, after the unexpected destruction of the Purple Sun sect, the Liang sect was absorbed by its parent, the Hoary True sect, becoming a peripheral faction of the True sect. While the Hoary True sect was one of the most prominent sects among the 7th rank cultivation nation, the Liang sect, due to its low rank and lacking the ties of a 5th rank sect, was largely ignored, embroiled in a precarious situation. The disparity was evident in the previous incident involving the Dream Eater. The 5 Element sect sought help from the Creation sect and was granted a precious talisman capable of integrating into the Mountain Protection formation. However, the Fiery Sun sect only requested the intricately arranged True Sun separation formation. Further requests were met with no response. This suggests that the Fiery Sun sect has struggled in recent years, with its access to talent recommendations completely blocked. Compared to the other 2 major sects, it appears to be declining. Chi's AIU's ability to maintain control of East Saint Continent is the result of years of painstaking effort, which Shivan delayed his cultivation. While the other 2 sects masters have all reached the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, Chi's AIU has remained stagnant, stuck in the early Golden Core stage. The Yinsha sect, one of the 3 major sects in the Nanaiyu Kingdom's Immortal Cultivation world, is a subordinate of the Shi'an sect. In recent years, a prodigy possessing a unique spiritual body has emerged, and the Shi'an sect has granted them abundant cultivation resources. Once their heavenly yin body's foundation is complete, they will travel directly to the Shiyan sect in Waku Kingdom to continue their cultivation. The Yinsha sect will also receive numerous benefits, allowing them to cultivate more outstanding disciples. Elder Jia Feng felt a surge of anxiety whenever he thought of this. While the disciples on the deck were all highly skilled, they were still somewhat inferior to the other two major sects. Fortunately, the recent tree meeting disaster cost the Five Element sect many elite disciples, otherwise, the Liang sect would have struggled to maintain its top 3 position. Gazing at the swirling clouds, Elder Jia Feng gently waved his purple fan, his mind racing. Not long after, the spirit boat began to descend abruptly, breaking through the dense cloud layer and swooping towards the ground. Sensing the movement of the spirit boat, those waiting on the deck beamed with joy. We're finally here. We've been on the spirit boat for over 10 days. If it weren't for Uncle Su telling us stories, we'd be bored to death. Yes, we're finally here. I wonder what the Five Elements sect looks like? I'll have to explore it. I heard the Five Elements sect's market sells a material called Five Elements Stone, which is very helpful for practicing Five Elements magic. I'll buy a couple of pieces to try. As everyone chatted, they took in the scenery below the spirit boat. 2 massive mountains loomed, shaped like a camel's humps. At first, they seemed insignificant, but as the spirit boat approached, the outlines of the mountains gradually took shape, drawing exclamations of surprise from many disciples. Wow, those 2 towering mountains. Is the Five Element sect built atop them? This must be the legendary Hengdunliangai mountain. The entire Five Element sect is indeed situated atop these 2 mountains, but I didn't expect them to be so majestic. The spirit boat dived rapidly toward the ground for a moment before slowly slowing down and landing on a spacious platform constructed of dark blue rock. A humming sound echoed from the spirit boat's protective shield, resembling a water curtain, and then slowly vanished. Seeing this, the disciples leaped off the spirit boat. Chapter 212 Five Elements Sect. To the east of the stone platform lay a broad mountain stream, lushly covered with lush green trees. A river, like a jade belt, flowed beneath it, its winding course stretching to infinity. A spring breeze caressed the leaves in the forests on both sides, and the clear water gurgled in the stream. Small red flowers blossomed everywhere, and green ivy clung to branches, ready to be picked. A spirited ape flew across the branches, startling a flock of wild ducks. This spacious stone platform was built at the foot of a mountain. To the west, towering Hengdunliangai mountain, tumbling into the clouds, loomed. From afar, the mountain seemed level with the heavens. Its lush greenery and cascading waterfalls resembled the Milky Way, shrouded by an invisible formation, creating a mysterious and magnificent scene. As everyone surveyed the area, they marveled at the grandeur of the scenery, a scene so completely unlike that of the Liang sect. Jia Feng piloted his magical instrument and flew to the mountain gate. Impeded by the formation, he retrieved a sound transmission talisman, muttered a few words, then gently twisted it, transforming into a streak of fire and soaring into the formation. Soon, a massive breach opened in the protective formation, revealing a vast, 5-colored mountain gate that stretched from heaven to earth. From the gate, a group of cultivators dressed in jade-colored attire emerged with smiles. Leading the way were 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators, a ruddy, skinny old man and a beautiful woman with gentle features. Welcome, fellow Daoists from the Liang sect, fellow Daoist Jia, long time no see. It's been over 10 years since we last met. I've been deeply immersed in the art of refining, and I'd love to share some insights with you, the ruddy-faced old man said enthusiastically. Dao, it's been years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit, haha. Dao Jia is not bad either. Are those behind you all disciples from your sect? Yes, that's right. They're all disciples of my Liang sect. Not bad, not bad. Each and every one of them is a talented and beautiful woman. It looks like they'll make a splash in this martial arts competition. You're too kind. They're just useless juniors who need some polishing. Another beautiful woman looked behind her and, upon seeing Baiyu, quickly waved her jade arms and called out, her face flushed, Sister Baiyu, Sister Yao Qing. Fairy Baiyu's eyes lit up as she hurried forward, affectionately grasping her arm. Sister Baiyu, you're finally here. I've been waiting at the mountain gate every day since I received your spiritual letter. I'm so glad you're here today. Yao Qing had a tiny mole at the corner of her mouth, and her tone was as gentle as that of a woman from a Jiangnan water village. Her eyes were filled with excitement, clearly indicating a deep friendship between them. After the four elders exchanged pleasantries for a while, everyone followed their instructions and entered the five-element sect. Upon entering the mountain gate, the four Foundation establishment elders, wielding their magical instruments, headed directly to the reception room, where they were to receive a lavish reception. Meanwhile, Su Poman and the others, led by a five-element sect disciple, ascended the winding mountain ladder to the accommodations arranged for them. Fellow Daoists, that area is our five-element sect's market and trading district. If you have some free time, you might want to check it out. You'll find quite a few good finds. A tall five-element sect disciple smiled, pointing to a large area of low-rise buildings. His gaze occasionally flickered across Ling Xingsu's face, a flicker of admiration and greed in his eyes. This man was a distinguished presence. Since he was assigned to greet everyone, he must be a highly accomplished figure within the five-element sect. Not only was he handsome, but he also exuded a uniquely masculine aura, causing several female disciples from the Fiery Sun sect to shy away. They followed closely behind him, occasionally stealing glances. Ling Xingsu walked behind the group, side by side with Su Poman, while Zhang Kang lagged 2 steps further back. Senior Brother Gao, may I ask if they sell five-element stones in that market? I heard they aid in practicing magic. Is that true? A female disciple from the Fiery Sun sect asked, her eyes twinkling. Gao Fihong, a warm smile on his face, replied in a captivating voice, Junior sister, they do sell five-element stones in that market, but the price might be quite high. Oh, I see. Thank you, Senior Brother Gao, the female disciple blushed. Gao Fihong nodded, glancing vaguely at Ling Xingsu. As if reflecting on something, he continued, if you, junior sisters, want five-element stones, I, a humble servant, have been appointed patrol captain for Xingluo Market. I can take you there to buy some. You can get a discount, really? Thank you in advance, Senior Brother Gao. Several female disciples' eyes lit up at this, their faces lit up with delight. Meanwhile, the male disciples of the Liang sect all scowled, some even frowning. This guy, how dare he steal one of our Liang sect's girls? How despicable. However, Gao Fihong ignored the discontent on the Liang sect's male disciples' faces, not taking it to heart. With a faint smile on his face, he enthusiastically introduced the various places within the five-element sect. Zhou Fang, a devoted cultivator, didn't seem to mind much, but the other male disciples, watching the female cultivators from their own sect gather around Gao Fihong, felt a sense of indignation. However, one must bow under the eaves. On five-element sect territory, no matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't turn hostile. They could only hold their anger, hoping to teach the shameless scoundrel Gao Fihong a lesson during the martial arts competition. Although Su Poman sensed some of his intentions, he wasn't worried about Ling Xingsu. Her personality was clearly beyond the reach of someone like Gao Fihong. His tricks could only fool a few easily infatuated female cultivators. In fact, this situation was inextricably linked to Su Poman. If he hadn't recounted 2 heartwarming love stories on the spirit boat, these female disciples wouldn't have been so tempted by the unrealistic fantasies of love. After spending more than 10 days together, Ling Xingsu had gradually come to accept Su Poman's presence, and a lingering affection had grown within her. Walking side by side with him, though without much talk, felt like falling in love. Ling Xingsu, who was originally not talkative, gradually learned to ask around during this period, inquiring about Su Poman's past in a very clumsy way, and seemed to be particularly interested in his previous experiences. Su Poman also enjoyed it. And from time to time he used some of the techniques for picking up girls on Blue Star, or some strange and funny jokes, or some earthy love words that could touch the heartstrings. Sometimes he would also tell some short stories or jokes. Yes, jokes. Su Poman found that those jokes that made ordinary people speechless seemed to have a devastating effect when used on Ling Xingsu. They were more effective than those serious jokes, and the effect lasted a long time. I remember that a joke about a polar bear counting its hair made this girl giggle for the whole afternoon. She seemed to be unable to stop laughing whenever she thought about it. Fortunately, she usually wore a veil when she appeared in public, otherwise others would definitely notice her abnormality. Chapter 213 Under the Bamboo Forest. Every time Gao Fihong turned around, his eyes would occasionally flicker across Ling Xingsu's, as if searching for a chance to meet their gaze. However, his efforts proved fruitless, and he felt a sudden sense of boredom. He no longer bothered to explain the situation and simply led everyone to the small courtyard residence halfway up the mountain. This area was dotted with small courtyards. Though small, they contained a complete range of furniture and daily necessities, many of which were brand new. A cursory glance revealed that this vast expanse of land on the mountainside contained at least 200 similar courtyards, dotted throughout the hillside. Each of the Liang sect disciples was assigned a small courtyard, and those who received the formation jade tokens headed to their respective courtyards. Gao Fihong watched the retreating figure with a certain reluctance. He strode forward and said loudly, "Junior sister, please stay." Ling Xingsu turned around with a puzzled look on her face and said coldly, "What's the matter?" "Hello, junior sister. I'm Gao Fihong, captain of the Five Element Sect Patrol. I grew up here. I wonder if you'd be interested in taking a look around the area. I've reserved a table at the Lingxiu restaurant at the foot of the mountain. We can go there for a bite after our trip. The food there is made from monster meat and spiritual plants and is delicious." Gao Fihong invited her sincerely with a smile that he thought could instantly seduce thousands of young girls. "Sorry, not interested." Ling Xingsu shook her head and turned away, leaving Gao Fihong with only a beautiful back view. Su Poman saw the scene from a distance and approached Ling Xingsu, teasing with a smile, "Senior sister Ling, that fellow Taoist just invited you to dinner, why didn't you go?" Ling Xingsu gave him a beautiful eye roll and then walked on. Su Poman followed silently, wanting to see which courtyard she lived in. Following the signs, the two of them wandered around and unexpectedly came to a rarely visited, overgrown bamboo forest path. "Senior sister Ling, which courtyard are you in? How did you end up here?" Su Poman asked as he caught up. Ling Xingsu chuckled, her eyes narrowed into crescents, making her look particularly beautiful and charming. "Junior brother Su, seeing you reminds me of that joke you told me. What's so funny about it?" "It's just a polar bear." Su Poman looked confused, feeling like he didn't get the joke and the girl in front of him at all. "Ha ha ha, stop it, Su." "Junior brother Su." Ling Xingsu burst into laughter again at the word polar bear, rolling back and forth with tears on the verge of bursting out. "I've been holding it in all this time, it's been so hard. Now that there's no one around, I finally don't have to hold it in anymore. Wow, I'm dying of laughter." Polar bear puff. After Ling Xingsu stopped laughing, she said to Su Poman very seriously, "Thank you, junior brother Su. Today is the happiest I've laughed since I was a child." As she spoke, she shook the jade token in front of Su Poman's eyes. The words on it flashed brightly. The word D means courtyard number 25. When Su Poman saw the number, he was immediately bewildered. "Senior sister Ling, it seems we've already been here. Are you directionally challenged?" "Directionally challenged?" Ling Xingsu's eyes were still narrowed, and she seemed to still have a smile on her lips. "Maybe. Junior brother Su, why are you following me? Are you thinking of treating me to dinner tonight?" "Dinner? No problem. If senior sister Ling is willing to do me the honor, I would be more than happy to treat you to dinner." Su Poman's face lit up, sensing a chance, and he quickly took the initiative with a flattering smile. Then, he had another idea, curled his lips, and said sarcastically, "I'm afraid some people won't dare come to eat. Do you still need to provoke me?" Ling Xingsu rolled her eyes at him again, turned around, walked out of the bamboo forest, and headed back the way she came. "Senior sister Ling, tell me clearly, are you going tonight or not?" Su Poman asked loudly from his spot, facing her back. "We'll talk tonight," Ling Xingsu said without turning, her voice tinged with playfulness. Su Poman sensed the ambiguity in her words and couldn't help but smile. His heart surged at the sight of that stunning figure. Yet, outside the bamboo forest, in a deep, dark corner, Zhang Kang, a black sword case slung over his shoulder, flashed out. He stared at Su Poman, his face sullen, jealousy raging inside him. But then, Su Poman suddenly vanished, leaving him perplexed. He scanned the bamboo path, trying to find him. Just then, a hand touched his shoulder. "Spying isn't a good habit," Zhang Kang, unable to bear it any longer, roared, "Su Poman, I'm going to kill you." Jealousy consumed him, and he didn't even consider how Su Poman had vanished and reappeared behind him. Clang, the jet-black flying sword instantly unsheathed and slashed behind him. Boom. The sword's radiant light ripped apart gravel and shattered a clump of grass into dust. The ground was completely empty, seemingly devoid of any presence. Zhang Kang's eyes widened, and he glanced around before unleashing his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings recklessly. Still nothing. Debris rained down on his face and body. He reached out and rubbed the fallen grass fragments against his nose, sniffing gently. Dejected, he asked, "Was that just an illusion? Who the hell is using your spiritual sense recklessly?" A sudden curse rang out from a nearby courtyard. Zhang Kang, desperate to find Su Poman, had unabashedly used his spiritual sense to sweep the area around him, angering a cultivator who hadn't activated the courtyard's isolation formation. For cultivators, spiritual awareness is like another pair of eyes. In public places, using it to spy on others is generally forbidden, considered rude, like removing someone's clothes. Sect disciples are more comfortable, as their clothing is encased in formations to block spiritual awareness. However, in the marketplaces populated by independent cultivators, a reckless use of spiritual awareness could easily reveal what's beneath someone's clothing, provoke resentment, and potentially lead to a beating. For female cultivators, reckless use of spiritual awareness is a form of intrusion. Therefore, even highly skilled cultivators refrain from recklessly using it to spy on others, a practice that has gradually become an unspoken and accepted rule. In certain public areas, such as underground trading venues or auctions, unless one possesses exceptional spiritual awareness and can conceal it from others, reckless spying is highly likely to provoke outrage. While one might escape arrest once or twice, repeated use of it will inevitably lead to encounters with strong men, and inevitably to a fight. Chapter 214 Evil Eye. Unless one's cultivation surpassed the opponent by a major realm, Zhang Kang's undisguised sweep of spiritual awareness would inevitably resonate with the other spirits, a sensation as unpleasant as being touched. Of course, within the world of immortal cultivation, there are numerous secret techniques for concealing spiritual awareness, but these often require extremely high spiritual power, making them unattainable for the average person. A black-robed figure leaped out, like a giant bird. In a few leaps and falls, it landed right in front of Zhang Kang, his eyes blazing with fury. "Are you the one recklessly using your spiritual awareness here? Did the elders in your sect teach you that reckless use of spiritual awareness can bring disaster?" the black-robed man reprimanded. Zhang Kang, brimming with unresolved anger, raised his head, his sinister gaze fixed on the black-robed man. "You?" The black-robed man suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He stared at Zhang Kang warily and said coldly, "I'm a disciple of the Yinsha sect, here to participate in the martial arts competition. Do you intend to engage in a duel here?" Swoosh, a black light suddenly approached, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. The black-robed man's pupils shrank, and he quickly slapped the cloth bag at his waist. A dark shadow instantly appeared before him. Roar like the low roar of a tiger or leopard, a tall and ferocious corpse emanated corpse energy and lashed out with its long, sharp claws. The black corpse energy left behind two intersecting fiery red claw shadows, and a large ball of sparks exploded in the air, followed by a shower of falling sparks like snowflakes. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. As the corpse fell, the black-robed man behind it was revealed. His face was filled with fear, and he retreated violently. "My armored corpse." The black-robed man's expression was grim. HMPH, after beheading a refined corpse, Zhang Kang's fury subsided slightly. He then gave the black-robed man a cold look, retracted his flying sword, and departed. "You're a cultivator from the Liang sect, I'll remember you." "Just wait." The black-robed man's eyes flashed with resentment as he stared intently at Zhang Kang's back. He gritted his teeth, picked up his own refined corpse, and leaped away. Su Poman had already returned to his own courtyard. Since he didn't need to cultivate, he simply rested briefly before heading out again. The five-element sect consists of two peaks, one in front and one in the back, forming a corner-to-corner formation, like the connected humps of a camel. The back mountain is a secluded area, closed to the outside world. The front mountain is where the five-element sect's outer disciples practice. At the foot of the mountain lies the Zingluo market area, home to shops, stalls, a free market, and restaurants. Many buildings were built into the mountainside, while others were hollowed out directly into the rock face, creating chambers and connecting corridors. Beyond the winding stone staircase, a steep cliffside abruptly descended. Midway up the mountain, layers of mist enveloped the area. The spiritual energy was a degree or two richer than that of Guangqi Peak, the home of the Liang sect, but far less so than Xianyang Peak. Along the way, Su Poman encountered disciples from various sects. including a kindly-looking bald monk from the Fanine sect and green-robed disciples from the Zichao sect. Several of them wandered and explored the front mountain of the Five Elements sect in groups. Su Poman, clad in a fiery red battle robe and carrying a dragon-scale sword case, was instantly recognizable as a Liang sect disciple. However, he traveled alone, moving with light, brisk steps toward the foot of the mountain. Soon, Su Poman arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a variety of buildings, from low-rise stone houses to two-story wooden buildings, were built on the massive rock platform. The most eye-catching of these were the two three-story wooden buildings at the intersection in the heart of the market. To the east stood the Five Elements sect's treasure house, and to the west stood the spiritual cuisine house Gao Fihong had mentioned earlier. Similar to the 100 Flavors house at the foot of the Liang sect's mountain, they operated by offering paid quests to hunt demon beasts or gather spiritual plants, securing a steady supply of ingredients. The restaurant's spiritual chefs then prepared delicious, pure delicacies for the sect's cultivators. Due to its proximity to the Six Sects martial competition, the Zingluo market had been incredibly bustling in recent days. Cultivators in various sects attire came and went amid the bustling crowds, and the buzzing cries of vendors and the chaotic clamor could be heard from afar. Cultivators from several sects gathered here. Concerned about the potential for conflict, the Five Elements sect had dispatched several Foundation establishment stage elders to the market to prevent any brawls and disruption of market order. Su Poman was about to enter the market when his ears twitched, and he glanced toward the mountain gate. His lower eyelids flickered slightly as he saw the formation open, ushering in a group of cultivators radiating a ghostly aura. Ghost Spirit Sect. Su Poman couldn't help but think of the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators he had slain in Pooh State. Seeing cultivators from this sect again, he subconsciously felt a sense of disgust. HMPH, another demonic sect. I've studied the Ghost Spirit Sect's techniques. Some of their secrets require the use of living souls to cultivate. Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll transform them all into energy points and clear up this chaotic mess in the world of Immortal Cultivation. After glancing for a moment, he noticed a young man with dark gray eyelids in the crowd. His face was pale, his eyes were almond-shaped, and his lips were slightly thin. He looked extremely thin, like a bamboo pole. But within him lurked a strange shadow, his aura as cold and sinister as a snake's. The evil spirits of heaven and earth seemed to be constantly being consumed by his flesh, transforming into an inexplicable energy and burrowing into the shadows. Just as he was about to peer through the shadows to get a clearer view, a single, sinister, blood-red vertical eye emerged from the shadows. The young man rolled his eyes, howled miserably, and convulsed, fainting. The evil eye slowly opened, emitting a green-yellow light like thick water, as if to follow his gaze towards Su Poman. Hiss! What a strange evil eye! Su Poman was suddenly horrified and quickly cut off his gaze. At the mountain gate, the two Foundation establishment elders from the Ghost Spirit Sect, anxiously awaiting the young man's unusual behavior, were attempting various methods to aid him. A short while later, the young man suddenly regained consciousness, his entire body covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, goosebumps breaking out on his limbs, as if his body were reminding him of the terrifying, strange encounter he had just had. Elders, I'm fine. Don't worry. It's just that the demonic energy within me is too strong. I'll be able to eliminate this danger once I've established my foundation. Fei Man opened his eyes and explained to the two elders with a smile, as if nothing had happened. One of the gray-haired elders from the Ghost Spirit Sect nodded and said, the sect master has mentioned this before. Junior brother Fei has mastered the ghost demon Yin Guang, a skill no one has mastered in thousands of years. The demonic energy within him is unstable. It seems junior brother Fei will need to focus on establishing his foundation after this martial arts competition. Chapter 215 Zingluofang City. Thank you, Uncle Master, for the reminder. I'll prepare well when I get back, Fei Man nodded. Upon hearing this, the Five Elements sect elder who was in charge of welcoming him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, fellow Taoist Hui, your Ghost Spirit sect is truly full of outstanding individuals. This nephew has mastered extraordinary feats. I'm sure he'll be able to establish his foundation within 6 months. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. The gray-haired elder waved his hand, though a hint of pride could hardly be concealed. Ever since the Ghost Spirit sect's leader returned from the Great Tomb, he's brought forth many remarkable feats and techniques, significantly boosting the sect's disciples' combat effectiveness. Now, they possess the aura of a major sect. Su Poman briefly pondered the origins of the evil eye, but finding no clue, He gave up and headed for the market. Stalls along the roadside sold a variety of artifacts. Amidst a faint glow of the formations, magical instruments, talismans, and array plates loomed, seemingly of high quality, far superior to those found in the casual cultivator's market. Lingxiu Tower was located in the heart of Xingluofang Market. Since it was afternoon, it seemed a bit deserted. Su Poman climbed the stairs, crossed the threshold, and entered the Lingxiu Tower. Upon entering, a quick-witted servant hurriedly approached. "Welcome, sir. How many of you are there?" The servant had a clean face, a smile on his face, and exuded the aura of a first-level key-refining cultivator, clearly a cultivator himself. "I'd like to book a private room at Lingxiu Tower for dinner tonight. Are there any vacancies?" Su Poman asked casually. The servant nodded with a complicated look on his face and said, "Yes, there are, but I'm afraid you two don't meet the criteria for booking a private room. Sir, you don't know that the Six Sects have recently held a martial arts competition, and many people have come to this Lingxiu building to dine, but the number of private rooms is limited. Guests like you two can choose to dine in the hall on the first floor. If you must dine in a private room, you have to spend at least 200 spirit stones, or pay an additional deposit of 50 spirit stones. In fact, the environment on the first floor is not bad. It is separated by a screen, and the environment is quite quiet. Book a private room for me." Su Poman patted his storage bag, took out a small cloth bag from it, and handed it to the servant. The servant took the bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense. A beaming smile spread across his face, knowing he'd met a wealthy customer. His smile widened, and he quickly said with a flattering smile, "All right, sir, I'll reserve a private room for you right away. If your spending is over 200 spirit stones, the 50 spirit stones will be added to the bill. Don't worry." The servant led Su Poman to the counter. He handed the small bag of spirit stones to the mustachioed shopkeeper, then recorded Su Poman's name and background in the Jade register. He soon received a Jade token inscribed with the characters "Spiritual Cuisine, Young Master Su, keep this. You can dine with this token tonight, and the private room will be reserved for you until the morning of the following day." The servant, half bowed, handed over the token with both hands. Su Poman took the Jade token and examined it, noticing the words Linglong Pavilion engraved on its back. He guessed this must be the name of the private room and smiled at the servant, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su, you're too polite. If you need anything, just tell me directly," the servant said with a broad smile. After leaving Lingxiu Tower, Su Poman wandered around Xingluo Market. He didn't enter any shops, simply stopping along the two main streets. "Uncle Su," he was strolling when he heard someone calling him. Turning, he saw several female cultivators from his own sect. Standing beside them was Go Fihong, a disciple of the Five Element sect. "Nephew Chu, you're here too?" Su Poman nodded with a smile, glancing over them as a gesture of greeting. Go Fihong, standing tall beside him, also smiled gently and politely bowed, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist, you're welcome." Su Poman gave a slight bow. "Uncle Su, are you here to buy the 5 element stones?" Chu Hongling asked with a charming smile. Several female disciples beside him kept stealing glances at Su Poman, their eyes gleaming. These women were his loyal listeners, fans indeed, having been moved to tears by his stories. They were all young women who valued relationships. They had never expected that, in their first years in the 5 Elements sect, they would end up with someone like Gao Fihong. Recalling Gao Fihong's words when he had inducted them into the sect, Su Poman could easily guess that these women were hoping to use his channels to buy the 5 element stones at a discounted price. "I'm just here to take a look," Su Poman shook his head. Another female cultivator named Chu Hanayan suggested, "Since that's the case, Uncle Su, why don't you come with us to the treasure house to buy some 5 element stones? With senior brother Gao here, we should be able to get some discounts." Gao Fihong's eyes flickered with displeasure upon hearing this, but he hid it so quickly that no one except Su Poman noticed. "Yes, fellow Taoist Su, if you're willing, you can also come with us to the treasure house. As the patrol leader, I have some connections in Xingluo Market," Gao Fihong invited with a smile. Su Poman watched Gao Fihong's expression change, feeling a certain dislike for the smiling tiger. Although he hid it well, as a fellow man, he could see through his tricks. Looking at the ignorant and naive female cultivators of Liang's sect, he pretended to speak slowly and said, "This is a bit bad, isn't it?" As soon as the words came out, the corners of Gao Fihong's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was relieved. Then Su Poman changed the subject and said, "Since fellow Taoist Gao has strongly invited me, then I will go with you to take a look." The smile on Gao Fihong's face froze, and then he reacted instantly and grinned. "Okay, let's go." The three-story wooden building in front is the treasure building. Opposite is the spiritual cuisine building of our Zingluofang city. Their meals are cooked with monster meat and spiritual plants. Not only are they delicious, but they can also increase your cultivation. If you are free in the evening, I can invite you to have a try. Wow, Senior Brother Gao is so generous. He actually invited so many of us to dinner. It must cost a lot of spirit stones. Yes, Senior Brother Gao is so welcoming and kind. This is probably similar to the Beiwei restaurant down the mountain from our Liang sect. Looks like we can feast tonight. Isn't that a bad idea? Oh, don't overthink it. At worst, we can just pool our resources and replenish the spirit stones for Senior Brother Gao. It's a rare trip to the Five Elements sect, so it would be a waste if we didn't try some of the local specialties. And your senior sister Ling, could you please invite her tonight? Gao Fihong asked pointedly. The women all looked hesitant upon hearing this, and many glanced at Su Poman. After spending some time together, they'd noticed a certain ambiguity between him and Ling Xingsu. Senior Brother Gao, Senior Sister Ling has a cold personality and probably wouldn't attend a gathering like this, Chu Hongling said, looking somewhat disappointed. She had initially been tempted by Gao Fihong, but after hearing his words, she suddenly realized that they might just be tools to get close to Ling Xingsu. Gao Fihong's expression froze, and he said with some regret, "Since that's the case, there's no way to force it. Let's go and take a look at the treasure house first." The first floor of the treasure house was spacious. Waiting at the entrance were a dozen uniformly dressed maids. They were tall and pretty, but they had no cultivation skills. They were there specifically to greet and see off guests. As they entered, several maids greeted them with smiles. "Dear guests, may I know what you need at the treasure house? We sell everything from magical instruments and talismans to medicinal ingredients," the leading maid said with a twinkling gaze. Gao Fihong waved his hand and said, "Where's Manager Liu on the first floor? Tell him I'm here." "So you're looking for Manager Liu? Please wait a moment, my dear guests. I'll go and inform him." A maid hurried upstairs. Not long after, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed and carrying a large belly, descended the stairs. He was white-faced and beardless, his eyes occasionally gleaming with a sharp glint. He looked extremely shrewd, and his cultivation was in the late stage of key refining. "It's Captain Gao from the patrol," the pale-faced, portly man said, bowing as he approached. "I'm so sorry, but these maids down here were just transferred from Cheyenne City and don't recognize you." "No problem, Manager Liu. I've brought a group of friends to buy some 5-element stones. Could you please give me the price I agreed to?" Gao Fihong said straight to the point. Upon hearing about a potential business opportunity, Manager Liu's face lit up with joy. He first glanced at the female cultivators behind Gao Fihong, then paused for a moment on Su Poman. With a kind smile, he said, "Since you're Captain Gao's friend, then of course, why not come upstairs for some tea and discuss the purchase of the 5-element stones? What do you think, junior sisters?" "I think so, that's fine with me too. What about fellow Taoist Su?" "Yes." Seeing no one objected, Gao Fihong smiled faintly and led the group up the stairs to a private room. Everyone took their seats, and soon a maid brought up 2 pots of spiritual tea and plates of vibrant red fruits. "May I know your name, fellow Taoist?" Manager Liu's first words were directed to Su Poman, something that caught Gao Fihong off guard. Gao Fihong was also somewhat surprised. He glanced at Manager Liu with a puzzled look, then took a sip of the spiritual tea. "My name is Su Poman," Su Poman replied with a smile. "So it's fellow Taoist Su. I noticed the sword case you carry on your back is quite remarkable. Is it carved from dragon scale wood?" Steward Liu asked with a smile, his eyes fixed on the sword case on Su Poman's back, a hint of heat in his eyes. Su Poman nodded, his expression calm. "Your Excellency is very discerning. Yes, my sword case is indeed made of dragon scale wood, fellow Taoist Su. I'm not sure if I should say this," Steward Liu said, scratching his head. Su Poman frowned and said frankly, "I'd like to hear more. I'm a formation practitioner by background. By chance, I came across a market for an ancient formation layout. However, I'm short of some dragon scale wood for the layout. Fellow Taoist Su, would you mind parting with it? I'm willing to pay a high price for your dragon scale sword case," Steward Liu said slowly. Su Poman shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I have no plans to sell this sword box. Manager Liu, you should look at other channels, that's a pity, but it doesn't matter. I'll probably have it after waiting for a while. Manager Liu was somewhat disappointed when he heard this, but he soon put on a kind smile again. Let's talk about the sale of 5-element stone. Captain Gao, I wonder how many 5-element stones your friends want to buy. Gao Fihong turned to look at Chu Hongling and others when he heard this, with an inquiring look on his face. Sisters? You, Manager Liu, I wonder how many spirit stones a 5-element stone is worth, Chu Hongling asked. Manager Liu glanced at Gao Fihong and smiled at Chu Hongling, saying, fellow Taoist, the 5-element stones are sold at the treasure house for 20 low-grade spirit stones each, but for Captain Gao's sake, we can offer a minimum of 18 spirit stones each. If you buy more than 3, you'll receive a free instruction manual on the use of the 5-element stones, worth 2 low-grade spirit stones. Then I'll buy 3, I'll take 3 too. Out of curiosity, Su Poman also bought 3. After the transaction, he left the treasure house alone, not wandering around any further. While Xingluo market had some specialty products, it wasn't much different from other markets. After a quick tour, Su Poman left the market and walked up the stone steps to his residence halfway up the mountain. Following the arrival of the Ghost Spirit sect, the 6 sects gathered. The martial arts competition would be held 3 days later at the summit of the front mountain. A large arena had been constructed there, along with a sturdy formation for the participating disciples to compete. After returning to his own courtyard, Su Poman experimented with a 5-element stone. He found its effects were limited for him, but they could be helpful for ordinary cultivators in the initial stages of practicing 5 elements magic. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Su Poman surveyed the sunset glow, a faint smile playing on his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, he unlocked the courtyard's restrictions and slowly walked out. Courtyard number 25, Dizzy, wasn't too far from where Su Poman was standing. With a quick walk, he arrived at the gate of Ling Xingsu's courtyard in just 10 breaths. Exhaling deeply, Su Poman patted his storage bag, pulled out a sound transmission talisman, twisted it in his hand, whispered a few words, then infused it with spiritual energy and instantly activated it. Whoosh! The sound transmission talisman transformed into a streak of fire, piercing the formation and flying into the courtyard. Shortly after, the formation suddenly shifted, opening a portal. Seeing this, Su Poman's smile widened even further. Junior brother Su, are you really going to treat me to a meal? Ling Xingsu slowly walked out of the courtyard. Her eyebrows were like green mountains, her eyes were like autumn water, her figure was exquisite and her curves were extremely hot. Her pretty face was very serious, as if she was not going to a meal, but to a dangerous place. Chapter 216, Frying a Book. Senior Sister Ling, I've reserved a table at Lingxiu Pavilion. Su Poman quietly gazed at Ling Xingsu, a faint smile on his face. Ling Xingsu's white veil fluttered slightly in the breeze, highlighting her exquisite features. Her delicate, white nose shone like a piece of flawless white jade. Her eyes flickered, their beautiful gaze fixed on Su Poman, filled with an indescribable emotion. Su Poman met her gaze, captivated once again by her beauty. However, he soon realized that Ling Xingsu was not looking at him, but at the distance behind him. Turning, Su Poman followed her gaze and saw the sunset glow filling the sky. Let's go after we see the sunset, Ling Xingsu whispered. Su Poman's heart pounded, and he nodded. Okay, it's a pity we're only at the key refining stage, unable to fly. Otherwise, watching the sunset from the sky would be even more beautiful, Ling Xingsu muttered to herself, gazing at the horizon. You want to go to heaven? Su Poman's face flickered with surprise. He glanced up at the massive protective formation that enveloped the 2 mountains, shook his head slightly, and thought to himself, if there weren't any formations here, I'd take you to watch the sunset in heaven. The 2 stood side by side, watching the sun slowly set. On the ground, 2 shadows slowly lengthened, finally merging. Soon, the moon rabbit rose in the east, and the sky was filled with stars. Let's go, Senior Sister Ling. Okay, the 2 of them descended the stone steps, step by step, down the mountain. For a mortal, climbing this long mountain path would take a whole day, even just to reach halfway up the mountain. But to a cultivator, it seemed like an ordinary distance, not too far. Although Ling Xingsu wore a veil, she exuded the aura of a fairy from Guang'an, descending to the mortal realm. Her alluring figure and revealing features captivated passers-by. As the 2 of them descended the mountain, Ling Xingsu attracted the attention of many male cultivators, and Su Poman became the object of their envy. What a beautiful female cultivator. Just half her face is so breathtakingly beautiful. I wonder who that man next to her is. He's actually able to hook up with such a stunning woman. We're so envious, judging from her clothes. She must be a cultivator from the Liang sect. I never thought the Liang sect even had such a beauty. Her temperament seems to surpass Fairy Kingyun, the most beautiful woman in our Five Elements sect. If only we had the chance to become Taoist partners, it would be wonderful. I'd even give 10 years less of my life to marry such a beauty. Ling Xingsu clearly didn't want to be in front of these strangers. She quickened her pace, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Lingxiu Tower. I know you don't like crowds, so I booked a private room. Let's go. We should be in the Linglong Pavilion. Su Poman flipped his hand, pulled out the J token, and waved it at Ling Xingsu. Ling Xingsu nodded. Let's go. There are too many people around here. This girl really has a bit of social anxiety. Su Poman glanced at the fiery gazes of the surrounding male cultivators and thought to himself, if a female internet celebrity on Blue Star were treated this way, she'd probably wake up laughing in her dreams, and wouldn't even have to pay for a shill. The two of them entered side by side. As the door opened, a buzz of voices filled the air. By now, the first floor of Lingxiu Tower was packed. Almost every table was occupied by 4 or 5 people, mostly disciples from the 5 sects participating in the martial arts competition. The servant standing in the hall instantly recognized Su Poman, then saw Ling Xingsu beside him. His expression suddenly became dazed, and for a moment he even forgot to greet them. Although partitions separated the tables on the first floor, they didn't obstruct the view into the main hall. The floor was also slightly lower than the main hall, making it easier for them to summon servants and attendants. Ling Xingsu's arrival seemed to pause the bustle of the Lingxiu Tower's first floor. Every male cultivator who had instinctively glanced toward the door stopped what they were doing in an instant, forgetting even to chew. Their companions, noticing the change, followed their gaze toward the door and were equally stunned by Ling Xingsu's beauty. Senior brother Fan, what's wrong with you? You were talking so well, why did you suddenly stop? A pale-faced man looked curiously at the bearded man sitting across from him, waving his hand in front of him. Junior brother Liao, stop it. Fan Bo instinctively grabbed Liao Yuan's arm, then stared blankly at the door. Liao Yuan's curiosity intensified. He leaned toward the doorway and felt his heart tug at something. Holy crap! So beautiful. Standing on the half-foot-high reception desk at the entrance was a woman in a red dress and a white veil. The silver light from the moonstone illuminated her smooth forehead and picturesque features, making her look like the most celestial beauty in the world. Her beauty was ethereal and incomparably beautiful. The white veil imbued her with an air of mystery, unable to conceal the exquisite silhouette beneath. Combined with her fiery red, tight-fitting robe, her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated, every curve seeming to be perfectly shaped, captivating the fantasies of every man present. Gudong, someone swallowed uncontrollably. At a square table in the corner sat Gao Fihong, Chu Hongling, and 5 other women. It's actually them. Senior Sister Ling actually came to dinner with Uncle Su. That's unbelievable. Yeah, with Sister Ling's personality, how could she possibly come out with a man? I've noticed something's wrong with him. When Uncle Su was telling stories on the spirit boat, he always talked next to Sister Ling. They really are having an affair. Uncle Su is really amazing. I didn't expect that he would win Sister Ling over in just over 10 days. Yeah, the most beautiful woman in our Liang sect is actually going to fall into Uncle Su's hands. But, it's not so bad. They're a good match. Yes, Uncle Su is not only a sequenced disciple, but he's also so talented. He's totally worthy of Sister Ling. As the girls talked, Gao Fihong's heart sank to the bottom. He was a little upset. He had been rejected after personally inviting her today. He didn't expect that she would come to the Lingxiu Tower with him. It seemed that she didn't take him seriously at all. I'm the captain of the patrol team and a genius who has mastered the 5 elements rotation method. Who is he? Don't let me encounter you at the martial arts competition, or I'll cripple you. Then, let's see if she prefers me or you, a useless man. Gao Fihong looked at Su Poman with a cold, slightly hostile gaze. Su Poman hadn't expected Ling Xingsu to be so lethal. The once noisy environment suddenly became strangely quiet, as if by some magical spell. I've reserved a table. Why don't you take us to Linglong Pavilion? Su Poman couldn't help but remind him. The servant, his face full of apology, quickly stepped forward and took the jade token from Su Poman's hand. Sir, I'm so sorry you two came with me. Linglong Pavilion is on the 3rd floor. The two followed the servants and slowly ascended the stairs. As they left, a cacophony of conversation filled the area, mostly about Ling Xingsu, with many people asking about her background. Inside Linglong Pavilion, because of the soundproofing array, it was quiet inside. Su Poman and Ling Xingsu sat opposite each other, with a servant hunched over beside them. Go, get your family's recipe, Su Poman instructed the servant. The servant patted the cloth bag on his waist and took out a thick book. Sir, I carry a menu with me, here it is. After Su Poman took the menu, he handed it to Ling Xingsu and said with a smile, Senior Sister Ling, please take a look, order whatever you want, and don't be polite to your junior brother. Ling Xingsu blinked, stretched out her slender hand to push the menu back, and whispered, Junior brother Su, you should order. I have never eaten out here, so I don't know how to order. Oh, okay, in that case. Su Poman pondered for a moment, glanced at the menu, and then threw it to the servant. Then fry one for me, Ling Xingsu. The servant raised his head suddenly when he heard this. Mr. Su, what do you mean by frying one? It seems that the restaurant doesn't have this dish, the servant asked honestly. Ling Xingsu suddenly grasped his point, her eyes flashing with surprise. She couldn't help but whisper, Junior brother Su, this is such a waste. No, no. Su Poman smiled faintly, then looked at the servants and explained, Zhao Yiban means cooking every dish on the menu and serving it to us. Huh? The servant stared at Su Poman in disbelief, saying, Young Master Su, don't be ridiculous. There are over 100 dishes on this menu, and they're probably worth thousands of spirit stones. Haha, I'm not kidding. Just tell the kitchen staff to prepare them. In your 5-element sect territory, are you worried about me doling out a free meal? Su Poman said with a grin. The servant, feeling dazed, left the Linglong Pavilion. Looking back, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a weirdo. This is the first time I've encountered such a guest, inside the Linglong Pavilion. Senior Sister Ling, we're going to eat later. Aren't you going to take off your veil? Su Poman asked with a smile. Ling Xingsu rolled her beautiful eyes, gave him a roll of her eyes, and whispered, let's pick it up later, Junior brother Su. While you're at it, why don't you tell me a story? Sure, Senior Sister Ling, let me think about it. Su Poman pinched his chin in thought, and began to consider which story would be more appropriate. I got it. Senior Sister Ling, I'll tell you a story about a Chinese ghost story, okay? Ning Kachin went to Guobi County to collect debts. When it rained heavily, he took shelter in the legendary Lanruo Temple for a night. This Lanruo Temple, as Su Poman explained, the love story of the scholar and the female ghost slowly unfolded. At the same time, a bell rang at the door, and maids came in one after another like water. They were wearing identical pink long skirts, holding covered dishes in their hands. Another fierce woman added several layers of trays to the table, and the maids placed the dishes on the trays one by one. Ling Xingsu's beauty drew a few more glances from the maids, but as women themselves, they weren't captivated by her presence. After serving the dishes, they bowed and withdrew. Over 20 dishes were served, each one dazzling with color and fragrance. Senior Sister Ling, why don't we talk while we eat? Otherwise, the food will get cold and won't be palatable. Besides, there's still a lot left, and it'll take a lot of effort for both of us to finish it, Su Poman suggested with a smile. Ling Xingsu nodded and whispered, it's okay to talk after we finish. With that, she gently brushed her jade finger across her ear, removing her veil. Although Su Poman had seen her true face with his supervision, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight of her magnificent beauty exposed to the air. Senior Sister Ling, you are so beautiful. Puff. Ling Xingsu couldn't help but laugh, and her smile lit up the entire private room like spring flowers blooming. Seeing this, Su Poman's expression became even more vacant. He stared intently at Ling Xingsu's face, feeling the energy and blood rushing through his nose like a mad rush, a burning sensation surging within him. Junior brother Su, you look so dull. Just like Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. Haha, you're just an idiot, Ling Xingsu said with a silly smile. Oh my god, how can this girl be so beautiful? This is outrageous. I've seen so many female celebrities in my past life, but never anyone as beautiful as this. Could she be the reincarnation of a fairy? Su Poman gave an awkward smile, touched his nose, and said sheepishly, Senior Sister Ling, let's eat first, okay? Ling Xingsu's expression quickly regained its icy look, the smile gone, replaced by a more holy air. Her red lips parted slightly, and she placed a small piece of food in her mouth, chewing it slowly and methodically, looking very refined. When with Su Poman, Ling Xingsu seemed more open than usual, but once outsiders were around, she would revert to her cold, reserved demeanor, unwilling to speak a word. As a cultivator, her appetite naturally differed from that of a mortal. These dishes contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Although Su Poman had reached a plateau in his cultivation, this did not stop him from devouring them. The excess spiritual energy within his body was constantly being transformed into energy points. The two chatted as they ate. Except for the occasional silence when the maids arrived to serve the dishes, Ling Xingsu was always talkative. She was incredibly intelligent, quickly understanding Su Poman's quirks and even drawing inferences from them. The two of them bonded seamlessly, as if they were childhood sweethearts. Over an hour later, the meal finally arrived. 128 dishes in total, stacked 6 layers high on the trays. Fortunately, both were cultivators, otherwise, picking up the food would have been a struggle. Ling Xingsu particularly enjoyed some of the desserts and ate a bit more. The remaining dishes, mostly consisting of monster meat, she only nibbled briefly, leaving most of the food in Su Poman's stomach. After they'd had their fill, Su Poman continued to tell Ling Xingsu the story of a Chinese ghost story, and Ling Xingsu listened intently. When she heard about the Black Mountain demon forcing Nai Xiaoqian to marry her, her eyes widened with a hint of murderous intent, clearly resentful of this forced sale. They finally returned to the human world, but the sun had already risen and the sky was bright. Xiaoqian, as a female ghost, could not stand the sunlight, so in order to block the scattered sunlight in the house, Ning Kaichen was unable to see Xiaoqian for the last time. The two were reluctant to part with each other in tears, but in the end, Xiaoqian said goodbye to Kaichen and got into her urn. Finally, Ning Kaichen and Yan Chiksha buried Xiaoqian in a safe place so that Xiaoqian could be reincarnated. Hearing this, Ling Xingsu's eyes were filled with tears, and she sighed softly. I never thought that such a touching love could be born between humans and ghosts. Yes, it's a pity that humans and ghosts have different paths. Su Poman shook his head. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Small Sky Thunder Technique. 10 miles of flat lake, frost blankets the sky. My black hair is filled with sorrow for my youth. I gaze at the moon and talk alone, envying only the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. What a wonderful line. I only envy the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. This poem is truly wonderful, Ling Xingsu exclaimed. Then she looked at Su Poman and asked, Junior brother Su, if you meet a female ghost who likes you in the future, how will you treat her, huh? Su Poman was stunned. He hadn't expected Ling Xingsu to ask him such a question. After a moment's thought, he replied, of course it depends on whether I like her. If I do, a female ghost is not out of the question. Ling Xingsu chuckled, her eyes turning to Su Poman with a strange look. Okay, we're done. Thank you, Junior brother Su, for your hospitality. You ordered so many dishes, which must have cost a lot of spirit stones. Do you have enough? Don't try to be so conceited. Ling Xingsu stood up, put on her veil, and looked at Su Poman. After this meal, the two of them had clearly grown closer. Su Poman chuckled and said, Sister Ling, just don't worry. I'm so poor that I only have spirit stones left. It seems that a Yang Gongfeng is really good to you. Ling Xingsu smiled and said, by the way, Junior brother Su, there are some bad news about Yang Gongfeng in the sector. If anyone causes trouble for you, you can come to the Peony Villa on Xianyang Peak to find me. My master is Honglun's Henrin, who is in the late foundation building stage. I asked my master to come forward, and I believe others dare not do anything wrong. Haha, senior sister Ling, don't worry. My master will be back soon. Those rumors are just groundless. Su Poman waved his hand and said, but thank you very much. Thank you senior sister Ling for your concern. The word concern was emphasized so much that Ling Xingsu couldn't help rolling her eyes. This period of time was the time when she rolled her eyes the most. The guy opposite always made her want to beat him up. The waiter was summoned for the bill. The meal cost a total of 2,600 spirit stones. Not only was the waiter somewhat surprised, but even Ling Xingsu's beautiful eyes showed a hint of shock. However, upon reflection, it was indeed worth the price. Over 120 dishes were served, filling 6 round table-sized trays, likely enough for over 100 people. Fortunately, the two were cultivators, otherwise, there would have been a lot of leftovers. Su Poman, on the other hand, didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. The food cooked with these spirit ingredients had converted over 40,000 energy points. Excluding what Ling Xingsu consumed, the conversion efficiency was comparable to converting spirit stones directly. These dishes contained a considerable amount of heavenly spiritual energy. Furthermore, certain demonic beasts' flesh and blood contained demonic energy and special flesh energy that others could not absorb. However, Su Poman, thanks to his possession of the purple source wheel, could convert all this chaotic energy into energy points. This felt like a complete win, and even a small profit, as he had satisfied his appetite after all. After settling the bill, the two left Lingxiu Tower together. Su Poman accompanied Ling Xingsu all the way to the entrance of the courtyard at number 25, dizzy, before reluctantly leaving. The next 2 days passed with remarkable peace. Su Poman remained in the courtyard, sorting through the spoils he had acquired. He selected and prioritized the secret techniques and spells he had acquired. The first spell he comprehended was the Minor Heavenly Thunder technique, a mid-grade one. It had been acquired from the yellow-robed middle-aged man beneath Xianti City. Once wielded, it possessed extraordinary power. With a blessing of his super brain, Su Poman quickly mastered the basics of this spell. He planned to practice it in the courtyard's martial arts arena. After all, there was a gap between comprehension and execution, much like the gap between theory and practice. Su Poman stood in the center of the martial arts arena, muttering to himself. The spiritual energy within him rapidly circulated in a strange pattern, entangled and gradually shifting. Dots of lightning emerged from the fire-attributed spiritual energy, and an inexplicable force began to gather around his fingers. 3 gods nurture the essence, Jinxiao rectifies the punishment. Issue a command, and the stars will respond. Save you, Thunder God, and move the wind and thunder. Tei Immortal Lord, summon your true spirit. At the call, arrive at the imperial court. After reciting the incantation, Su Poman extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped the sky. The force condensed between his fingers inexplicably connected heaven and earth, and a dazzling white light shone in the air. Then, he pulled his fingers down forcefully, his consciousness locking onto an open space over 10 steps away. Boom! An irregular, bluish-purple lightning bolt, as thick as an adult's arm, plummeted, crashing down onto the empty space. The sand on the ground was charred black, much of the gravel melted by the thunder, forming crystalline crystals. Su Poman closed his eyes, absorbing the feeling of momentum as he cast the spell, a faint realization dawning on him. Using one's own strength to invoke the might of heaven and earth, this is the essence of the Minor Heavenly Thunder technique. No wonder it's so potent. However, its drawback is the lengthy preparation time. If one were to practice the mind-cleansing technique of the Mage Monastery, this casting time would likely be significantly reduced. This type of spell ultimately relies on leverage, not the power of the individual. No wonder so many senior sword cultivators disdain to practice it. With the help of his super brain, Su Poman analyzed his shortcomings after each casting and continuously improved. After practicing 3 more times, he finally mastered this mid-grade spell. While his proficiency wasn't high, it was comparable to that of cultivators who had painstakingly studied it for years. While a super brain's role in comprehending magic is undeniable, it's of limited help when attempting to comprehend astonishing techniques from the intangible patterns of some Dao steel. Its strengths lie in learning and data analysis, not inspiration or spirituality. This is like a supercomputer surpassing human computing power, but its creativity, artistic sense, and understanding of the universe are far inferior to those of some of history's greatest minds. Su Poman once encountered a metamorphosed spiritual form known as the Zhuanpin Dao body in records of cultivation. Calling it an immortal body is no exaggeration. While possessing this physique offers no bonus to cultivation speed, its most terrifying aspect is that its possessor can comprehend their own unique Dao principles. Through worldly practice, they discern the laws of growth and decay of all things, read Taoist scriptures, and survey the mountains and rivers. When their mind and nature become clear, they achieve ascension. A single moment of enlightenment, and ascension. Key refining, foundation building, and golden elixir realms require no prior experience. Simply realizing one's true nature and comprehending one's own Dao method will lead one to the Ascension platform, a truly terrifying experience. Su Poman plans to enhance his cultivation methods after maxing out his life-saving abilities. He currently has an idea, using the superhuman physique as a foundation and the heaven-swallowing demonic art as a method, he can forge the most powerful bloodline by refining countless Dao bodies. With the help of the purple source wheel, the myriad of physiques to choose from across the universe are simply endless. Once mastered, the ferocity of one's abilities will undoubtedly surpass that of the ruthless Emperor. Examples include Majin Buu, Super Saiyan, Innate Saint Body, Ancient Saint Body, Sun Body, Eternal Tribulation Body, Star War Body, Prison Suppressing Divine Body, Star Sky Giant Beast Body, Pangu Chaos Body, and so on. While this path may be long, once completed, one will undoubtedly become one of the most elite in the universe. Furthermore, a variety of extremely powerful abilities will also provide considerable combat power. Extracting all of these would undoubtedly require a vast amount of energy points. Even if the entire Kangayan continent were to be transformed, it wouldn't necessarily be enough. For now, he could only slowly accumulate them, one step at a time, selecting the best ones based on his current needs. He also had to consider the future cultivation and safety of those around him. All of this required Su Poman's careful consideration. What a long and arduous journey. Su Poman returned to his recliner, sighed, and began to bask in the sun. The next morning, a muffled horn blared from the horizon, and flaming sound transmission notes flew everywhere. The sixth sex martial competition has begun. Disciples of each sect come to the summit to draw lots. Upon receiving the message, Su Poman straightened his clothes, slung the dragon scale sword case behind him, and with a wave of his hand, activated the courtyard's formation. Then, he slowly walked out. Along the mountain road, cultivators from various sects raced silently toward the summit. Most of them wore serious expressions, clearly attaching great importance to this martial arts competition. They had also made thorough preparations, hoping to shine in the competition, ideally making a splash and receiving the many rewards promised by their sects. Unlike the other cultivators, Su Poman strolled up, a calm expression on his face, seemingly in no hurry at all. Cultivators passed him one after another, occasionally including disciples from the Liang sect. Those who knew him well would greet him with a greeting, calling him Uncle Su, while those who were less familiar simply passed by without even bothering to stop. "Junior brother Su, why are you so leisurely?" Ling Xingsu's voice called from behind him. It's all to do to wait for you." Su Po smiled calmly, saying, "It's just a drawing of lots. Arriving early or late doesn't matter, it all depends on luck. Senior sister Ling, why don't we go up together? You have a point, but Elder Jia and the others are probably waiting up there. We need to hurry, but not be too late," Ling Xingsu said calmly. "Okay." With that, Su Po quickened his pace, each step covering dozens of feet. Ling Xingsu's figure drifted by, following closely beside him. Before long, after crossing a slightly steep cliff, the two reached the summit of the five-element sex-front mountain. Here, a series of massive square arenas stretched hundreds of feet long and wide. To the east of the arenas sat a raised platform, upon which sat the elders and numerous deacons and disciples from various sects. The disciples participating in the martial arts competition gathered in the center of the arenas, forming a long line. At the front stood an elderly man with long hair and a youthful face, presiding over the drawing of lots. Su Poman and the other two arrived a little later, so they were at the back of the line. However, Ling Xingsu's arrival attracted the attention of many male cultivators, even the two Foundation establishment elders on the high platform. "Fellow Taoist Jia, is that pale girl a disciple of your sect? She's quite beautiful. I wonder who her master is," a middle-aged, sallow-faced Taoist inquired. Upon hearing this, Jia Feng stopped flapping his purple fan and squinted. "Old ghost pie, I advise you not to pay attention to that girl. Her master is Master Hongluan. She's actually a disciple of that vicious woman Hongluan. She's really not to be trifled with. I was thinking of finding a Taoist companion for my nephew, but it seems I'll give up," the sallow-faced Taoist said with a strange look. Jia Feng snorted. "Old pie, it's only because true person Hongluan isn't here. If she were, would you still dare to speak like that? Besides, you say you're looking for a Taoist companion for your nephew, but with your temper, you'll definitely be cheating on him when the time comes. You see it all, don't you?" The yellow-faced Taoist chuckled dryly, then turned away, not wanting to continue talking to GFN. The disciples in front took turns drawing J tokens from the purple jade box. The tokens were engraved with numbers. The martial arts competition pitted the highest number against the lowest, with a winner advancing to the next round and the loser eliminated. The purple jade box was engraved with a barrier that blocks spiritual consciousness. Disciples from each sect stepped forward in turn to draw their tokens. The number they drew was theirs, and no second draws were allowed. A dedicated disciple recorded each person's name and the number they matched to prevent unauthorized swaps. Each sect sent 50 disciples to this martial arts competition. Each of them was an elite cultivator in the late key refining stage, possessing mastery of one or more offensive techniques and possessing considerable combat prowess. The 6 sects, totaling 300 cultivators, eliminated 150 on the first day. The remaining cultivators would then face off on the second day based on the numbers on their J tokens, eliminating half again, and so on until the top 10 were determined. Of course, there were also buys in the martial arts competition, but these required a certain amount of luck. While the drawing of lots was underway, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended upon the heavens and earth. 2 streams of light flashed from the sky, finally landing on the 2 main seats on the stone platform. Greetings, 2 Supremas. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the stone platform hurriedly saluted, and the drawing of lots below paused, with everyone bowing respectfully towards the platform. No need to bow, the light dissipated, revealing 2 figures. One, clad in a yin-yang black and white robe, had a towering frame and white hair and beard, giving him the air of an immortal. The other, clad in a 5-colored crane cloak and crowned with a purple cloud crown, appeared middle-aged, his features radiating a refined elegance. At this moment, the white-haired elder soared into the air, a voice resounding like the peal of a bell. You are all the leading figures of the younger generation of Nanayu's immortal cultivators. As the ancients said, diligence prospers, while idleness ruins. It's also said that cultivation is like rowing against a current. If you don't advance, you retreat. To prevent disputes arising from the uneven distribution of resources within Nanayu's immortal cultivation community, and to encourage the younger generation to cultivate diligently, the 7 sects of Nanayu have agreed to a martial arts competition, hosted by our 5 Elements sect. Everyone stood with their hands clasped, listening intently, no one daring to utter a sound. Chapter 218, Mist Killing Technique, Sexy Ghost Attacks. To Su Poman, it sounded like a principal's speech at a commencement ceremony, long and dull. After just a moment, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him, as if he were back in class. Fortunately, the white-bearded old man didn't drag on too much. After his speech, he returned to his seat, his eyes closed in a composed manner. Beneath the stone platform, the drawing of lots continued. In front of Ling Xingsu and the other monks, a mixture of amazement and shyness filled their eyes. Even the thickest skin would have struggled to withstand her watery gaze for more than 2 breaths. Most of them, after calming down their anger, mustered the courage to turn back and gaze at the moon. Such behavior drew the scorn of some serious individuals, but when they occasionally glanced back, they exclaimed, "How fragrant," and joined the others in turning back to watch. Ling Xingsu's expression was stoic, neither happy nor sad, but the more she acted like this, the more it aroused the men's desire to conquer her. What man wouldn't want to conquer an icy beauty, to see her other side as she flexes and enjoys herself beneath him? Junior brother Su, those men are so annoying, always looking at me. Why don't you come behind me? Ling Xingsu telepathically sent a message to Su Poman, her tone filled with annoyance. Su Poman nodded and walked around behind her. Then, Ling Xingsu slowly turned around and met Su Poman's gaze, leaving only a stunning back view for the male in front. Those in the front team who were looking back all expressed regret, and even more jealousy towards Su Poman. Where did this kid come from, actually eating alone, so angry? The beauty actually turned around. This back view is also quite nice, take a good look and memorize it. Seeing this, Su Poman couldn't help but say, Senior Sister Ling, if you don't want to draw too much attention, you could try the veiled hat, it should be more effective than your veil. Great idea. I'll go check out the Qianshuifeng when I have time. Ling Xingsu's eyes lit up, and she secretly resolved to visit the Qianshuifeng in the market town at the foot of the mountain after the martial arts competition. The teams ahead moved quickly, and it wasn't long before Su Poman's turn came. He reached in and pulled out a J token the size of a baby's palm. Inscribed on it was the number 492, meaning his opponent's number was 109. Soon, everyone finished drawing lots, and a group of deacons and disciples stepped forward, calling on the cultivators who had drawn lots to gather around the various arenas. Numbers 1 to 100 and 501 to 600, follow me to the first arena. Numbers 101 to 200 and 401 to 500, follow me to the second arena and prepare. Fellow Daoists 201 to 300 and 301 to 400, follow me to the third arena. Su Poman was in the second arena. Wildlings Inc. Su, number 276, was assigned to the third arena so that they wouldn't meet in the first round of the competition. Each of the three arenas was staffed by a Foundation establishment cultivator, serving as referee and providing immediate life-saving assistance to prevent any disciples from being accidentally killed during the competition. While the number of disciples who perished in the competition was rare, there were many cases of missing limbs or even severe injuries nearing death. As long as one side refused to concede, the competition would continue until either side was completely defeated or the referee forcibly ended it. The three arenas were crowded with people, all looking upwards. 6 monks were already waiting. Some, being the first to take the stage, looked nervous, their gazes darting about. Others remained composed, calmly sizing up their opponents and silently formulating their strategies. Once the monks were in place, the long-haired elder who had been in charge of the drawing of lots announced, "The martial arts competition begins." Clang. The sound of a gong echoed throughout the arena, lifting everyone's spirits. On the second arena, a green-clad disciple of the Zichao sect stood, opposite a black-robed monk from the Guiling sect. The referee, a thin, dark-skinned old man, emanated the spiritual aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He hovered in the center of the arena, chanting, "Number 101, Zichao sect, Zombie Hui, versus number 500, Guiling sect, Menghedon. Are you both ready?" Zombie Hui and Menghedon nodded in unison, carefully sizing their opponents and quickly distanced themselves. Both were cultivators of magic. "Begin," the thin, dark-skinned old man roared, his spiritual aura suddenly subsiding. The audience watched eagerly. Su Poman scanned the arena with his spiritual sense, discovering that their cultivation levels were comparable, both at the 10th level of the key refining stage, though the aura of Zombie Hui of Zichao sect was noticeably stronger. In each corner of the arena, they chanted and began to unleash their power. Buzz! Buzz! 2 protective spiritual shields illuminated one after another. Zombie Hui's spiritual shield was a dark green, as if imbued with deadly poison. A pale green wisp lingered in the air as he moved. Menghedon's shield, on the other hand, was a ghostly gray, eerie, seemingly imbued with a sinister aura, though not a formidable one. Whoosh! 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 Zombie Hui launched the attack, hurling 3 cyan beads at Menghedon in quick succession. The beads transformed into afterimages, forming a Chinese character 4, and soaring away. A ghostly howl echoed. Not to be outdone, Menghedon produced a white paper umbrella. Within floated a long-tongued demon with enormous pupils, seemingly possessing the power to captivate and seduce. The demon's tongue extended like a spring, stretching dozens of feet to intercept the 3 beads. Bang! 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 The cyan bead exploded instantly. Strangely, the explosion lacked any significant impact. Instead, 3 intertwined cyan blue mists appeared, covering most of the arena. Menghedon lost sight of his opponent and was left to the demonic attack. HMPH, a mere demonic spirit, yet you dare to act so arrogantly, Zombie Hui sneered, his body ablaze with emerald light, clearly having activated his light body technique. He leaped, dodging the long tongue's attack. Then, muttering something, his fingers formed magical spells like butterflies flitting through flowers. Mist-killing technique, swift, a flash of light shot out from his hand, instantly piercing the vast cyan blue mist. Whoosh! The mist seemed to come alive, churning violently like boiling water, ultimately forming a gigantic, ferocious, one-horned dragon. Prepare to die? Zombie Hui's consciousness locked onto Menghedon's position, a confident expression on his face. The blue mist-like dragon let out a silent roar, flipped its body in the air, and rushed towards Menghedon with invisible power, devouring and killing him. What a powerful spell! This person is so smart, he actually thought of using the green mist poisonous ball to perform the mist-killing technique. In this way, its power is greatly increased. Is that kid from the ghost spirit sect going to be in trouble? Facing such an overwhelming fog-killing technique, even if his realm is higher, he may not be able to do anything. Moreover, the cloud of poisonous gas emitted by the green mist poisonous ball is extremely toxic and can corrode a shield. Haha, Don't talk nonsense, just wait and see. My junior brother Meng doesn't just have these tricks, just show off your quick words, just wait and see. The kid from the ghost spirit sect will be in trouble. You are looking for death? You dare to belittle my ghost spirit sect in front of me? Are you tired of living? You two calm down, there are so many elders watching here, no one will be happy if you cause trouble. HMPH, just wait and see, my junior brother Meng will slap you in the face. I hope you can still be so tough then. Haha, I'm not just tough, your grandma, ha ha ha, you're courting death. What number are you? Just wait. If you run into me, I'll make you suffer. Am I afraid of you? I'm number 439. Just as the conflict below the stage was about to escalate, a thin, dark-skinned old man in midair glanced sideways and said calmly, "Be still." The two men averted a full-blown conflict. They exchanged a glare before being pulled aside by their fellow disciples. Meng Hedon dodged repeatedly, but the massive dragons formed by the poisonous fog caught him several times. However, the fog-killing technique's attack power was limited, and his protective spirit shield blocked all attacks. But everyone could see that Meng Hedon was in dire straits. The cyan-blue poisonous gas was constantly eroding his shield, and the long-tongued demon fought desperately against Zombie Hui, but was steadily defeated. Meng Hedon's stern face held no trace of panic. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he slapped his ghost-raising bag. From it floated a beautiful, scantily clad female ghost. Her fair skin and slender figure were imbued with a faint ghostly aura, but the rest of her body was exposed, causing everyone present to breathe heavily. Ah, the beautiful female ghost moaned, a soft, alluring groan, like the whispers of lovemaking. Many of the males in the arena couldn't help but shudder. This is fucking awful. The ghost spirit sect actually offers such benefits. Is it too late to judge the sect now? Oh my god, this female ghost is so charming. I'd love for her to drain my yang energy, to die beneath the peony flowers, even as a ghost is a romantic experience. Haha, your cultivation is still too low, and you haven't mastered the spirit eye technique. I just used my minor successful spirit eye technique to take a look, and that female ghost isn't as beautiful as you see with your naked eyes. Those maggots are even crawling out of her eye sockets. Go away, don't interrupt this beautiful moment. Even the illusion is beautiful, isn't it? Yes, just appreciating the illusion is wonderful. Using the spirit eye technique to see it is too much. The moment Su Poman saw the female ghost, he suddenly recalled the question Ling Xingsu had asked him. Now he understood that strange look in her eyes. Under the spirit eye technique, the beautiful female ghost's appearance was indeed horrific, even disgusting. My dear, with a captivating cry, the beautiful female ghost joined the fray. Meng Hedon cast several talismans in quick succession, forming thick shields that barely blocked the blue dragon's attacks. He then muttered something, seemingly casting a spell. Elsewhere, Zombie Hui was cornered by two fierce ghosts. Though an elite disciple of the Zichao sect, his cultivation lay primarily in poison techniques, making it difficult to deal with the apparitions. He whistled, and the two green pendants on his ears suddenly came to life, transforming into dropstick-like shadows that flew towards Meng Hedon, attempting to interrupt his spellcasting. Each time the beautiful female ghost's eyes shone, Zombie Hui's mind drifted slightly. He bit his tongue to stay awake, then his right hand, a jade-colored hue, reached into the cloth bag at his waist and pulled out a handful of fiery red sand. I've invested heavily to deal with you ghost spirit sect cultivators. This handful of fire poison yang sand is more than enough to give you two a hard time. With a flick of his hand, the fiery red sand instantly transformed into a blazing crimson glow, showering the two evil spirits with it. The long-tongued ghost erupted in smoke as the light, ethereal sand, seemingly scorching hot, pierced its soul. The beautiful female ghost, on the other hand, was in even greater distress. Her skin was ripped, revealing her hideous form. She continued to howl in agony, a stark contrast to her previously charming image. Many of the cultivators in the audience exclaimed, "This is heavy." At that moment, Meng Hedon used his magical weapon to knock down two winged snakes, shouting, "Ghosts and demons unite, yin and yang separate, Fangxi clears the way, demonic ghosts true forms, haste." A divine seal emitting a grey glow descended from the mist. The two evil ghosts' bodies suddenly swelled up, then connected, the voluptuous ghost on top, the long-tongued ghost below. Their ghostly aura surged, as if they had taken a tonic. Evil ghost devouring the gods, Meng Hedon's voice echoed again. The enormous ghost suddenly opened its mouth, its long tongue trembling in waves. Raw, the invisible roar formed circles of black light that spanned the void and directly impacted Zombie Hui. His body suddenly stiffened, his eyes dull, and he stood motionless. Having lost control of the fog-killing technique, the blue-green mist dragon suddenly dissipated, revealing Menghedon's slightly disheveled figure. His lips were slightly purplish, his breath was a little weak, and his spiritual power was almost completely depleted. He was swallowing a detoxification pill, slowly channeling his spiritual energy to expel the toxins from his body. A thin, dark old man slowly descended from the sky, surveying Zombie Hui's condition. He then loudly declared, "In this battle, Ghost Spirit Sect, Menghedon wins." He reached out and grabbed Zombie Hui, bringing him close. With a single hand seal, he struck him in the face with a beam of light. Zombie Hui slowly regained consciousness, feeling as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer, feeling incredibly heavy. "You just suffered a spiritual attack, and you've fallen into trance. Go back and recuperate for a while," the thin, dark old man said slowly. Zombie Hui's face darkened. A spiritual injury wasn't like other injuries. While it didn't appear serious, without elixir, he wouldn't be able to recover to full strength for a year or two. He bowed to the thin old man and said respectfully, "Thank you, Elder Guan." "Well, go," Guan Yu said calmly. Then, Zombie Hui glared fiercely at Menghedon, as if he wanted to burn his face into his memory. Menghedon simply ignored Zombie Hui's gaze. He bowed respectfully to the thin and dark old man with a smile on his face, and then jumped off the ring in a dashing manner. Chapter 219 Kamehameha. Atop a high stone platform, the elders sat in a row. From their perch, they surveyed the performances of their sect's disciples, occasionally offering their judgments. The gray-haired elder from the Ghost Spirit sect on the far right displayed a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the horse-faced elder from the West Tuo sect on the other side looked slightly displeased. He sighed softly and said, "You Ghost Spirit sect are truly skilled. How come we haven't seen this kind of soul attack spell before?" Sorry, Elder G, this is a secret of our sect and cannot be shared with outsiders." The gray-haired elder merely smiled, not directly answering. The horse-faced elder pursed his lips and said, "I heard your sect leader recently visited the Myriad Tomb's secret realm in Linfen Kingdom. Could these spells have been brought from there?" The gray-haired elder shook his head, remaining silent, but a chill welled up inside. He hadn't expected the old man next to him to have guessed so accurately. On the arena, the battle continued. With the experience gained from the previous two clashes, the following cultivators became more cautious. Facing evenly matched opponents, they unleashed every possible means, striving to swiftly defeat their opponents. The crowd watching from the sidelines was also incredibly excited, witnessing the various combat methods employed by other sects, while also secretly pondering how they would handle such a situation themselves. Each of the 6 major sects had seeded players at the 12th level of the key refining stage, each a favorite vying for a spot on the top 10. Once they made it, they would be rewarded with foundation establishment pills, with a number of these pills decreasing from 1st to 10th place. Su Poman didn't pay much attention to this, simply finding the arena somewhat boring. To him, such a level of combat was like playing house. Even the presence of foundation establishment elders themselves in the arena held little interest. After the 6 sects martial competition, I'll go to the Kyanfan secret realm. After that, it's time to leave the kingdom of Nanayu. This place is no longer suitable for me." About half an hour later, the dark, thin, old man in the arena announced, "Next, number 107, Gao Fihong of the 5 Elements sect, will battle number 494, Changsu of the Brahma Sound sect." Gao Fihong, Su Po's face was filled with surprise. "He's actually in the same arena with me. Interesting." As he pondered this, 2 figures leaped up from the back of the crowd. One was Gao Fihong, a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, dressed in jade-colored attire. His confident smile and handsome features drew exclamations from the female monks in the audience. The other, dressed in khaki monk's robes and with 4 ordination scars on his bald head, had a rather ordinary appearance, but he possessed a somewhat extraordinary aura, his expression tinged with compassion. "Begin." Seeing the 2 men ready, the dark, thin old man shouted, then gathered his spiritual power, stepped on his magical instrument, and flew up. "Guangsheng Buddha, benefactor, please." Changsu clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist name, and his eyes gleamed with a brilliant light. A layer of yellow light suddenly rose from his body. That's the little art subduing demon technique of the Brahma Sound sect. I didn't expect that this young master is actually a physical cultivator. Among the 6 major sects today, only the Brahma Sound sect still retains a complete physical cultivation heritage. It is said that there is a separate academy. Although physical cultivation is difficult, it is very advantageous in low-level combat. The disciples of the 5 Element sect must be in trouble, not necessarily. The disciple of the 5 Element sect is at the 12th level, while Monk Chengsu is only at the 11th level of key refining, a small realm difference. Even a physical cultivator would have a hard time beating him. You underestimate physical cultivators. I once traveled to Kyanchuan country. There is a physical cultivation sect called Iron Bone sect there. Once the technique is mastered, not only will the attack be powerful and heavy, but the physical body's defense will be extremely strong. Coupled with some talismans, once close to a magic cultivator, you can even fight against a higher level cultivator. Really? Then you still have to keep your distance when dealing with physical cultivators. That's right, but the space in this arena is limited. Although it is 100 feet wide, it is still troublesome to move around. That's why I don't think much of the man from the 5 Elements sect. Gao Fihong saw the other man make no move, his face etched with disdain, his mind musing, what a pretense. He formed a magical shield with a flicker of his fingers, then retreated like a wisp of silk in the wind, chanting something as a green light materialized in his hand. As he moved, Chengsu's footsteps, a powerful force stomping a large crater in the ground, then strode towards Gao Fihong with unstoppable force. The earth-yellow energy flowed through his body, concentrating in his legs, and his speed skyrocketed. Tread, tap, tap, Monk Chengsu took 8 steps in a row, each one carrying immense power. Earth and rocks flew behind him, creating a momentum like a tiger pouncing on a prey. His figure also reached behind Gao Fihong. Roar, with a flick of his 5 claws, the image of a tiger's head materialized from behind him, crashing down upon the back of Gao Fihong's head with a terrifying whistling sound. Upon seeing this technique, Su Poman was struck. I didn't expect a physical cultivator's attack could be so impressive. Monk Chengsu appears compassionate, but every move hits Gao Fihong's vital points. Haha, well done, young master. As the tiger roared, Gao Fihong sensed something was amiss and quickly thrust out a green seal in his hand, then casually released a handful of seeds. Poison ivy strangler, the seeds instantly grew in midair, transforming into thorny green vines. Like mad pythons, they trembled frantically, wrapping themselves around Chengsu. With a swish, Monk Chengsu's 5 claws slammed down on the vines, instantly shredding a vast expanse in front of him. However, this was only a portion of the attack. Many more seeds, having landed, began to multiply wildly, forming a vast sea of thorny vines in a flash. These vines were incredibly resilient, seemingly inexhaustible, firmly entangling Chengsu and preventing him from pursuing his opponent. Gao Fihong's body flashed with a green light as he chanted again. The wood-attributed spiritual energy within him surged, forming a green seal. The green light cast a strange shadow on his face. 5 Elements rotation, responding to the command of the void, heaven's dark wood bloom, transform into a blaze of fire, rotate. The incantation was quick and brief, and the green seal in his hand suddenly turned fiery red. That's the 5 Elements rotation. As expected of senior brother Gao, you've mastered this secret technique in the key refining stage. That monk is finished. The 5 Elements rotation is not something that ordinary people can withstand. The 2 magics of the seal will mutually enhance each other under the influence of the seal. Wood will fuel the fire. Haha, senior brother Gao is going to win. On the high platform, a foundation establishment stage elder from the 5 Elements sect observed the scene and couldn't help but smile. The fiery red seal shot out and landed directly among the thorny green vines. Crack! It was like adding fuel to the fire. The thorny green vines burst into flames, spreading instantly and igniting a vast area. Trapped within, Monk Chengsu remained remarkably calm. The yellow aura radiating from him grew even brighter. With a furious roar, he tore through the vines, and with a powerful kick of his legs, he leaped towards Gao Fihong. Like a savage python, the poisonous vines continued to reach into the air, strangling him. Tiger crossing the stream, a massive tiger's silhouette shone from Chengsu's body, and his mid-air speed soared, successfully escaping the stranglehold of the vines on the ground. Gao Fihong observed this scene with a sardonic smile. If the 5 Elements rotation technique were this simple, it wouldn't have such a great reputation. He extended his arm and pointed, and a talisman flew from his sleeve, suddenly emitting a brilliant light in the air. 5 elements rotation, Greenwood Firebird technique. This talisman had been one of his trump cards, but had he not encountered this formidable physical cultivator today, he wouldn't have used it so easily. If his opponent were any other mage cultivator, he could easily resolve the battle with just one more flowing fire technique. However, considering the physical cultivator's defense, he decided to use the Firebird talisman paper to unleash this killing move. This was a perfect opportunity to let that ungrateful individual in the audience witness his strength, and hopefully make him retreat before he knew it was a challenge. In a flash of light, the flaming vine slowly began to vibrate rapidly, as if attracted by something. The flames began to condense amidst the swirling flames, and the temperature in the arena suddenly rose. Cheng Su felt an invisible pressure and quickly gathered all his inner energy, attacking Gao Fihong. His goal was clear: if he could defeat this spellcaster, even the most terrifying spell would vanish. Roar! A tiger roar echoed, and a huge white tiger light appeared on Cheng Su's body. Then, mysterious, glowing runes hovered around him, forming another layer of light shield. Tiger. Cheng Su placed his hands in a lotus position at his waist, his eyes fixed on Gao Fihong, who had dodged 100 feet away. An invisible aura gathered around him. On the high platform, the half-asleep old monk suddenly raised his eyelids, his face darkening as he cursed inwardly. Fool! After using this move, only 50% to 60% of your internal energy will be gone. How can you defeat your opponent? You'd be better off using the dragon catching and returning to the origin hand. You only care about power, not achievement. How foolish! Just as the old monk was cursing, Cheng Su, holding his hands in a lotus position at his waist, spun them forward and roared, Gang Yuan Po. A blinding white light suddenly illuminated at his waist, then formed a beam of light as thick as a bucket. A giant white tiger phantom leaped from him, following the beam of light and charging straight at Gao Fihong. Holy shit! Isn't this just a fairy tale version of Kamehameha? Su Poman's eyes widened. Gao Fihong, danger! He slapped his storage bag, and a small bronze shield instantly appeared before him. The moment the bronze shield grew larger, the beam of light approached. Boom! Gao Fihong was sent flying dozens of feet by the immense force. The bronze shield was now covered in cracks, and a hole, seemingly charred, appeared in its center. He stood up, his face pale. His throat moved twice, and he quickly swallowed a blood. Although this would aggravate his injuries, as the prodigy of the 5 elements sect, how could he allow himself to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a cultivator of a lower realm? It was absolutely unacceptable. He raised his head with a sullen expression, staring coldly at Monk Cheng Su. He pointed his fingers into the air and shouted, "Quick!" Chia bird's cry echoed. A giant firebird, its body made of green vines and flames, flapped its wings and flew towards Cheng Su. Monk Cheng Su's face was bitter. His spiritual power and inner energy had been completely drained by the previous attack. Unexpectedly, even such an attack couldn't defeat his opponent. He swiftly bowed to the sky and said, "Elder, I surrender." Haha, this monk is quite resourceful. Su Poman couldn't help but praise him. A thin, dark-skinned old man instantly descended, emanating the spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment stage. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pillars in the 4 corners of the arena vibrated faintly. Array patterns transformed into a giant green hand. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly crushed the Greenwood Firebird into a handful of ash. That elder is actually a formation cultivator. His attack method is truly remarkable. Although formation cultivators are powerful, they place great importance on innate talent. And the cultivation process consumes a significant amount of resources. Only by setting up formations in advance can they unleash their full potential in a duel. If a formation cultivator sets up formations in advance, they could probably use their powerful formations to defeat opponents of higher levels, right? Haha, how could a formation that could defeat opponents of higher levels be so easy to set up? The materials alone are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. For the same cost, it would be more convenient to buy a powerful talisman. Upon seeing the giant green hand, Su Poman immediately thought of his own bioforce field. Its attack method bore some resemblance to that of the giant hand formed by the formation. Gao Fihong flew down with a proud expression, his gaze sweeping across Su Poman's face, as if to show off his strength. MMDZZ, Su Poman rolled his eyes and couldn't help but utter a curse. After the 2 men left the arena, 2 more emerged, disciples from the Yinsha sect and the Zichuo sect. The battle between the 2 wasn't particularly spectacular, But it didn't take long for the outcome to be decided. The Yinsha sex cultivators excelled at controlling corpses, while the Zichuo sex disciples specialized in poison. However, the corpses they refined were extremely resistant to poison, which resulted in the Zichuo sex disciple being repeatedly beaten back. He kept dodging until the Yinsha sex disciple, finding a weakness, finally defeated him with a spell called Oxhair Evil Needles. A thin, dark-skinned elder used a large, green hand formed by a formation to clear the arena. He then chanted, "Now, number 109, Kinming of the Ghost Spirit Sect, versus number 492, Su Poman of the Liang Sect. Finally, it's my turn." Su Poman smiled calmly and leaped forward. "Master Su, keep going." Below the arena, several female cultivators from the Liang Sect waved their delicate, pink fists, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Kinming wore a black robe and a striking purple jade crown. He had a respectable appearance, but his narrow eyes gave him a rather feminine air. The skin on his face and hands was unusually pale, evidently from a life spent in shadowy places. Seeing the two ready, the thin, dark-skinned old man quietly withdrew his spiritual power. "Begin." With that, he stepped on a magical instrument and soared into the air, hovering high above, gazing down at the two. "Boy, you're unlucky to have met me," Kinming sneered. He slapped the ghost-raising bag at his waist, and the surrounding area instantly filled with an overwhelming, sinister, ghostly aura. Chapter 220 Soul Search. 3 ghosts, each with a different appearance, emerged from the black fog, their hideous faces looming. Woo-woo-woo ghostly howls, like the winter north wind, echoed from all directions, and the air carried a pungent, foul odor. A faint glint shone beneath Su Poman's eyelids, and he gently tapped the dragon-scale sword sheath behind him. A red shadow streaked through the air. Atop the platform, Jia Feng focused his attention on this point. Seeing the burning shadow sword unsheathed, a look of wonder crossed his face. "This sword-wielding technique is truly formidable. I wonder how Lord Ouyang trained him to such a heightened level of spiritual awareness. This battle should be a sure win." While the untrained eye sees the excitement, the expert sees the essence. Even the opening moves reveal their remarkable details. "What a swift flying sword! That's a sword cultivator from the Liang Sect," many in the arena exclaimed in amazement. Sword cultivators are a unique faction in the world of Immortal Cultivation. They strive for ultimate offensive power, employing no elaborate tactics in their combat, relying solely on their natal flying sword. Thousands of miles away, they can take the enemy's head. That's what sword cultivators are made of. A fiery red light pierced through the black fog, dazzling with brilliance. The fog couldn't block Su Poman's sight. Controlled by his mind, the burning shadow sword slashed directly at the 3 evil spirits. Swish! 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 Before the crowd could recover, 3 crisp sounds echoed from the fog. Within the fog, a fist-sized fiery red hole appeared in the hoods of the 3 evil spirits. Strands of blazing spiritual energy imbued with the sun's true fire raged, and in an instant, they exploded with a bang. "What?" Kinming's face froze, feeling his connection with the evil spirits suddenly vanish. Before he could prepare his next move, a sharp, fiery aura suddenly reached his head. "You lose." Su Poman stared directly into Kinming's eyes through the thick black fog, as if the fog, which obstructed his consciousness, didn't even exist. Kinming slowly turned around and saw an ornate, fiery red flying sword hovering quietly behind his head, ready to behead him with a single thought. How could you be so powerful? Kinming was filled with immense anger and frustration. He had all these skills, yet he couldn't even use them. The 3 evil spirits he had carefully nurtured were reduced to ash. This loss was a heart-wrenching loss. He looked up calmly at Su Poman, exhaled heavily, and said in a deep voice, "I surrender." Those 3 words seemed to carry a tremendous weight. From the moment he uttered them, it was clear that not only had the competition yielded nothing, but he had also lost a significant portion of his combat power. This battle, Liang Sect, Su Poman wins. An uproar erupted from the arena. What happened? Why did he suddenly admit defeat? The competition has only just begun for a few dozen breaths. What's wrong with senior brother Kin? He threw in the towel so easily. Could it be that the fight was too quick and the outcome was already decided? This is too fast. A sword cultivator is worthy of being a sword cultivator. In one word, fast. Why do I feel offended by what you said? A thin, dark old man slowly descended. With a wave of his hand, The black mist in the arena dissipated, revealing the dejected figure of Qin Ming. "Thank you." Su Poman turned and left the arena. He surveyed the surroundings and saw that the cultivators who had finished the competition had returned to recuperate or cultivate. Not wanting to waste time here, he headed straight for the mountain path. Returning to the courtyard, he laid down on a chair and lazily basked in the sun. The warm sunlight bathed him, and strands of energy diffused through his superhuman body, continuously strengthening every inch of his muscles. This process, far from feeling strange, felt like a full-body massage, completely immersing one in a gradually intensifying pleasure. In Shangluo Kingdom, Xianhandao sect within a quaint hall, a cyan flame on a tabletop burned slowly, its direction impervious to the wind from the doorway. Bang! A figure was thrown to the ground like a sack. It was an elderly man in elegant attire, with purple hair. But now, his spiritual energy had been completely drained, his ancient crown askew, his hair extremely disheveled, and he looked utterly disheveled. "Who the hell are you? I told you I didn't kill Liu Chuanzong, but you won't believe me," the spirit insect master shouted hoarsely, a look of fear on his face. It was unfortunate, after traveling to Nanayu to search for Li Xianheng's killer, he encountered a great cultivator in the spiritualization stage on his way back. He claimed to have killed Liu Chuanzong and silenced 3 elite disciples of the Corpse Yin sect, and then attempted to capture him. He felt even more wronged than Dewey. He still hoped to escape by teleporting, but the cultivator's methods were terrifying, and he sealed his nascent soul in a matter of seconds. HMPH, in this tiny country of Nanayu, only you and Na Yudao have reached the nascent soul stage. As the guardian of the alliance, that guy certainly wouldn't dare to interfere in the affairs of our sect. Who else could he be besides you? The bald, burly man had a circle of dark lines on his forehead, like a tattoo. He spoke with great confidence, then bowed towards the depths of the hall and said, "Master, the guy who destroyed our sect's human pills has been caught. What should we do with him?" Upon hearing this, Master Ling Chong's face changed, and he shouted hurriedly, "It's unfair, 2 seniors. I went to Nanayu to find a murderer. That man was extremely powerful and killed my nephew Li Xianhong. This matter can be clarified by inquiring in Nanayu. Moreover, I have never met Liu Chuanzong, let alone any disciples of the Corpse Yin sect. How could he kill someone for no reason? Moreover, I am from the faction of Lord Zheng of the Cultivation Alliance. How could I possibly interfere in the affairs of your sect?" As soon as he heard the word human pill, his thoughts raced, and he immediately figured out the other party's origins. No sound emanated from the darkness. The bald man stood respectfully, seemingly awaiting a response. A long moment passed. "Zheng Chunqiu," an old, hoarse voice rang out from the darkness. As the words rang out, the bean-sized cyan flames pulsated. Master Ling Chong nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, senior, I am from Master Zheng Chunqiu's lineage. Do you have any proof?" The cyan flame stirred again. Yes. Master Ling Chong hurriedly flipped his hand, attempting to retrieve the contents of his storage ring, but suddenly realized that his nascent soul was sealed, preventing him from using even a trace of spiritual energy. He looked to the bald man for help. The burly man tapped him lightly on the forehead and said impatiently, "HMPH, what a hassle." A flash of yellow light passed, and Master Ling Chong noticed the seal had loosened slightly. He quickly summoned his spiritual sense to retrieve the token from his ring. It was a cyan token, neither wood nor metal. A strange 9-headed dragon was depicted on the front, and the words spring and autumn were engraved on the back. Whoosh! A suction force emanated from the darkness, and the token instantly flew out of his hand. "Yes, it's old monster Zheng's token indeed. It seems you're right. But just in case, I'll still have to search your soul. Don't worry, my Xianhandao sect's secret soul-searching technique won't cause excessive damage to the soul. It will fully recover in a year or 2, and there won't be any irreversible damage," the old voice echoed again from the darkness. "Soul search." Master Ling Chong's face paled, and he cursed inwardly. Isn't this the equivalent of stripping naked for others to see? My secrets and opportunities will be revealed, even my past with my sister. Senior, I swear to heaven that I absolutely did not kill Liu Chuanzong or the disciple of the Corpse Yin sect. Soul search is unnecessary, Master Ling Chong hastily added, raising his right hand as if to swear the heavenly oath. As he spoke, an invisible suction suddenly arose. Master Ling Chang's expression froze, and he thought to himself that this was not good, his old face filled with despair. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless secret methods that can circumvent the punishment of heavenly oaths. I never believed in such bullshit. Within the azure light, Master Ling Chong saw a gaunt, bald old man. Black lines crisscrossed his head, giving him a sinister appearance. His deep eyes, devoid of white, were a strange black. Then, a strange force lurked him into a state of hypnosis. A bluish-purple light emanated from the bald man's eyes. Vivid images and shadows continuously surfaced in his mind, deciphering Master Ling Chang's memories. He's truly wronged. With a wave of his hand, the bald man tossed the unconscious Master Ling Chong into the center of the hall. Someone else killed Liu Chuanzhuang. Go investigate. Yes. The bald man clasped his fists in a salute and began to depart. Wait, Master, do you have any other instructions? Take this dead dog out, and remove the seal on his nascent soul. Yes, the bald man, grasping the spirit insect master's collar, vanished in a single stride, reappearing atop a mountain thousands of miles away. With a casual toss, he dropped the spirit insect master to the ground. Then, with another finger gesture, a yellow lotus-like figure emerged, slowly landing between the master's brows. What a hassle! Shede curled his lips, tossing the token inscribed with the word spring in autumn beside him. Then, turning, he vanished in a blur of light. The next morning, Nanhao Kingdom, 5 Elements Sect. The second round of the 6-sex martial competition was about to begin. After the first day of eliminations, a total of 150 cultivators had advanced to the top 100 competition. On the mountain path, figures raced toward the summit, while a few spectators strolled leisurely. These were the disciples eliminated on the first day, so naturally, they weren't rushing to the summit to participate in the martial arts competition. Su Poman had been out for a while when he spotted a slender figure wearing a black gauze hat. His eyes lit up, and he called out, "Senior Sister Ling, I didn't expect you could recognize her even after all this." Ling Xingsu's soft voice echoed. "Haha, Senior Sister Ling is naturally beautiful, so it's easy to recognize her," Su Poman said without hesitation. Ling Xingsu's pretty face flushed beneath her hat, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're such a smooth talker, huh? Senior Sister, you've tasted it." Su Poman's face shone with innocence and bewilderment. Ling Xingsu asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" It's nothing. I just said it casually." "Senior Sister, don't take it to heart," Su Poman hurriedly explained. But at that moment, with his supervision, he saw Ling Xingsu's pretty face suddenly turn pink, as if she had thought of something. Her delicate body trembled slightly, as if she was trying to suppress the primordial power that was about to burst forth. "Senior Sister Ling, what's wrong with you?" Su Poman asked, continuing to play dumb. The bamboo hat blocked divine senses, and Ling Xingsu subconsciously assumed no one could see her expression. However, Su Poman possessed a magical power similar to the clairvoyance technique, and he saw every change in her expression. Although he had just teased her briefly, it was better to play dumb in the current situation. Ling Xingsu's chest rose and fell 2 or 3 times, then her expression calmed down. She said softly, "Let's go." "Okay." The two of them ascended the stone steps and climbed together. At the summit, they separated, and Su Poman went to the second arena. He stood quietly in a corner, waiting for the competition to begin. Just then, a tall figure approached him. Su Poman looked up, frowning. "Something, are you really unaware, or are you pretending not to know?" Gao Fihong said, shaking the jade token in his hand. "After the martial arts competition ended yesterday, the deacons of my 5-element sect laid out the order of battle for the second round, as well as their respective opponents. So what?" Su Poman lazily replied. Gao Fihong sneered, "Your opponent today is me." "Oh?" Su Poman's face remained impassive, as if winning or losing the competition meant nothing to him. "I advise you to admit defeat quickly, lest you be seriously injured by my magic and suffer the humiliation of being humiliated." Gao Fihong leaned over and whispered in Su Poman's ear. Su Poman glanced up at Gao Fihong's forehead, then glanced at him again. What are you laughing at?" Gao Fihong felt a little bewildered, as if he had punched cotton and was being mocked for being weak. "I'm laughing at you." Su Poman's lips curled up slowly, a gentle yet polite smile appearing on his face. Gao Fihong frowned, his expression darkening as he angrily demanded, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you, you idiot." Su Poman's expression remained elegant, as if he were greeting someone cordially. "You?" Gao Fihong's face darkened, and he sneered, "You're so sharp-tongued. Once we're in the ring, I'll see how long you can keep laughing, then we'll wait and see." Su Poman's expression remained unchanged, looking at Gao Fihong as if he were a mentally retarded child. How could someone with such low emotional intelligence exist in this world? Is he just a fool? Sister Xingsu is truly charming. With Zhang Kang in front and Gao Fihong behind, she's a disaster. Fortunately, I'm strong enough to deal with this troublemaker. On the ring, a thin, dark-skinned old man slowly descended, his foot on a magical weapon, and a new round of fighting soon began. Chapter 221 Moving Mountains. 80% of the cultivators participating in the second round of the competition were at the 11th level of key refining, with a very small number of lucky ones at the 10th level, and a small number of favorites at the 12th level. This round of combat was even more exciting than the previous day, captivating the audience. Su Poman stood in a deserted corner, gazing towards the third arena to the north. Ling Xingsu wore a veiled hat and a red gown. Her opponent was a yellow-faced cultivator from the Yinsha sect at the 11th level of key refining. "My dear, you have a truly captivating figure. I'll be gentle and treat you well," the yellow-faced man said with a wicked grin, unable to resist easing. A strange look crossed Su Po's face, and he thought to himself, "This guy is truly fearless. He dares to tease Miss Xingsu. With her stubborn temper, he's in for a hell of a fight." What followed was just as he'd predicted. After the referee announced the start, Ling Xingsu first unleashed her fire cloud technique, enveloping the two corpses controlled by the man and incinerating them with a cloud of flaming fire. Then, using her clear mind technique to shorten the casting time, she unleashed a barrage of 5 fireballs using a 5-fingered flick, blasting the sallow-faced Yinsha sect cultivator to dust and dirt. He suffered severe burns, even his eyebrows singed off. Seeing this, Su Po averted his gaze, silently awaiting his turn. Below the arena, Qin Ming was chatting among a group of fellow cultivators. "Brother Qin, what happened in yesterday's fight? There was so much ghost fog at the time that I couldn't see clearly. Can you tell us about it?" "Yes, Brother Qin, tell us, what exactly does the sword cultivator of the Liang sect have?" Amid the crowd's jeers, Qin Ming glanced at Su Poman in the corner, then slowly said, "That flying sword was very fast and powerful. It should be a top-grade magic weapon. It killed the evil ghost that I carefully cultivated in just a few breaths. Moreover, their Liang sect skills are extremely effective in restraining ghosts." "I see. I've also heard of the Liang sect's sun skill. The spiritual power contains energy of the most yang attribute, which has a great restraint on ghost spirit sect cultivators like me. Brother Qin didn't lose unfairly. Don't be discouraged." "Yes, Brother Qin, after returning to the sect and raising demonic ghosts, you won't be afraid of this kind of restraint." On the second arena, a fight ended. The dark and thin old man slowly descended, and with a giant hand formed by array patterns, he cleared away many debris in the field. Then he chanted loudly, "Next, Gao Fihong of the Five Element sect will fight Su Poman of the Liang sect." "Finally, it's my turn." Su Poman's eyes lit up, and he leaped onto the ring. Elsewhere, surrounded by a crowd, Gao Fihong transformed into a slender figure and leaped onto the ring. A confident smile graced his face, and he landed with a dashing flourish. The female cultivators below couldn't help but look infatuated. "Senior Brother Gao, you're so handsome, your movements are so stunning." And you're so handsome too, Senior Brother Gao, I want to have children with you." Senior Brother Gao, teach that Liang sect brat a lesson." Just then, a graceful figure wearing a black gauze hat approached from the first ring. She stared at Su Poman, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I wonder how strong Su is, but I hope he won't be bullied by that Gao guy, right?" In a moment, Ling Xingsu realized that she had been addressing someone with a strange aura, and a blush spread across her face. On the arena, Gao Fihong caught a glimpse of Ling Xingsu from the corner of his eye. He was greatly encouraged, eager to demonstrate his prowess before the beautiful woman. His eyes blazed with passion as he fixed his gaze on Su Poman. "Begin." The spiritual pressure suddenly vanished, and the thin, dark-skinned old man ascended into the air, stepping on his magical instrument. Gao Fihong, seemingly having specially studied how to deal with Su Poman, flung talismans freely as he retreated, forming layers of aquamarine protective shields around him. Water conquers fire, he tossed his hand again, and hundreds of sesame-sized green seeds rained down. The dragon-scale sword case behind Su Poman's back opened with a click, and a fiery red light emanated from it, accompanied by the clang of a sword. The fiery red flying sword, as agile as a fish, darted back and forth above Su Poman's head, tracing a variety of arcs in the air. Uncle Su, what is he waiting for? Why hasn't he unleashed his flying sword yet? Maybe he's waiting for the opponent to complete his spell. That's too arrogant. He's also a cultivator at the 12th level of key refining. Ling Xingsu couldn't help but grow nervous. This guy, while everyone was stunned, Gao Fihong had already seized the opportunity to complete his own spell. Poison Ivy Strangulation. A sea of green vines instantly engulfed Su Poman. Everyone in the audience gasped in surprise. Is it over already? No way, so soon. The next moment, a streak of red light shot out from the layers of green vines. The fiery red flying swords shuttled back and forth relentlessly, like shuttles in a loom, moving at speed so fast that even spiritual consciousness could barely grasp them, leaving trails of fiery red in the air. Wherever the red lines passed, the green vines were instantly incinerated to charcoal. In a few breaths, a large area of green vines was cleared, and Su Poman strolled out, shrouded in a layer of fiery red aura. This is Genki. Oh my god, this is incredible. This guy actually cultivates both sword and body. No wonder he's so confident. This person from the Liang sect is truly abnormal. Not only has he mastered the sword-controlling techniques of a sword cultivator, he's even achieved such a high level in bodybuilding techniques. He's definitely going to be in the top 3 of this martial arts competition. Not only were the cultivators in the audience amazed, but even most of the elders on the podium were captivated by this battle. Elder Jia, is this boy a disciple of Master Yang? Fairy Bayu's face was filled with surprise, her almond-shaped eyes widening. I didn't expect him to be so skilled in storytelling, but also so formidable in combat. Jia Feng nodded and said with a smile, yes, junior brother Su is indeed Master Yang's direct disciple. Haha, your Liang sect has produced a unicorn, said the green-robed old man from the Zichuo sect nearby with a smile. Jia Feng laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist Zeng, you're too kind. Gao Fihong, upon seeing the aura emanating from Su Po, was startled. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. Even if he's a physical cultivator, what can he do? My 5 elements rotation technique isn't so easy to deal with. Quick! The green seal in his hand transformed into fiery red and shot towards a clump of unburned thorny green vines. Boom! The vines instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Above them, a talisman with intricate patterns hovered, ignited and shone brightly. The burning shadow sword, like a fleeting swift, streaked through the air and in an instant, reached Gao Fihong, striking heavily at his protective shield. Gao Fihong's face showed disdain. He had relied on his numerous defensive measures, believing they would be enough to hold out for a while, but the next moment, his expression changed. Puff, puff, puff. Layer after layer of aquamarine shields, capable of withstanding the spells of a late-stage key refining cultivator, were shattered, unable to withstand even 3 breaths of force. Gao Fihong's expression changed drastically. He quickly slapped his storage bag and pulled out a small bell-shaped defensive magic weapon. Feeling this wasn't enough, he pulled out a number of defensive talismans and affixed them to his body. There were golden light talismans, earth shield talismans, water shield talismans, and so on. In an instant, his body was covered with a variety of protective shields. Even so, it was still unable to stop the burning shadow sword's attack. The shields shattered one after another under the sharp blade. Soon, the burning shadow sword crashed into the bronze bell. Dong! The tremendous impact caused the bronze bell's surface to vibrate and rumble. Fortunately, the bronze bell temporarily blocked the flying sword's attack, giving Gao Fihong a sigh of relief. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then muttered a mantra. 5 elements rotation, greenwood firebird technique, Chia bird's cry echoed. Gao Fihong smiled. He possessed immense confidence in his magic, for once unleashed, its power surpassed that of a key refining stage cultivator. In a flash of light, the flaming vines seemed drawn together, gathering together to form a gigantic, 3-meter-tall firebird. Formed from green vines and suffused with flames, it radiated a terrifying heat, distorting the surrounding air. Many cultivators in the audience felt a sense of powerlessness upon witnessing this spell. This spell was truly terrifying. How can Master Su resist? He can't lose, can he? He cultivates both sword and body. If he loses, it'll be disastrous. Haha, the complex spells cast using the secret techniques of our 5-element sect aren't as simple as you might imagine. Even a body refining cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of the greenwood firebird technique. Chi, the firebird flapped its wings, its massive flaming beak pecking at Su Poman's head. Simultaneously, its entire body moved like an eagle snagging a chick, its claws clashing in unison. The enormous figure obscured the sky, making Su Poman look like an ant beneath an elephant's feet. A stern, dark-skinned old man in midair stood poised, ready to intervene at any moment. Go Fihong, hiding beneath the bronze bell, saw this and couldn't help but sneer. Ah, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Su Poman remained remarkably calm. He raised his head slightly, the image of the firebird in his pupils growing ever larger, its massive beak and its flame-patterned feathers clearly reflected in his gaze. Just when everyone thought Su Poman was doomed, he gently took a step back. And the phantom of an ancient divine mountain appeared overhead. The massive mountain towered majestically, seemingly possessing the power to crush the world. Move the mountain, an invisible aura emanated from Su Poman, sweeping the fine dust from the ground horizontally, centered around him, forming a vast circle. This was a powerful energy skill that could be achieved through the consummation of the mountain-moving body refining technique. The shadowy figure of the ancient divine mountain, radiating a red glow, slowly but surely rose from the ground, colliding head-on with the swooping giant firebird. Boom! The moment the two collided, a sound like thunder echoed, and flames erupted in all directions. As the crowd watched in astonishment, the giant, 3-meter-tall firebird was directly smashed back by the ancient divine mountain, condensed from the inner energy of the great key. It was then pierced through, shattering into fragments in midair. Crash! Flaming vines rained down like a shower, creating a spectacular display resembling fireworks. Everyone in the audience watched in amazement. What kind of magic is this? It's so powerful, amazing. It can actually break Senior Brother Gao's green wood firebird technique head-on. Is the moving mountain body refining art really that perverted? What a ruthless person. A middle-aged scholar sitting in the main seat on the high platform opened his eyes. I didn't expect this disciple of the Liang sect to have cultivated the moving mountain body refining art to perfection and even mastered this minor magical power. His understanding is quite impressive. This boy is truly extraordinary. The body refining technique created by the moving mountain Taoist is widely circulated in the world of immortal cultivation, but only a handful can cultivate it to perfection, and the chances of realizing this minor magical power are even rarer. With such understanding, he's probably comparable to some of the Taoist disciples in the top cultivation countries. The white-haired old man beside him slowly spoke, his eyes looking towards the second arena, his face showing admiration. Snap! Just as everyone marveled at Su Poman's defeat of the Firebird spell, the bronze bell protecting Gao Fihong was shattered into a hail of copper shards by the burning shadow sword. On one side, a rain of fire erupted, on the other, irregular copper fragments of varying sizes fell. Gao Fihong stared blankly at the magnificent flying sword hovering before him, his face livid. He couldn't help but glance down at the stage, where he saw the graceful figure in a conical hat watching the fight. He felt even more resentful. Are you admitting defeat? Su Poman's indifferent voice reached him, echoing throughout the arena. Recalling his provocative actions outside the arena, Gao Fihong felt like a clown. Now, having lost a fight in public, he felt completely humiliated. I will not admit defeat, Gao Fihong roared like a madman, then flashed away, escaping the flying sword's range. A shimmering azure light shone from his body, and layers of protective shields rose up. That's just what I want, Su Poman smiled, his figure flashing, and he was directly in front of Gao Fihong. At the same time, the burning shadow sword, radiating crimson light, instantly shattered all protective shields. He then slapped him. Snap! Gao Fihong's right cheek swelled up at a visible speed, his ears ringing. And he felt a bit dazed from the blow. What kind of grudge is this? You actually slapped me in the face, ha ha ha? This fellow from the Liang sect has real character. He slaps me when he refuses to admit defeat. I've been fed up with this kid from the Five Elements sect for a long time. He's always pretending to be awesome and even seducing our female cultivators. He deserves a lesson. Well done. On the podium, the Five Elements sect elders' faces darkened. The dramatic scene also attracted the attention of many elders from other sects. GFN pondered, awestruck. I didn't expect Junior Brother Su to have hidden some of his strength. It took time for the flying sword to pierce those shields before, but now it's done in an instant. But humiliating others like this in the Five Elements sect is unacceptable. Gao Fihong's fury erupted like a volcano. He gritted his teeth and roared, I want you dead. Then, recklessly, He lunged forward, foolishly intending to fight back with punches and kicks. He forgot he was facing a physical cultivator skilled in close combat. Haha, you've lost your mind, Su Po smiled, dodging the tug of war and slapping him again. Smack. It hit him squarely on the left cheek. This time, the force was even greater, sending Gao Fihong flying, tumbling through the air and landing on the ground over 10 meters away. Chapter 222, Plan to Destroy a Country. You still don't admit defeat? That light laughter, as if tinged with tangible hurt. Gao Fihong shakily rose from the ground. His hair was disheveled, his face swollen like a pig's, and most of his beautiful teeth were missing. He felt his dignity being trampled upon. He tumbled into the dirt, unable to help but roar, "You forced me to do this." Gao Fihong lowered his head, like a beast in despair, his eyes bloodshot with madness. His chest heaved, and he staggered towards Su Poman. "Are you anxious?" Su Poman looked at Gao Fihong silently, his expression unchanged. "Since you refuse to admit defeat, let me see what tricks you have." In mid-air, the thin, dark-skinned old man who served as the referee frowned, a sense of foreboding welling up in his mind. Gao Fihong grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodshot, broken teeth. "Die." With that, a jade talisman suddenly shot out from his sleeve, igniting in mid-air and transforming into a beam of wood-colored light that stretched from heaven to earth. "Stop!" Jia Feng, atop the platform, suddenly changed expression and shouted. The dark, thin old man had already made a move, a giant green hand formed from the formation pattern reaching for the wood-colored light. However, due to the suddenness of the situation, his movement was a little too slow, and the light had already enveloped Su Poman. "Oh no! Uncle Su's life is in danger, oh my god! This is the Wujuan Extreme Evil Talisman, a high-level talisman capable of killing Foundation Establishment cultivators. How could he use such a powerful weapon in a martial arts competition? This should be a life-saving item given by the elders. Most core disciples of the Five-Element sect have such a treasure capable of resisting Foundation Establishment cultivators, but he actually used it in a martial arts competition? He's insane," the audience exclaimed in shock. Ling Xingxi's heart suddenly leaped to her chest, and she gazed nervously towards the arena. Gao Fihong, a savage smile on his face, shouted, "Elder Guan, he hasn't conceded, why did you bother saving him? Shameless." Ling Xingxi trembled with anger at the words. Anxiety filled her pretty face, and a silver glint flickered deep within her pupils. In previous 7-sex martial competitions, many cultivators had possessed such life-saving items. While there wasn't a direct rule prohibiting their use, the Foundation Establishment elders had instructed their disciples before the competitions, strictly prohibiting their use. Such tactics were too powerful, and if not properly controlled, could easily result in a fatality. Even a Foundation Establishment referee wouldn't be able to immediately resolve a crisis of this magnitude. The 7-sex martial competition was originally intended to compare the potential of the new generation of elite disciples, not to test the financial strength of the sects. For this reason, the crowd in the audience was deeply dissatisfied with Gao Fihong's actions. The wood-colored light was filled with the destructive aura of the Yuan Extreme Evil Light. Just as everyone thought Su Poman had met with an accident, a figure slowly emerged from the beam of light. He was surrounded by a black token, engraved with a vaguely shaped small sword. The token was now emitting Inki sword energy, forming a shield that blocked the Yuan Extreme Evil Light. Gao Fihong's smile froze, his face paled, and his eyes darkened. Why can't I kill him like this? Mid-air, the dark and thin old man's consciousness detected this scene. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used his green hand to obliterate the light and shadow produced by the Yuan Extreme Evil symbol, then descended. This battle, Liang sect, Su Poman wins. Jia Feng, who was about to attack, relaxed his expression and sat back in his chair, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "I'm really getting old and confused. How could a disciple of Lord Yang not have a way to protect himself? That's the black sword token, right? I didn't expect Lord Yang to give it to him. It seems this junior brother Su is quite favored by Lord Yang, Fairy Bai said with a smile. Jia Feng waved his purple fan, his eyes fixed on Su Poman in the arena. His tone was slightly sour. "Of course. Junior brother Su is Lord Yang's direct disciple. He taught him everything he knows, so he naturally treasures it." Su Poman walked off the arena in a casual manner. In reality, even if he hadn't used the black sword token, he wouldn't have taken any damage. An attack of that level wouldn't even have tickled him. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't act too outrageous. After all, he had learned a lot of secrets from the disciples of the Corpse Yin sect. Until he was truly invincible, it was best to keep a low profile. The Cheyenne and Deus Ex Human elixir was killed in Nanayu, and someone would undoubtedly investigate. The Sixth Sex Martial Competition, a grand event held during this period, would naturally attract considerable attention. Su Poman had previously felt free to unleash his energy after acquiring the soul devouring ability, but that was because there were no cultivators above the spiritualization stage in Nanayu. Now, that was no longer the case. The Cheyenne and Deus sect was a 7th-tier sect, boasting powerful cultivators in the Tribulation Crossing stage. Their abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary, beyond his current capabilities. "Senior Sister Ling, were you watching me compete?" Su Poman asked with a smile, approaching Ling Xingsu. Even through his hat, without his supervision, Su Poman could sense an inexplicable desire for the woman before him, as if etched in his genes. Ling Xingsu nodded and whispered, "Junior brother Su, let's go back together, okay?" The two chatted, shoulder to shoulder, as they left the summit. Gao Fihong caught a glimpse of this scene, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed with another ruthless knife. He was so depressed he felt like vomiting blood. A sinister look crossed his brows. He glanced at the elders on the platform, then at the cultivators who looked down on him, and said coldly, "Since you despise me so much, then die." He staggered and left the summit alone, heading straight for his master's cave. In the back mountains of the Five Elements sect, in a narrow path leading down a cliff face, a few small blue flowers quietly bloomed in the shadows of the rocky mountainside. Crack! A large foot mercilessly ran over them, crushing two of the blue flowers into mud. The injuries on Gao Fihong's face had healed somewhat after treatment, but a faint purple-blue tinge still remained. His teeth were struggling to grow back now, and he would have to wait until he successfully established his foundation before new teeth could grow. Walking across the wet ground, he arrived at a precipice. "Master, I have something important to see you about." He activated another sound transmission talisman and sent it inside. Not long after, the cliff wall rumbled, and the mossy soil above rustled down, landing in a small gully on the rock face. A dark cave entrance appeared on the cliff face, and from within came a remarkably old voice, "Disciple, come in." Gao Fihong, a look of respect on his face, leaped into the pitch-black cavern. The cavern was bare, save for a worn bookshelf and a white jade bed. Atop the bed sat a tall, gaunt old man. Green wood grain marked his face, as if he were made entirely of wood, and he exuded a rich woody aura. "Disciple, what brings you to me?" the old voice repeated. "Master, when can we begin that plan? I was bullied in the martial arts competition and can't stand it any longer. I want to kill him now." The tall old man's eyes lit up as he spoke. With a wave of his hand, a misty green shroud appeared within the cave, enveloping the two of them. "I've told you countless times that before you mention that plan, you must first establish an isolation shield. This is the back mountain of the Five Elements sect, with many people and many ears. Perhaps there are cultivators who have mastered some kind of spying technique. Do you intend to piss me off to death?" the tall old man said grimly. Gao Fihong lowered his head quickly. "Master, I know I was wrong." "Well," the tall old man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "the plan will start soon." "Really, Master?" Gao Fihong's face showed joy. "Could it be that Kaianchuan country has agreed?" "Yes. My Liangyuan country has been planning for decades just to annex South Vietnam. Ancestor Jianglan is about to break through. As long as we annex South Vietnam and use the excuse of national war to provoke a bloody battle, then by then, our sect's ancestor Jianglan will surely be able to succeed in forming a baby with the help of Kaianli's blood. Compared with that, the loss of a few secret realms is nothing at all." The tall old man's eyes showed a fiery look, and he spoke like a fanatic. Gao Fihong's eyes suddenly became hot. "By then, Liangyuan Kingdom will probably be a third-rate cultivation country. Master, as a great contributor to infiltrating Nanayu, you have hope of achieving the golden elixir." "Haha, disciple, this matter still needs careful planning. After the Blood Goose sect is destroyed, we don't have to worry about the Master Spirit insect. You are now the captain of the patrol team, and the operation of the Mountain Protection Formation is also under your supervision. Now we just need to stabilize the status quo. As long as the national war starts, the spies hidden in various sects of Nanayu Kingdom will work together to destroy the Mountain Protection Formation. Except for the Yinsha sect, the other 5 sects can be directly destroyed." the tall old man said in a grim tone. Go Fihong showed confusion on his face. Master, what's different about the Yinsha sect? A genius with a heavenly yin body has appeared in the Yinsha sect, and that person has been reserved as a disciple by the top leaders of the Shiyan sect. When we go to war with the kingdom of Nanayu, we naturally cannot kill the disciples of the Shiyan sect. That is a fifth-class sect. Even Ancestor Jianglan doesn't dare to provoke it, the tall old man explained slowly. Go Fihong nodded, and then said, Master, after destroying the Liang sect, I want 2 people to come to me for disposal. Haha, that's no problem. I will personally ask Kaianchuan Kingdom for you to send people then. By the way, Master, the defenders of Nanayu Kingdom will not stop us, right? No, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance will not interfere in national wars. This is the only way for a country to be promoted. If we succeed, that Lord Nai will be able to unload his job and return to the Alliance to practice in peace. Great, Master, when will the plan to destroy the country begin? Let's wait a little longer. There has been no secret letter from the sect, but it should be soon. In the next few days, Su Poman defeated his opponents very easily, and his reputation gradually rose. He became a favorite to win the championship. A betting pool was opened for this in the market at the foot of the mountain, and many people bet on him as the top 3 choices. Besides him, Zhang Kang of the Liang sect suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Gu Chuanzi, a member of the Yinsha sect possessing the heavenly yin body. It seemed they had some significant grudge. Zhou Fang and Ling Xingsu both made the top 15. Other favorites to win included Mong Changjing, the Buddhist son of the Fanayan sect, Ning Kan, the young master of the Zichuo sect, Fei Man of the Ghost Spirit sect, and Liu Changzi, a descendant of the 5 Element sect's patriarch. Today was the final day of the 6 sects martial arts competition, and the prodigies of each sect had emerged victorious after several rounds of competition. Today marked the final day of the top 10 championship, where the younger generation of the 6 major sects competed for the top spot. 15 cultivators at the 12th level of key refining stepped forward to draw lots to determine their rounds. One of them would receive a buy and advance directly into the top 10. After all, luck is part of strength, and everyone present agreed. In front of the purple jade chest, Su Poman pulled out a jade token. Glancing down, a quizzical smile suddenly crossed his face. I actually got a buy, Junior Brother Su, you're so lucky, Ling Xingsu exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Fang, standing behind him, looked at the token in Su Poman's hand and felt a pang of pain. After the drawing of lots, the 14 cultivators took their places in 2 arenas. The other was occupied by the cultivators eliminated from the previous round, who had determined their rankings. The spectators' attention was focused on the first and second arenas, as these would be the final battlegrounds of the competition. Su Poman followed Ling Xingsu to the first arena, where she had been assigned. After the round, there would be an hour of rest before the top 10 began their competition. Next, Fei Man from the Ghost Spirit sect will face Ning Kan from the West Tuo sect, the referee announced, and 2 figures leaped onto the arena. Fei Man, clad in a black robe, his face pale and bloodless, his eyelids a dark gray, gave him an uncanny appearance. He stared coldly at his opponent, exuding an icy aura. Across from him, Ning Kan, dressed in a splendid green robe, looked somewhat youthful, yet possessed a confident air as he gazed at Fei Man, seemingly certain of victory. Begin, the referee elder withdrew his spiritual pressure, stepped on his magical instrument, and soared into the air. The auras of both men erupted in unison. Cultivators from both sects erupted in cheers. Su Poman narrowed his eyes and looked at Fei Man. He felt a certain strangeness about him. And the evil eye within him must have a profound origin. Ning Kan smiled faintly, and a veil-like magical instrument materialized in his hand. He waved it gently, and a myriad of poisonous miasma emanated from it. A trifle, Fei Man snorted coldly, his body radiating a cloud of ghostly aura. He simultaneously slapped the storage bag at his waist, and 2 skeletal ghosts emerged. Ghostly aura was a tonic for the ghosts. They greedily devoured the black energy, their aura growing stronger. At the same time, a blood-red vertical eye suddenly opened between Fei Man's eyebrows, and tiny dots of red light shot out, landing on the 2 skeletal ghosts. A layer of blood-red hue coated the 2 skeletal ghosts, and the previously ethereal forms gradually solidified. Chapter 223 Helping Hands. Ghost energy transforms into a demonic ghost. Brother Fei has actually reached this level, transforming a white bone evil ghost into a blood bone demonic ghost. How powerful, haha. Our Ghost Spirit Sect is definitely going to win this time, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators below shouted excitedly, their faces lit with pride, as if they were the ones displaying such divine power. Ninkan's shroud swirled and suddenly soared into the sky. Streams of fiery red poisonous miasma swept over, mingling with the various poisonous gases from before, forming a condensed, gelatinous gas. Yangsha poison dragon drill, a roar echoed from the poisonous miasma. The various gases swirled wildly, like a horizontal tornado, carrying a tremendous momentum and bearing down on Fei Man's two blood-bone demonic ghosts. A sizzling sound. The gelatinous gas swirled, and upon contact with the two demonic ghosts, a violent corrosive sound erupted, causing them to howl in agony. A thick shield of spiritual energy rose from Fei Man's body. His expression remained calm, oblivious to the demon's pain. He whispered softly, "Ghost Demon Master, the nether fire is mystical, and I am one with the essence. I have transformed into an evil abyss. The divine light of heaven will ignite your ghostly aura." Quick, with a broken cry, a strange blood-red light emanated from the third pupil between Fei Man's brows. Buzz, the sky and earth suddenly darkened, and an extremely evil aura emerged from the blood-red light, filling the hearts of those in the arena with a sudden feeling of utter disgust. Engulfed by the blood-red light, the two blood-bone ghosts' ghostly auras seemed to ignite. As they approached, they strangely merged, forming a 2-meter-tall, purple-faced ghost. Boom! The ghost's sharp claws gently grasped, and the tornado of poisonous miasma instantly dissipated. Then, in a flash, it vanished from Ninkan's sight. Oh no, Ninkan's face paled. He retreated rapidly, frantically applying defensive talismans to himself. Then, he slapped his storage bag, pulled out a small black fork, and tossed it into the air. The fork swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive, 2-meter-long magical weapon. Then, in a flash, it vanished into the poisonous miasma. Ninkan suddenly heard a gasp from behind him, like a dying person. His hair stood on end. Turning back, he saw the purple-faced evil spirit clinging to him. "Go to hell!" Ninkan's face shone fiercely. He formed hand seals, and the poisonous miasma around him instantly transformed into foxtail-like tentacles, shooting towards the evil spirit's face with lightning speed. Puff! 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 The poisonous tentacles, capable of piercing fine iron, slammed into the purple-faced evil spirit and dissipated into puffs of mist. At that moment, the black fork emerged from the poisonous miasma, swirling a cloud of poisonous miasma as it lunged towards Fei Man's head. This move wasn't intended to injure the enemy, but to pierce the protective spiritual shield. Once the extremely toxic miasma entered, even a cultivator at the 12th level of key refining would quickly lose their combat effectiveness. Fei Man retreated with a ghostly swiftness, leaving a cloud of ghostly energy in his wake, deftly dodging the black fork's attack. The next moment, a claw from the purple-faced demon pierced Ninkan's protective spiritual shield and slammed heavily onto a small, shimmering oval shield. Crack! The shield only blocked the attack for a moment before the sharp claw pierced through. This bizarre demonic ghost is incredibly powerful. It's truly insane. Yes, that defensive magical weapon looks truly remarkable, yet it was pierced so easily. Its attack power must have reached the Foundation establishment stage. Yes, Senior Brother Fei's ghostly evil yin art is truly formidable. He could transform an ordinary white-bone demon into such a formidable demonic ghost. Ninkan retreated rapidly, his consciousness controlling the black fork to hover overhead, hoping to leverage the magical weapon's power to slay the demon. "It's over." Fei's eyes were filled with mockery, a cat playing with a mouse. He snapped his fingers, and the purple-faced demon vanished once more. Ninkan, suddenly gripped by a sense of danger, quickly shifted his position, constantly scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to locate the demonic ghost. A surging stream of poisonous miasma enveloped him. With a wave of his hand, Ninkan tossed out a bright red ball, which spun in the air, absorbing the surrounding miasma. The entire arena gradually grew clearer. The surrounding poisonous miasma was completely absorbed by the red sphere within a few breaths, and the sphere grew several times larger. Ninkan pointed at Fei Man from a distance and whispered, "Go." At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Ninkan, its claws suddenly extended, as if to crush his spine. Ninkan smiled faintly, as if sensing something. The black fork above his head suddenly fell, whistling behind him. Ding-dong. The ghost claws and the black fork collided, sending up a shower of sparks. That black fork must be a top-grade magical weapon, Someone exclaimed in surprise from the audience. Su Poman saw more clearly that the Black Fork was more than just a top-grade magical weapon. Judging from the previous scene, it had already developed a hint of spirituality, possessing the instinct to protect its master. It was no exaggeration to call it a semi-spiritual weapon. Even his burning shadow sword was inferior to it. The red ball flew towards Fei Man with powerful momentum. Containing a vast amount of compressed poisonous miasma, its explosion would unleash a widespread force that would be unavoidable. Fei Man's expression had calmed. He formed a hand seal, the vertical eye between his brows quietly closed, and he whispered, "Explode." The purple-faced demon, previously locked in a stalemate with a Black Fork, suddenly howled, its body expanding like a balloon, its massive form becoming even more ferocious. Ninken sensed something was amiss and, with his spiritual sense, summoned the Black Fork, retreating violently. But at that moment, a deafening roar echoed in his ears. The immense force of the impact sent him flying, fork and all, flying backward. His protective shield shattered, and he was overcome by the demonic energy before him, fainting. "You actually caused that demonic ghost to self-destruct. What a masterful move." You probably don't know this, but the demonic ghosts cultivated by the ghostly evil yin art can only exist for a short while. After that time, the ghostly energy will dissipate and vanish into thin air. The referee intervened, rescuing Ninkan. Two elders from the Zichou sect anxiously rushed forward to personally expel the demonic energy from his body. This battle, the Ghost Spirit sect, Fei Man wins. Next, Ling Xingsu took the stage. Her opponent was no small figure, Gu Chuanzi, the Yin Sha sect's unparalleled prodigy and the possessor of the heavenly yin body. Zhang Kang had been defeated by him before, severely injured by his corpse refining techniques and still bedridden. His methods were extremely brutal. Ling Xingsu showed no fear. Wearing a bamboo hat, she walked onto the ring and quietly waited for the bout to begin. Across from him stood a young boy carrying a black coffin. He was very handsome, with almond-shaped eyes and fair skin, like a little boy. His expression revealed an arrogance that looked down on the world. When he looked at Ling Xingsu, his eyes revealed an undisguised, blazing lust. He licked his lips and said bluntly, "My dear, you have a really nice figure. Why don't you let me make you into corpse mother? Haha, it would feel cool and smooth, which is really wonderful. And you would also gain immortality." "Shut up." Ling Xingsu's pretty face turned cold. She slapped her storage bag, and several talismans made from spirit seeds suddenly appeared in her hand. Su Poman stared coldly at Gu Chuanzi on the field, a hint of murderous intent rising in his heart. "You dare to set your sights on her? You're courting death." The elder referee frowned, but didn't reprimand him. He glanced fearfully at the black coffin behind Gu Chuanzi. This coffin-carrying cultivation technique was a legacy of the Corpse Yin sect. He hadn't expected this fellow to have been taught its secrets before even reaching foundation building. "Begin." Ling Xingsu took the lead, effortlessly activating several talisman seeds she had crafted herself, sending flames blazing everywhere. Fireball, flowing fire, fiery curse, pyroblast. The temperature in the arena soared, as if a world of flames had erupted. As a senior disciple of the Liang sect, Ling Xingsu possessed a natural talent for fire magic. In just a few years, she had mastered several fire spells, astonishing even her master, true person Hongluan. The art of talisman seeds was a crucial skill for any practitioner. Ling Xingsu knew this opponent would be a formidable opponent, so she immediately launched many of her pre-made talisman seeds. "Haha, young lady, you're quite hot." Gu Chuanzi sat leisurely on the upright black coffin, legs crossed. A thick black shield enveloped him, blocking out numerous spells. He patted the coffin beneath him and said lazily, "Da Zhuang, come out and help me beat someone up. But this time it's a young lady, so be gentle and don't ruin her delicate body." With a hiss, like the sound of a truck braking, a large amount of corpse gas erupted from the cracks in the black coffin. Roar! A roar echoed from the coffin, and the lid opened, revealing a majestic, 2-meter-tall corpse. This corpse didn't look ferocious. Its head was square and hairless, and it wore only a triangular iron hoop. Its body was bulging with muscles, its biceps bulging, and its abdomen had 8 abdominal muscles, just like a bodybuilding champion in a past life. Its skin was a bluish gray, like azure brick, its pupils pitch black, its fangs bared. As soon as it emerged from the coffin, it set its sights on Ling Xingsu. This corpse is far inferior to the corpses of the Corpse Yin sect's disciples. but its strength seems to have reached the foundation establishment stage. Miss Xingsu may not be able to defeat it. Upon seeing this corpse, Su Poman, after analyzing it with his super brain, quickly came to a conclusion, and a sense of worry grew within him. I just hope the Judge Elder can intervene in time, otherwise I'll have to use my bioforce field to secretly rescue her. Trampling, tramp, tramp, the corpse slowly moved through the flames, ignoring the flames formed by the activated talisman. It's that same corpse again. Sigh, it's so incredibly powerful it drives me crazy, it's so unfair. This disciple of the Yinsha sect actually possesses a corpse with such terrifying power. It definitely wasn't his own creation, he's a prodigy possessing the heavenly yin body. He's naturally not to be judged by common sense. Master Gu is a reserved disciple of a 5th-tier sect whose strength is beyond your comprehension. Yes, with Master Gu here, our Yinsha sect will definitely take first place this time. This junior sister on the field has a truly alluring figure. It's a shame she ran into Master Gu. Ling Xingsu's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing such a powerful corpse, she felt a sense of daunting difficulty. She slapped her storage bag, pulled out a fiery red spike, and tossed it casually. With a sonic boom, the spike shot through the air, piercing the green-skinned corpse's face. The spike spun in the air, flames billowing from its sharp tip. With a humming sound, it pierced the green-skinned corpse's eye socket. Paw! The corpse swatted the spike with the back of its hand, sending it flying. A surge of corpse energy emanated from its body, nearly extinguishing the surrounding flames. Seeing the corpse's formidable defense, Ling Xingsu set her sights on Gu Chuanzi, who was standing behind her. Using her spiritual sense to control the spike, it transformed into a streak of fire and vanished from the spot. Gu Chuanzi grinned contemptuously. Young lady, is that all you have? The black coffin lid behind him flashed in front of him, blocking the spike. The green-skinned corpse drew closer and closer to Ling Xingsu, the thick corpse energy creating a powerful, oppressive sensation that left her feeling powerless. What should I do? Is this the end for me? Ling Xingsu, unwilling to give up, gnashed her teeth, pondering a strategy, retreating steadily, trying to buy time. Da Zhuang, stop playing around, capture her. Gu Chuanzi gave another command, his gaze at Ling Xingsu growing increasingly intense. I want to see what beauty you possess beneath that bamboo hat. Don't disappoint me. The green-skinned corpse's dark eyes lit up, and its body suddenly became blurry, its afterimage vanishing. Not good. Ling Xingsu's expression tensed, sensing an inexplicable danger. She hurriedly used the light body technique to retreat, layer upon layer of talismans covering her body. Su Poman sighed and said, "It's a little late. I guess I have to take action myself." The next moment, amid the exclamations of the crowd, an invisible giant hand gripped Gu Chuanzi's neck, lifting him up. The corpse, as if pushed heavily off the stage by an invisible force, struggled desperately, clawing at the spirit, but to no avail. He could not free himself from the tight grip. Who dares to attack me? A murderous intent suddenly emanated from Su Poman, chilling him to the bone and startling everyone around him. How many lives must he have killed to accrue such terrifying murderous aura? This is terrifying. Stay away from him, Uncle Su is going crazy. He must be holding a grudge against that kid from the Yinsha sect, dare to bully senior sister Ling. Uncle Su will definitely be furious. The strange scene in the arena left countless people bewildered. Even the high-ranking Foundation establishment cultivators were confused as to what was happening. Ling Xingsu, realizing she was being helped, quickly conceded defeat and retreated from the arena. Meanwhile, the Yinsha sect elders, no longer able to sit still, swooped down to investigate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Destroying the Corpse. Nephew Chuanzi, are you alright? The Yinsha sect elder approached, asking with concern. Gu Chuanzi, fully aware that he'd been tricked, looked grim. He stared intently at Su Poman and asked, "Did you do that? Why? I think you're acting frivolously. You deserve a good lesson," Su Poman said coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at the arrogant young man on the field. Gu Chuanzi's expression was grim, and his tone arrogant. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle with my affairs? Believe it or not, I could kill you, and no one would dare touch me." The crowd watching below the arena was even more shocked by this scene. This guy is so arrogant. He's a candidate disciple of the corpse yin sect. Rumor has it he's already been chosen as a disciple by a great cultivator in the spiritual transformation stage. No one in Nanayu dares to mess with him. Alice, such disrespect for elders doesn't seem right. At this moment, Ling Xingsu gently approached Su Poman, tugged at his shirt, and said, "Junior brother Su, don't be impulsive." "This guy, don't worry, senior sister Ling, it's okay," Su Poman soothed gently. He turned to Gu Chuanzi and said, "Then let's face it in the ring. Who will die, you or I? Haha, you can't even make the top 10. How ridiculous," Gu Chuanzi sneered. He had already decided that even if he didn't meet this guy, he would ask Master to kill him. Another fierce battle ensued in the ring, ultimately deciding the top 8, including Su Poman. The remaining 2 spots in the top 10 would be contested by Ling Xingsu and the other eliminated contestants, with further battles to determine the final rankings. The top 8 were Gu Chuanzi of the Yinsha sect, Su Poman and Zhou Feng of the Liang sect, Liu Changzi and Zhang Xian of the Five Element Sect's lineage, Monk Changjing of the Fenian sect, Fei Man of the Guiling sect, and Wang Sigan of the Zichuo sect. The following martial arts competition would see these 8 individuals take turns competing against each other. The winner would remain, while the losers would compete for the remaining 4 positions. After the cultivators rested for an hour, the referee elder arranged for the top 8 to face off against each other. The gazes of the many elders on the high platform were drawn in this area, as they too were highly concerned about this 6-sex martial competition and were eager to see which sect would emerge victorious. After drawing lots from the purple jade box, Su Poman received a J token engraved with the number 1, indicating that he would be the first to compete. The dark, thin old man glanced at the note presented by the deacon disciple and read aloud, "The first match is between Su Poman of the Liang sect and Gu Chuanzi of the Yinsha sect." Upon hearing this, Su Poman's eyes lit up, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. "Just when I was about to give him a beating, heaven arranged it. Haha, finally, I can finally get rid of this anger. Junior brother Su, be careful. Don't try to be brave," Ling Xingsu whispered softly. Su Poman gave her a reassuring look and leaped onto the ring. Elsewhere, Gu Chuanzi, carrying the black coffin on his back, noticed this scene. He slowly walked onto the ring, a sinister smile on his face, and looked at Su Poman with contempt. "Brat from the Liang sect, I advise you to stay away from the woman I'm attracted to, otherwise, haha, you'll be in trouble." Gu Chuanzi's childish face was filled with a ferocious look, like a junior high school student involved in gangsterism, which was somewhat ridiculous. Su Poman sneered coldly, remaining silent. Deep down, he was determined to teach this brat a lesson. Seeing both the men ready, the referee elder stepped on his magical weapon and flew into the air, simultaneously withdrawing his spiritual pressure. "Begin." Everyone below the ring stared intently at the action, while the elders on the dais also focused on the events in the second ring. Su Poman's inner energy erupted, forming a fiery red shield around him. The flying sword behind him instantly unsheathed. With a light step forward, he vanished from Gu Chuanzi's sight. "Huh?" Gu Chuanzi narrowed his eyes, quickly sweeping his spiritual sense around him. A thick black shield rose, enveloping him. "Interesting, huh? But still a loser. Dazuang, come out and teach him a lesson." He leaped onto the upright black coffin. With a hiss, black corpse energy erupted from the gap, and the green-skinned corpse emerged directly from the coffin. "This boy is so fast. Could he be practicing some secret technique?" A Foundation establishment elder on the high platform wondered. "Perhaps it's a form of body movement technique. It's really rare. This disciple of the Liang sect has some skills," another elder echoed. As the green-skinned corpse emerged from the coffin, Su Poman had already arrived behind Gu Chuanzi. He thrust his fingers, emitting fiery red sword energy, and pointed directly at the black shield. "Haha, idiot. This is the spiritual shield created by the mysterious nether coffin. How can a mere key-refining cultivator like you break it?" Gu Chuanzi's consciousness caught this scene, and a look of sarcasm crossed his face. He didn't even try to hide, but waited quietly for Gu Chuanzi to return empty-handed. Swish! The black light shield rippled, then cracked with a snap. "How is that possible?" Gu Chuanzi's face changed drastically. Then Su Poman raised his leg and fiercely kicked Gu Chuanzi in the stomach, shouting, "I'll let you show off. You little bastard, take your grandfather's kick first." Crack! The sound of bones shattered. The immense force sent Guchuanzi flying dozens of feet. He clutched his stomach and wailed in pain, still unable to understand how he had managed to break the shield created by a spiritual weapon with just 2 fingers. That shield was comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Guchuanzi's face contorted, blood gushing from his mouth. He quickly swallowed a healing pill, pointed at Su Poman, and roared frantically, "Da Zhuang, tear him apart, tear me apart." Su Poman sneered, disappearing once more. On the platform, 2 Foundation establishment elders from the Yinsha sect couldn't help but stand up. After all, Guchuanzi was a candidate disciple of the Corpse Yin sect, a close connection, and they were worried about any mishaps. The spectators below were also stunned. How could this fellow from the Liang sect be so formidable? He was actually able to hold his own against the Yinsha sect's heavenly yin body. That kick was truly powerful. I could hear the crack of ribs from such a distance. The power of a physical cultivator truly cannot be underestimated. Haha, seeing that Yinsha sect kid suffer a loss makes me feel inexplicably happy. That kid is too arrogant. He doesn't respect his elders and doesn't even take his fellow cultivators seriously. A lesson for him is surely satisfying. That's right, kids with eyes on their foreheads are just annoying. Ling Xingsu watched the scene in the arena with a hint of a smile on her face, feeling a sense of pride and satisfaction. The green-skinned corpse refiner was equally agile. In a flash, he vanished from the side of the crowd below. "Weren't you yelling so loudly just now?" "Yell again." Su Poman's voice echoed throughout the arena, and the next moment, he appeared above the arena, a half-sword blade visible from his fingertips, a fiery, crystalline light flashing. On the platform, the 2 giant stage cultivators in the main seats suddenly opened their eyes the moment the half-sword blade appeared. "Magic weapon," the white-haired elder exclaimed in astonishment. "A mere key refining stage cultivator actually possesses a magical weapon, and it seems to be of quite high quality. I've truly misjudged you." The middle-aged scholar nearby stared at the arena. Which fellow's disciple is so generous as to bestow such a heaven-defying treasure upon his own disciple? The Kryptonian flying sword, after a long period of basking in the sun, had been upgraded from a low-grade to a mid-grade magical weapon, its power becoming even more formidable. A fiery red sword flashed, unleashing the might of a magical weapon-grade flying sword. Hiss! A blue-gray head flew high into the air, then burned to ash in the flames left by the wound. Puff! His natal corpse was destroyed, and Guchuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood mist into the sky. He shouted in disbelief, "Da Zhuang! My natal corpse!" At this time, not only the cultivators under the arena were stunned, but many elders on the high platform were also frightened by the power of the magic weapon that just flashed by, and they left their seats and stood up. "I have a feeling it's right. That is definitely the aura of a magic weapon. I felt it once when the Grand Elder of my sect used a magic weapon." "What's going on? How can a disciple in the key refining stage have the aura of a magic weapon?" "Fellow Taoist Jia, what's going on? How can a disciple of your Liang sect bring a magic weapon to participate in the martial arts competition? Isn't this too bullying?" "Yes, that's not how it's done. If it's like this, just let the Grand Elders fight for the disciples." Jia Feng's face also showed a complicated look. He stared at the figure in the audience, feeling a little at a loss in his heart. "Junior brother Su, you can get into trouble." After the green-skinned corpse was killed, Guchuanzi's eyes turned red and tears were in his eyes. This corpse had some origins. It was refined by his best childhood playmate, and they had deep ties and emotions. "Da Zhuang," he cried, his anger rising within him. After forcibly suppressing his injuries, he glared at Su Poman fiercely. "You're dead." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the thin, dark-skinned old man quickly leaped down, attempting to intervene. "Anyone who tries to stop me is an enemy of the Corpse Yin sect. Guchuanzi will kill him today. Anyone who dares to interfere, I'll have my master slaughter his entire clan." Guchuanzi's eyes widened, his expression fierce and menacing, as he addressed the crowd on the podium, completely disregarding the 2 giant stage supremas. After all, his master was a great cultivator of the spiritual transformation stage. A giant stage cultivator wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Even ordinary disciples of the Corpse Yin sect possessed giant stage cultivation. This threat caused the cultivators on the podium to pause, and even the 2 on the podium exchanged glances, shaking their heads inwardly. Such threats weren't empty words. For the powerful figures of the higher-ranking cultivation nations, annihilating a sect was a snap of a finger, providing a grudge and a reason. They wouldn't tolerate resistance from these ants, nor even a chance to defend themselves. The dark, thin old man's face sank. As the referee of this arena, he was effectively trapped, unable to leave, and returning would be utterly embarrassing. He could only cross his knees on his magical instrument, eyes closed, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Guchuanzi's eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the headless corpse's horrific state, his heart bleeding. His mind reeled in memories of his childhood in the village with his good friend, Dazhuang. Zaya Ozzy, I don't have any spiritual roots to cultivate. Now that you've entered the Immortal Gate, can you take me with you? The kids in the village won't play with me. This elephant armor technique is so difficult to practice, and I've grown taller lately. Zaya Ozzy, I need to write to my mother and ask her to make me some larger clothes. Zaya Ozzy, it was so painful when you broke through the elephant armor technique. Thankfully, you begged for the yin blood pill so I can protect you from bullies when I reach perfection. Scene after scene followed, until it stopped at the moment when Dazhuang had achieved perfection in the elephant armor technique. To keep his friend forever, Guchuanzi wiped out most of his spiritual intelligence and, despite his teacher's advice, transformed him into his own natal corpse. Haha, great. Dazhuang, you're alive again, and I can play with you again. Don't worry, I'll definitely make more corpse wives for you in the future. Let's enjoy the cool, smooth young ladies together. At the Yinsha sect headquarters, a young man happily rode on the neck of a tall corpse, shouting excitedly. Guchuanzi's slightly childish face betrayed hatred. He stared intently at Su Poman, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Do you think you're the only one possessing a magical weapon? What a lunatic. The death of a corpse cultivator is like the death of one's parents, little bastard. Since you want to kill me, why waste your words? Show me your skills. Su Poman, sensing that today would not end peacefully, abandoned the concealment of his magical flying sword. He opened his mouth, and a fiery red flying sword erupted. A crisp sword chant echoed, and the burning silence sword circled Su Poman affectionately several times before a wisp of sword energy enveloped Guchuanzi, who was standing opposite him. Guchuanzi gritted his teeth and said, okay. He felt the heavy pressure of the sword energy and slapped his forehead. A black line appeared between his brows, and a miniature bronze coffin emerged from the black line. The bronze coffin grew larger in the air against the wind, becoming about 2 feet tall. It was carved with patterns of various exotic beasts. It looked very gorgeous from a distance, but at the same time, it was filled with a terrifying pressure that was terrifying and made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 225 Immortal Introduction Platform. Coffin Armor Technique. Guchuanzi swallowed several spiritual energy replenishing pills in quick succession, his face still pale. Clearly, the spiritual energy required to manipulate such an artifact was far beyond the capabilities of a key refining cultivator like him. He continuously formed hand seals, casting incantations. The enormous bronze coffin hovered above his head. As the seal sunk into it, the entire body shook, a dark blue light descending, dimming the coffin's brilliance. Soon, Guchuanzi's skin began to change color, gradually embodying the same hue as the bronze coffin. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense power surge through him, his heart instantly ablaze with fighting spirit. Su Poman's gaze fixed, sensing something strange about the coffin. The burning silence sword suddenly vanished from his head, as if teleporting, striking Guchuanzi in the chest. Ding! The sharp sword energy slashed through Guchuanzi's body, sending sparks flying. The immense force sent him back several steps. Guchuanzi's face lit up with a ferocious grin. He took a few steps forward and said with disdain, "You still think you can hurt me with this? Haha, wishful thinking. In my coffin armor state, even a giant level cultivator wouldn't be able to harm me in the slightest. This is a top-grade magical weapon my master personally refined for me. He also taught me the coffin armor magical power specifically for my protection." Really? Su Poman sneered. With a flick of his mind, the burning silence sword activated with his sword control technique. Boom! A flash of sword light flashed, and Guchuanzi was instantly sent flying backwards. The previous strike had merely utilized the burning silence sword's own spiritual energy to test the attack, but this one employed the true power of sword control. Wielding a magical flying sword consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Even though Su Poman had reached the state of perfect ki refining, he could feel the spiritual energy in his Danshin rapidly depleting even with his full strength. Guchuanzi roared, his body instantly transforming into a streak of green light, rumbling the arena like an earthquake. Guchuanzi materialized, slamming a fist directly into Su Poman's head. A cruel smile played on his lips, as if he foresaw his head exploding like a watermelon. Atop the platform, Jia Feng was deeply concerned. However, the current battle was beyond the reach of a Foundation establishment cultivator like him. The power of those magical weapons meant that even if he faced them personally, he would inevitably be defeated. He rose, bowed to the main seat, and said respectfully, "Two Supremas, please intervene before they unleash their true power and endanger lives. HMPH, you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Corpsian sect? Junior Brother Gu has already issued a decree that anyone who dares to interfere will be exterminated. Do you think that's just nonsense? Even the two of us wouldn't dare to intervene," a black-robed elder from the Yinsha sect said coldly. Another elder from the Yinsha sect also scoffed. "He's a good disciple of your Liang sect. Why pick on Junior Brother Gu when you can pick on anyone else? He's courting his own death. I think even if Junior Brother Gu kills him himself, no one will dare to seek revenge." Upon hearing this, Jia Fengman's face darkened. He pursed his lips. Seeing that the two grand elders in the main seat didn't respond, he waved his sleeves and sat down angrily. In the arena, Su Poman watched the fist grow larger and larger. If he were truly a mere key-refining cultivator, he would surely be unable to dodge it, but he possessed a superhuman physique, his reaction speed and physical strength far exceeding his apparent cultivation. Su Poman tilted his head slightly and retreated, letting the fist graze his body. The whistling wind instantly shattered Su Poman's spiritual energy shield, then blasted a large crater into the ground not far away. Dodged, Guchuan's he was stunned. Just as he was about to throw another punch, a flash of fire struck his chest again. Clang. A large ball of sparks appeared, and Guchuan's he was sent flying backwards once more. No more delay. My spiritual energy can't sustain the coffin armor state for much longer. We must fight quickly. Guchuan's his expression hardened, and he began to focus on his actions. He vanished from the spot. The cultivators below the arena couldn't see what was happening, only flashes of light and explosions. The referee, high in the air, was now a little further away from his magical weapon. He didn't dare linger near the arena for long, fearing the terrifying power of the magical weapon would accidentally strike him. To outsiders, Guchuan's his speed seemed so fast that even spiritual sense could hardly grasp him, but to Su Poman's supervision, it was a different story. Guchuan's he, covered in a bronze sheen, moved as slowly as a snail. He charged through the field with incredible slowness, his face savage, like a hyena whose anus had been ripped open by its companions. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth bared. His straightforward movements were like a tortoise punch, devoid of any pattern or structure, lacking any variety, like a street brawl between thugs. Su Poman dodged another incoming punch, lightly taking 2 steps back before striking again with his flying sword, slicing Guchuanzi away. On the high platform, 2 giant in-stage Supremas observed this scene and couldn't help but wonder. They exchanged spiritual senses. This kid can dodge attacks of this level. His perception is truly abnormal. Yes, perhaps it has something to do with that magical flying sword. Su Poman repeated his old trick, dodging Guchuanzi's attacks several times and slicing him away again. Their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Even after consuming several medicinal pills, Guchuanzi was beginning to struggle. After all, the giant bronze coffin was a top-grade magical weapon. Although it was only activated through divine power and borrowed from certain abilities, the spiritual energy consumed moment by moment was terrifying. Su Poman was in a similar situation. Using his magical flying sword with all his might consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy, but he remained unfazed. He possessed a superhuman physique. Even if his spiritual energy was completely depleted, his combat effectiveness would suffer no loss. At most, it would only be reduced by a fraction. Guchuanzi was anxious, his forehead beaded with sweat, his face pale. He could not fathom how this key refining stage cultivator could repeatedly evade his attacks. In desperation, he bit his tongue and spurted a mouthful of vital blood towards the giant bronze coffin above him, intending to forcefully activate a secret technique capable of widespread destruction to annihilate his hated foe. Vaulted coffin demon spirit, submit to me, the corpse aura of the Yellow Springs, and devastate all directions. Boom. The lid of the enormous bronze coffin suddenly cracked, and wisps of black and yellow gas emerged. In an instant, they condensed to a size of several feet. With a rapid incantation, the corpse energy of the Yellow Springs transformed into a skull, which lunged at Su Poman. A chilling wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The skull grinned eerily. One moment, It was 100 feet away, the next, it was right in front of him. Seeing no escape, Su Poman ignited with fiery red energy, a bio-force field quietly enveloping him. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, he was swallowed by the yellow-black skull's enormous maw. Junior brother Su, Ling Xingsu felt a pang of pain at the sight, her head rumbling, and she was suddenly filled with inexplicable fear. Unnoticed, strands of silver light grew brighter in the depths of her pupils, gradually igniting into a ball of silver flame. In the sky, the golden sun suddenly dimmed, its color abruptly shifting to silver, and the sunlight pouring down became a silvery glow like moonlight. The entire world of immortal cultivators was stunned by this sudden change, their gazes fixed on the silver sun overhead. High-ranking cultivators from Kangayan continent emerged from their retreats over the strange celestial phenomenon. They stood suspended in midair, stunned by the wondrous spectacle, bewildered by what was happening. At the core of the earth, surrounded by magma radiating a terrifying temperature, an illusory portal suddenly appeared. From within, a strange-looking, long-bearded elder in a white robe strolled out. He glanced up, the immortal infant within him suddenly vibrating. A frightened expression shone upon his face. What is this? In a flash, he vanished from the spot, reappearing in the vast starry sky beyond Kyonho Star. The once yellow sun, now transformed by a terrifying immortal principle, had become a silver star. The white-robed elder lowered his head and was about to calculate something, when a sudden, intense sense of danger seized upon him, as if he would explode if he dared to continue. Hiss. The origins of this immortal are so profound they defy calculation. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly blossomed from the void, encompassing trillions of miles, centered on Kyonho Star. Immediately, celestial music blared, and golden flowers fell. A white stone platform, seemingly forged from immortal jade, suddenly emerged from the depths of the void, as if from another dimension. Atop it, a miniature golden sun shone, and within it, a majestic figure seemed to stand. The immortal platform, the white-robed elder's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to move, a flash of light and shadow passed by, and everything around him seemed to freeze. Even his consciousness, comparable to that of a three-tribulation immortal, retreated into his spiritual platform, unable to move. Not only him, but the entire star field seemed to have entered a state of frozen solidity. Butterflies hovered in the air, flames froze, and the rotation of the planets seemed to have stopped. 5 elements Su Poman remained unharmed within the skull. Seeing the worry on Ling Xingsu's face, he felt a warm warmth. Just as he was about to break free from the corpse aura and escape, a flash of light passed, and the entire world froze. Guchuan's his wild smile, the astonishment of the disciples, and the regret of the Liang sect cultivators were all frozen in time. Only one person remained able to move, Ling Xingsu. She covered her lips with her hands, staring in astonishment, her expression a bit bewildered. The silver flames in her eyes faded to wisps of silver. Haha, daughter, your spirit has finally awakened. Come back to the immortal realm with your father. A hazy white mist enveloped the Yingxiante. From within the shimmering miniature sun, a majestic middle-aged figure emerged. He wore the Fichi divine jade crown, golden immortal armor adorned with jewels, and Xianyan fixing boots. He looked like a gentle, middle-aged scholar. Ling Xingsu's face was filled with confusion. She gently raised her head and looked at the figure on the immortal jade platform. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a throbbing in her blood. Su Poman's eyes were open. While others would have frozen their consciousness, perhaps due to his superhuman physique, he could not only see everything happening outside, but his brain was also functioning. However, his speed was limited, to only 1/10 of its normal speed. Holy crap! This is so exciting. Miss Xingsu actually has an immortal father? Incredible. Is it too late to curry favor now? It's like a little cow riding a rocket. So awesome. What kind of magical power is this? It can freeze the heavens and the earth. Amazing. Su Poman felt his worldview shaken. He stood still, watching everything unfold before him. A finger gently tapped Ling Xingsu's forehead, and scenes flashed through his mind. The immortal world, the ancient Yang immortal realm. The great celestial venerable Gu Yang and the immortal Emperor Hanai united, giving birth to a baby girl. However, due to conflict between their cultivation principles, Gu Yang's being the force of extreme Yang, while Hanayu's being the force of the moon's radiance, this caused a mutation in the baby girl's bloodline, preventing her from developing intelligence. This mutation was extremely unique, hinting at the harmony of yin and yang, and possessed immense potential. This held the key to his beloved daughter's path to enlightenment. Unable to eliminate it, the great celestial venerable Gu Ayang sought alternatives. After trying numerous methods, he ultimately decided to relegate his daughter's spirit to the lower realms for reincarnation. Ling Xingsu opened her eyes, and flames erupted within her pupils. Her jet black hair slowly transformed from the tips to silver white, her entire aura elevating to a new level, resembling the most beautiful princess of the elves. "Father," she whispered. The great celestial venerable Gu Ayang smiled. "My dear daughter, do you remember?" "Yes," Ling Xingsu nodded, a slight change on her face. For a moment, she felt a bit uneasy about suddenly having a biological father. "Come on, follow me back to the immortal realm, and I'll forge an immortal body for you." With a single, life-giving step, the great celestial venerable Gu Ayang approached Ling Xingsu, bowed slightly, and extended his massive hand. "Father, could you please save him? Su Poman is my good friend, and he's trapped in that skeleton," Ling Xingsu said timidly. A glint flashed in the great celestial venerable Gu Ayang's eyes, and he chuckled. "Zuir, it seems you already have a lover. Your early awakening this time is likely thanks to him, isn't it?" "Of course not," Ling Xingsu blushed, lowering her head. "Oh, so it's not your sweetheart? Then I won't save him." "No, father, isn't it enough for me to admit he is?" "Haha, alright, I'll see what my son-in-law, the great Gu Ayang, looks like. He can actually attract my daughter's attention. He seems quite extraordinary." With that, the great Gu Ayang shot his gaze towards the arena. The skull instantly vanished under his gaze, revealing Su Poman, whose eyes were wide open. A curiosity crossed the great Gu Ayang's face. With a wave of his hand, Su Poman's body teleported in front of the two of them. "Interesting. This boy's physique can actually absorb the sun's true fire and become increasingly stronger. His spirit also seems a bit strange. Could he be the reincarnation of some fellow Taoist?" the great celestial venerable Gu Ayang said, then turned to look at Ling Xingsu and said with a smile, "No wonder you two have a bond. His physique is very special. Your spirit is very attractive to him, and his body, forged from yang energy, also makes you unconsciously feel a liking for him. Haha, Zuir, you have a good eye. This boy has great potential." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.